Uh, thank. Look, great. Okay, that's Windows 11's fault. Thanks, Windows 11, for changing my default input method. I appreciate that. I'm on Windows 11 now. It's definitely It's definitely look. I'm on Windows 11 because it's out, and I like testing new technology and new software. And my attitude is very much, I'll have to use it at some point, so I might as well get used to it sooner rather than later. And my Windows computer, I only really use for this. I use it for playing games, recording games, and live streaming games. So it's not mission critical, as I sort of. It's not like my iMac, where I kept my iMac on the older version of Mac OS last year for like months before updating, which I never normally do. But that's mission critical. This is not. So I just try it out. People that you don't have to. Sometimes you have to do fuckery with the motherboard because there's something called TPM2, and not all motherboards support it. And even if your motherboard does support it, you might have to enable it. And even if your motherboard does support it and you have to enable it, you might have to update your BIOS as well as enabling it, but it might not be called TPM 2.0 in your BIOS. This is what Dan did. Mine, I just went and... If Windows breaks, I can reinstall it. This is the thing. This entire computer could be completely wiped, and I could reinstall Windows on it and have it up and working and everything reset up again in like 2 hours. Like, I keep it very simple for a reason. And everything is backed up. So it's not mission critical. I don't care. I'll have to try Windows 11. And actually, very briefly, I'm going to show you this. Wait, no, that's the wrong computer. Wait, how do I move a window? Wait. You know what? Hang on. Do you want to see the most annoying thing about Windows 11? All right, I'm gonna go to my desktop. Wow, looks basically the same. I previously had my start menu centered. Anyway, I don't like that the Windows logo is centered or the start button centered, because now the left side just looks weirdly empty. Because previously I had all my icons centered and I was using an app, but it kept the start menu over here. Don't like that. Windows have also disabled custom taskbars in your own taskbar. If you ever looked at a previous stream, it was down here. There was like, I had like a little downloads button and a recycling bin down here. That doesn't exist anymore. You have to do this, and that recycle bin does not work. I used to be able to drag stuff into a recycle bin there and right-click and click empty. You can't do that anymore, so fuck it. They've also, as you may notice, added these. Like, these are the 5 icons I used to have, but now there's just these icons here. You can't turn these off. I use a different sound mixer. I use Ear Trumpet, but this built-in one is just... It has to be there now. And also, can you see how small the fucking clock is? Why is the clock so small? I'm on a 1440p monitor and I measured it. The thickness of that font is 2 pixels. 2. 2! 2 single pixels on a 1440p monitor. 2. It's fucking tiny. They've also changed it so if you have multiple monitors and you have the taskbar on all of them, it doesn't show you the time on your other monitors. Now, that's not a big deal for me because I don't have my taskbar on other monitors, but other people, like Dan and many other people, they often look at the time on their second monitors because often there'll be a full screen thing on their main monitor. That's annoying. It's a lot of minor annoyances. It has fixed some of my weird gremlins, though, which is a big thing. You can, by the way, if you want to have the fucking thing move back to the left, you can. But that's the only customization you can do. You want to have this central thing on the left instead of the middle? You can, but that is all you can customize. Do you want those icons to look like they did in like older Windows with the name? You can't do that anymore. Do you want it to change how they stack? You can't change that anymore. Do you want to change the size of the taskbar? You can't do that. Do you want to put the taskbar on the top of the screen or the left or the right? You can't do that anymore. Do you want to add custom taskbars to it? No, you can't do that anymore. Do you want to disable these system icons? You can't do that anymore. Do you want to access anything by right-clicking the taskbar? You can't do that anymore. Only one thing comes up, taskbar settings. And there's just bits that are just really unfinished. Like, if you were to, like, hang on, briefly just gonna check that there's nothing, privacy. You can't do taskbar top left. No, you can't do taskbar anywhere. It has to be on the bottom, and you can't change anything about it aside from whether the icons are on the left or the middle. That's all you can do. There are no more customization options at all. Like, at all. And I would show you the settings app. However, the settings app shows my email at the top left throughout the entire app, which is nice. Yeah, there's nothing you can change. You know how everyone's like, oh, Windows is that you can change, customize Windows? Fuck off. Fun fact, actually, Microsoft have removed a lot of registry keys that would allow you to disable, like, you know, the icons at the bottom right. You might be able to disable them with the registry keys. You can't do that anymore. You can't. They've removed the registry keys to disable them, so you can't change it. So yeah, if you have your taskbar on the side, this will fuck everything up for you. This is why I like testing shit like this, because I find it interesting. Okay, I'm gonna show you this. So here's the most egregious thing. I say it's egregious. It's very evident of what Microsoft is, right? So if I go into here and I right-click an app to uninstall it, right, and I click that uninstall button, right? If I click that uninstall button, it opens Control Panel. It opens Control Panel. Let me briefly double check that the Control Panel doesn't have anything weird in it. So I'm having to double check because I don't want to privacy shit. That's fine. Okay, literally, look, right. So if I click this and I like uninstall that, right? It opens Control Panel. I need to point out, there's a new version of this in Windows 11 built in. It's in the new settings app. There's a new apps setting where you can uninstall all the apps. But for some reason, when you right-click and click uninstall, which I want to point out, that right-click and click uninstall button, that's a new context menu. That's not a legacy one. They've remade that context menu. But for some reason, when they made the context menu, they made the uninstall button direct to the control panel, not the new settings app. I mean, you say it doesn't highlight the program you want to install. Windows has always done that. You right-clicking and clicking on install, it's doing what Windows has done for the past fucking 20 years. It's doing exactly what Windows has done for the past 20 years. But the whole point of Windows 11 was to get rid of a lot of these old shit. It was supposed to add more stuff into settings, which it has. It added a new one installer into the new settings app, which does all of that. It still doesn't fucking auto-highlight it, but it's Microsoft. But it doesn't open the new settings app. Now, you say settings app was in Windows 10 too. It was, but the one in Windows 11 is really... The new settings app in Windows 11 is really different from the Windows 10 one. It's got loads more stuff in it. It's way better. But it just stuff doesn't work properly on it, and it really just... They're trying to kind of... People keep saying they're Mac OS-ifying it. Which I disagree with. I showed in a little video last night. Mac OS, for all of its faults, lets you change a lot about it by default. And you can change even more about it using third-party applications. And it respects your choices. In Windows 11, it aggressively, even more so than in 10, tries to get you to use Edge and Bing, and will tell you off if they're not both set as your default because it's a security risk. If you search anything in the new Windows Start menu, you know, like which can sometimes search. If I typed in NFL, and it shows the NFL, and it shows me things. But if I click the thing to show me that, it opens fucking Edge, and it searches it in Bing, in Edge, even though they're not set as my default. So you cannot uninstall Edge. No, Edge is very deeply integrated into Windows 11. Like, it's so incredibly deeply to the point you could not uninstall it without breaking the entire system, because the entirety of the new Start menu relies on Edge existing, even if it's set as your default. I need to point out, Apple recommends Safari as their default, but if you go into fucking the settings app and you change your default web browser to not Safari, Apple never mentions it again. It goes, okay, your web browser default is now Firefox. And that's the end of the discussion. It never prompts you, it never complains, it never changes your setting. Whenever you search anything, it will always open in Firefox. Any links around the whole system, they'll open in fucking Firefox. It will respect your decision. Windows 11 does not. Windows 11 has doubled down on all the shit that makes Windows Windows for better or worse. And Windows 11, they're trying to like give it this new coat of paint and like fix all the shit about Windows, you know, because Windows is infamously this bloated thing, which, you know, there's this problem with Windows. There was a problem with Windows 10 where you'd go into the settings app and you'd go to a certain part of the settings app and then it'd open the old control panel. And you'd be running through the old control panel. Then it'd open an even older settings app that was like menu that was in like Windows 95. That's the same thing now. It's not changed it. They've just changed what the normal settings app looks like. A lot of settings, it'll still go and open control panel. It's still going. And then they made a big deal out of like, oh, dark mode's universal now. No, it's fucking not. Task Manager's still fucking bright. Everything's bright. The only difference in most Windows apps is that the corners are slightly rounded. Wow. Good job, guys. So basically, my Windows 11 review is they've made it less customizable, significantly less customizable. They're shoving their own products in your face a lot more, and the corners are rounded. So, oh, Baker, didn't Mozilla manage to get Firefox to bypass? No. So, in Windows 10 at least, if you wanted to, if you didn't have Edge set as your default browser, Microsoft would keep prompting you, and you could click a single button in the settings app, and it would change Edge to your default browser and change Bing to your default search. But no other apps got access to that functionality. If you wanted to add Firefox as your default browser, you had to go through this list and like change like HTTP links and blah, and it was this massive thing. And Microsoft wouldn't allow other applications to use this API to automatically set default. And Firefox managed to find a way around that, but it doesn't. In Windows 11, the start menu uses Edge for everything, and you cannot bypass that. Like if you search anything in the start menu, it will be using Edge and Bing, and you can't get around that. Like there's a lot of touch thing, because basically you've got to understand this start menu, the taskbar, which I think is the biggest change and the least customizable. They took that from Windows 10X, and Windows 10X was originally being developed for like dual screen tablet devices. And then they took the design of that and they sort of tried to rejig it into Windows, but they, instead of trying to evolve the old taskbar, they just got this like really slimmed down taskbar with no customization options and just stuck that in. So, also, fun fact, it installs bloatware. When I installed Windows 11, I opened my start menu, and in the start menu was some random games, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, like a load of random messaging apps, like Adobe Lightroom, a couple of random photo editors, and it automatically installed all of these things as part of the update. And I had to uninstall all of them. I think Candy Crush was one of the games. I think it does come with Candy Crush still. But what annoys me is that when you install a thing fresh, in it having bloatware, I don't like, but is something that I can at least sort of vaguely understand. But when you update your operating system, why does it add the bloatware back in? So it adds bloatware back in. The argument being that's how they make money. Sorry, I bought Windows. I gave Microsoft several hundreds of pounds for a license key to Windows. I paid for it with money. That's the transaction. I don't pay for it with ads. I buy it with my money. That's the transaction. That's where they should make their fucking money, because I paid for it. I have Windows Pro. The Pro version installs fucking Line. What especially annoys me about it, I've got to rant about this briefly because I spent like 7 hours on it last night, is just, as we all know, I quite like macOS, but everyone complains that macOS isn't customizable, and fuck off, Billy. I can go into macOS settings, I can change the size of the dock, the magnification of the dock, the order of the dock, where the dock is on the screen, what animation the dock uses for minimizing, how applications minimize, whether applications animate when they open or not, whether applications indicate to me that they are open or not, whether I want recent apps in the dock. I could add working folders to my dock. I can change how the folders display. I can easily change their icons, the way they display, if they display in a list or a grid or a fucking fan. I can change everything. And Windows is this idea of customizability, and it was always this idea of, oh, it's not default customizable, but oh, you can go in the back end and mess with the registry and stuff like that. But they've removed a lot of the customization that was just in the settings app. I say a lot. They've removed all of the customization that was in the settings app because you can't change anything about the taskbar now. But not only that, but they've just removed the registry to get around a lot of that. So you can't even fix a lot of this with the registry anymore. And I'm like, no, a lot of people assume, by the way, I'm saying Mac OS instead of OS X because Apple abandoned, like about a year and a half ago, they released OS 11 because they were on OS 10 for like 10 years. And now they're on OS 11. It's just called Mac OS now. Point is, a lot of people who've used macOS used it in like college or school on an older machine where they couldn't customize anything because it was locked down because it was a school machine, or they just assume it's like iOS when it's nothing like either of those. By default, macOS is incredibly simple, but Apple are very good about giving you a lot of depth and customizability in the operating system that's slightly hidden. They don't hide it, but the idea is that they don't want like your nan to like stumble across a setting and then change it and then break their computer, right? That's the idea. But they're all there. Hell, they're all in the normal settings app. There's one settings app and all the settings are there. And then you can install a lot of really good third-party stuff. Whereas Microsoft's attitude is no. And I'm like, no. I'm like, no. I'm like, but what? But I thought you were customizable. It's like, no. Windows 11, I need to point out as well. Sometimes it does a thing where it shows like an orange outline around an app icon. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. The thing is, I'm fine updating to Windows 11 because I don't like Windows anyway. There's bits of Windows 11 I really like. I like the new design. I like all the new animations. I like that window management has gotten better because the snapping tools now actually work better. They're smoother, and there's no weird overhang. I say that, I just watched an app overhang. Whatever, it works better. Snapping. I like the rounded corners. I like that as a design feature. I've always liked it in macOS. I like rounded corners. I think rounded corners are nice. I like that they've added more transparency to the system, like macOS. They've taken, like, visual design cues from macOS, but that's the only thing they take from macOS. Only visual design cues, not functionality. Which is... Oblivion Creator, wait, Matt, do you want to hear some absolute toss of a journalist said about the Windows 11 taskbar? Oblivion Creator, what ZDNet said about Windows 11, you may have already been moved to the splendid beauty of its resemblance to macOS, and it's really quite lovely new blooming wallpaper. You may have been lucky enough to learn some of the philosophical underpinnings of Windows 11 design, as offered by the creative brains behind the rationals. What the fuck? It's fucking just bullshit, isn't it? There's a couple of backgrounds now, and they do the thing that macOS does, where, you know, if you go between dark mode and light mode, it'll change the sort of, if the backgrounds are dark or light. Like, there's, I say, some really basic visual design stuff that they have taken off macOS. And you know what? I like all the visual design stuff. That's the one thing I actually do quite like. I think it's quite a handsome looking system. I like how the new start menu looks. I like how the new window snapping looks. I like all the sort of blurred glass effect. I think that's really pretty. I like the new softer animations for stuff. I like all of that. But the fact is, they've removed, like... Normally when you upgrade your operating system, it's supposed to do more. Or it's supposed to do the same amount, but in a more refined, better way. This doesn't do either of those things. It just does less. Windows 11 does less things in a slightly more refined way. Like, at the bare minimum, you're not supposed to remove things. You're supposed to... Oh, it's back and back. Fuck. Fuck. I don't... If it's your main computer, and if you mess with your system a lot, don't fucking update. I don't mind, as I say, it's not my main machine, and I keep it really simple, and I don't do a huge amount of stuff on it. I did make customizations. You know, I make customizations to my system, and they still work. AutoHotkey still works fine. All my apps work. Logitech Options completely broke when I updated it to the point it wouldn't even see the little unifying USB stick, and I had to restore it. But that's because Logitech Options is a piece of shit, and Logitech is a shit company who can't make fucking software to save their fucking life. Because I have problems with Logitech Options on both PC and Mac OS. Even when they're fresh installs, it's just a piece of shit software, and that was the only thing that really broke. And outside of that, I say the taskbar is just fucked, because they just don't let you customize it at all. You can't change the size of the ridiculously small clock. You can't remove those icons from the taskbar. You can't add custom taskbars, so I can't have a working recycle bin anymore. There's an app that lets you have a working recycle bin in the, like, the you know, bottom right menu, which I might do, but it's just ugly, and I'm like, eh. Windows. It's very unfinished. It genuinely, it feels like a beta still. It just feels like a beta. The fact that so many things don't work, and I'm like, how? Like, the uninstall button, opening the old control panel is such a... It's not a big deal, but it is such a big oversight. It's such a basic thing to get right. Like, they made this new right-click menu for applications when you right-click an application. And then whatever developer added the uninstall button in, and then they just didn't link it to the new settings. What's the point? Like, what's the point? Like, yeah, that's the thing. You're right, Derpy. There are still elements in Windows 11 which are Windows 10 themed. Because now, this is a valid point with Windows now. In Windows 11, you have the base Windows 11 stuff with the rounded corners and the transparency that all looks very nice. Then you still have some stuff in the system, which is this sort of Windows 8 to 10 theming, you know, the live tiles, these aggressive squares that you had on Windows Phone. You still have that. You still have elements of that around the system. Then behind that, you still have Windows XP elements and like control panel and stuff. Then even behind that, you have Windows 95 elements and some of the deeper settings sections. And it just means that it's just this mess of like 7 operating systems. And, you know, like macOS, they've updated macOS several times. And several times they came out and went, hello, we've redesigned the entire operating system from the ground up. And you can tell because they have changed everything. And they have done a lot of attention to detail. Apple are very good at attention to detail. And what annoys me about this is that Windows is used by what, like 85% of the entire personal computer market is running Windows. How the fuck can you have that big of a market dominance and be so shit at developing an operating system? Like, I don't understand. macOS is such a tiny user base, and they're so good at making it work really well. You know, like, one of the problems with macOS is, you know, sometimes updates, they will kill legacy stuff, and Windows just infamously doesn't kill legacy stuff. And macOS, that's a valid problem. That Apple will come out and go, hello, we're dropping support for, like, anything that's running on 32-bit. Cool. And, you know, some apps, especially some really specific apps, like my software for my audio interface on my Mac is super fucking old. And they will just not update it. And what's especially annoying about that is obviously I don't want to spend loads of money replacing my expensive audio interface. It's not really an option I have. So I have to deal with it. And the Mac, if Apple breaks it, and it's not Apple's fault. It's the developer's fault for not updating them, but shitty developers will always exist, and you have to work with that, right? But Apple, yeah, Windows want compatibility, but they can redesign the OS and make everything more streamlined while keeping compatibility. They could completely integrate all the settings of the system into this new settings app if they want to, and remove control panel and remove the old settings. If they really wanted to, they could. Like, Voltos, simple, the Windows team doesn't design OSs anymore. They spend most of the time working on Xbox apps. Yeah, it feels like this was an operating system update done by designers, not developers, which is a bit weird. Also, here's a fun fact. When I updated to Windows 11, I opened the store, and the store was still the Windows 10 store. And I'm like, why the fuck is the store the Windows 10 store? And I Googled it. It turns out, even after you update to Windows 11, it doesn't auto-update the store. You have to go into the store, go to app updates, and then update the store app within the store app to the Windows 11 version. Why? Why the fuck doesn't it update that during a system update? And because it's Windows, as I found out today, it keeps all of Windows 10 around in case you want to downgrade for a bit. But that means that basically 40 gigs of my entire fucking boot drive was just taken up by like old .windows. And you can't just delete the old .windows files. It's like, you need administrator permission, you give it, and it's just like, no, I'm not going to let you delete that folder. It just refuses to let you. You have to do it through the settings app in like this free space mode, and then you let it load for ages. And then you go into some submenus, and then it's like, oh, you can delete your old Windows installation, and then you have to do it through there for some fucking reason. Derpy, what's also annoying is people saying DisWindows for Linux when Linux isn't really ready for primetime desktop use. It's not. Linux is pretty much mostly there with gaming now. I mean, all of Valve's work with the Proton layer was just apparently very, very good, and you can run basically every Windows game on Linux fine. But you don't have the software support on Linux. Like, everyone's like, oh no, GIMP's actually really good. I'm like, you know, this is the thing. A lot of people, like, yeah, if you're just playing games, then Linux might be fine. But if you're trying to do anything else, Linux is often kind of shit because it just doesn't have the software support. And yeah, I know it, you know, if more people use it, more people will build software for it, but it doesn't really change the issue. It's like, I can't move to Linux. Yeah, Elgato doesn't have Linux support. I can't move to Linux, right? None of the Adobe suite works on Linux. None of the Affinity suite works on Linux. Are there any good video editors on Linux? Because I can guarantee you there aren't. Everyone's like, oh no, GIMP's fine. I'm like, no, GIMP is such an aggressive compromise. GIMP is shit. It's free, but it's shit. DaVinci Resolver's on Linux. One single video editor. It's a fine video editor. Still, though. Still. This is the point. Like, if you want to use Linux and you want to do like video editing or photo editing, whatever, you have like one app choice. One. So, yeah. I live in Korea. GIMP is excellent as long as you've used nothing but GIMP for the last 30 years to remember. I disagree. I don't think GIMP is good. I think GIMP is. I think Photoshop is shit to use. GIMP is shit. Photoshop shit. GIMP is way shitter. It's fine if you want something for free. It's better than nothing. But it falls into that same sort of place, almost like where Audacity falls. You know, where it's just kind of badly designed and ugly. And it's been the same for like 30 years. And we've, you know, this is why I really, really like Affinity. And I've spoken at length about how good Affinity Photo is. Affinity Photo is Photoshop, but built recently by competent designers and developers. Right? Affinity Photo is to Photoshop what macOS is to Windows, in the sense of Photoshop just keeps around these old menus from 20 years ago, just to be like, oh, like, whereas Affinity Photo went, let's build all of those from scratch, and now it works a lot better. And I'm like, good. Affinity Photo is great, and no subscription model. You can buy Affinity Photo for 26 quid in a sale, and you keep it forever. That's it. Excellent. Fucking love Affinity Photo. Affinity have done good. Their old apps used to be shit. They used to be shit Photoshop knockoffs, but Affinity Designer, Affinity Photo, and Affinity Publisher are fucking excellent. They're so good. They're genuinely excellent pieces of software that I think are better than Photoshop and cheaper, and they run on more pieces of software. Oh, wait. Like, Affinity Photo for iPad's really good because it's the full version of Affinity Photo, unlike Photoshop, where they've just made, it's full Photoshop, but it was always running on the same code base, and it's got like three of the same features and nothing else. Affinity Photo on the iPad has all the features of the desktop version, but it's been completely redesigned for the touch interface. So it works differently to the desktop version, but it has all the features because it's a difference. Excellent. Just, operating systems are fucking annoying. Because macOS is fucking shit for gaming. It's shit for gaming because, as noted, when Apple killed 32-bit support in their operating systems, which I know why they did it, Apple like to remove old code. They don't like shit hanging around for 20 years if it doesn't need to be there. And they want to force developers to update their apps to newer versions. When they remove 32-bit support, the problem with old games, obviously, is, you know, a developer who made a game 15 years ago, they might not even be in existence anymore, and they're definitely not updating it. You know. So, Mac's very small pool of Steam games suddenly got a lot smaller because, you know, none of the, like, Half-Life doesn't work on the Mac anymore. Like, Valve did have Mac ports for those, but they're 32-bit pieces of software, so they don't work anymore. You can't run them. And Valve aren't going to update them because the amount of fucking Mac OS users playing games is so tiny, they're not going to update their entire fucking games for that, which is a problem with Mac OS. They're trying to be like, oh, it's good for gaming because they're adding, because they've added, you know, support for iPad and iOS games, which might help it. But even older iOS games don't fucking work. There's some iOS games I bought from, like, you know, 7 years ago that just didn't get updated. No, they just don't work at all. Which is kind of it's fine for maybe new stuff, but it's not good for longevity, and the PC is really good for that, and consoles are really good for that. But I think Apple's very much going with the idea of it's not really trying to compete in that space. You know, the idea with Apple is Apple's like, if you want a fucking game, go get a fucking PS5, mate, is their sort of attitude. So I don't think they care to try and compete in that space, and I can see why. Apple aren't going to be like, oh, buy our 21-inch iMac for fucking, or 24-inch iMac instead of your fucking, like, you know, NVIDIA build PC for PC. They're not trying to compete. Fair enough. They're not trying to draw that crowd over. They're not going to draw that crowd over. Whatever. The problem is, though, yeah, Kennel track them out. So, yeah, if they supported Vulkan, yeah, Proton could work. And probably really good. And the problem is, previously you could dual boot Windows, or you could boot Windows into a virtual machine, but you can't do that anymore on M1 Macs because they run ARM, and Windows doesn't work on ARM. Which is kind of a Windows problem, but the point stands. But whatever. Anyway, I just need to talk about Windows for a bit. I've had a shitter of a day. I'm going to go into the tram game. I got this ages ago. I got code for this fucking ages ago because I like doing the bus game. I like just getting in a really realistic simulator and having to figure it out. I mean, Dan spoke about it the other day in the show video, but like more this. I mean, okay, no one uses 4K monitors really at all, right? There's more Mac people on Steam than there are people with 4K monitors. Which, Wine has macOS support, and I believe people have gotten DXVK to run and buy multi-figure. Yeah, Wine. So I remember years and years and years ago, like when I was first getting into macOS, so like 2008, you could download Wine wrappers that people had customized to make PC games work. Like, I remember getting like Skyrim running through a Wine wrapper, like a user-made Wine wrapper. And for context, Wine wrappers are basically just this like piece of software that translates everything. But a lot of actual ports of games to macOS are using just Wine wrappers, but just really well-made Wine wrappers. Like a lot of macOS games, even now, will be using Wine wrappers to work. It'll be like underneath it'll be the Windows game that they've just put a Wine wrapper on, and it will, they've made it well optimized. I think macOS, I'm hoping, is going to get a bit better with that sort of cross compatibility going forward because of ARM Macs. And their limitations. I hope they open it up a bit more. Well, no, Proton and Wine are basically the same thing. Proton is just a Wine layer, but with more customization. San Andreas, yeah, loads of stuff uses Wine wrapper on macOS. Fucking loads. But obviously it's a bit mess now. I'm going to open this and talk about it in the tram game. So briefly, this tram game, it's in Austria. It's in Vienna. I'm going to choose the E2, and we're going to just figure it out. I tried this. It's like the other game we can get out and walk around. But I haven't done any tutorial, and oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. Yeah, OBS is, that's interesting. Yeah, my OBS input sources for sound have changed from their default ones. Aside from that, everything's fine. This game does have a tutorial. There is a tutorial section, but it's an old tram. Look at the old tram. We're in Austria. You'll notice all the buttons are in German. Wait. I feel like it'd be hard enough if it was in English, but I get like. Heck. I think it's English there. Wow. Wow, trams. I would point out, by the way, you had options for vehicle and traffic and pedestrian density, and I turned up the very max, and they've definitely gone all out with the traffic density. I'll give them that. It's a good job with the traffic density. I'm hitting a wall. Yeah, you can't go out of zone. That's neat. I like this new wave of simulators being built in like fancier engines that actually look quite nice. Tram. Wait, there's another tram. There's a new tram. There's a new tram. Oh. It's fine. Oh, they don't have licenses for these cars. As noted with every one of these things, they're clearly just open source models of these cars, and they've just changed the logo. But saying that, they've barely changed logos. That's definitely a Toyota logo, and that's definitely a Suzuki logo. Like, Suzuki? No. I can't remember. That's just an Audi logo with an extra fucking It just got... Skoda. I say it. Fuck it. That's literally, they've just added an extra ring. That's a Hyundai, where they've just removed the badge, but the Hyundai logo is there. There's a... I can't remember the brand of that one. It's fine. It's fine. That's a Merc, isn't it? That's a Merc. Yeah, that's a Merc. They just... Yeah, most of them just remove the logo, but they've opted to keep the logos and just very slightly change them, which they wouldn't... No, I don't think that'd work in court, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure Audi are going to really sue this random developer over their use of, you know, whatever. Okay. Oh, that's in... I know them. 10. Right, I need to start the tram. I can click the key, and I'm moving my mouse. It's not, oh, God. It's not doing it. I want to point out, E gets in and out of the tram. But it sort of is a bit weird. Didn't like that sound. Is there any Germans here? Or anyone who can speak German? That'd be very helpful. Ah. Wait, there's a radio? I don't fucking know. There's a radio? I mean, there'll be a radio for, like, communication between, like, other trams and shit. I don't know how to start the tram. Well, I can push it up. Yeah, that would make me go forward, but the tram's not on. You've disconnected from the content. Have I? Wait. So I have. That noise was the pantograph. Shit. That wouldn't help me much, would it? There we go. Oh, just a little buzz. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice attention to detail, right? Now can I start the tram? I can't click that. I don't want to change the language, Colonel Light. It's a fucking... We're in Austria. It's a tram. This is what it looks like. I think that's part of the challenge. That's part of the challenge. I have to figure it out. Ooh, loosen. Fuckwarts. That's the open and close the door button. Just figure that much out. I just want to turn the tram on. Yeah, I'm sure I know the blinkers for indicators. I can figure that out. I didn't say I needed a relaxing game. I wanted a distracting game. Today, chat, okay, without delving into the specifics of how I manage all the money, because I manage all the money for Nicky, but I manage all the book. I manage everything. Without going into all the details of how that works, there's a bunch of different bank accounts involved, and I spent in the past several weeks, I got locked out of a business bank account because I had made a transfer to Dan's personal account, the owner of the business, and they'd blocked my online account access because they thought it was suspicious, even though I'd went through like two-factor authentication and answered all the code. I got through. No, they blocked it. Then I had to spend. Then I've been trying to get in contact with this bank for the past 3 fucking weeks. 3 weeks. Because every time I call them, I get put on hold. And every time I've called them, I've been put on hold. I've been on hold for like 40 minutes. And I have to go and do all the shit. So I hang up. Today, I finally dedicated. I went, look, I'm going to have to do it today. So I called them. And I was on hold for, what, like 50 minutes? Finally got through to someone. And she was trying to get me through security, and she said, can you tell me the specifics of a recent transaction on the account? Can you tell us the exact number and who it was from and what date and time it was sent at? And I went, well, no, because you've blocked my online account access. I'm not going to remember them from memory. I have paperless billing. Everything's online. Why the fuck would I have that memory? She's like, oh, can you tell us what date your interest gets paid in and how often it is? And I'm like, why would I know that off by heart? She's like, no, unfortunately, you failed security. I'm like, you've got my access to the fucking information. Whoa. So angry. So angry. So then she's like, oh, we can call you back in the next 30 minutes to go through alternate security. I'm like, fucking okay. She says, I'll call you back in the next 3 to 30 minutes. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. So then I'm sat there for like fucking 30 minutes. And then 40 minutes pass, and I'm trying to get a call. And she's like, oh, okay, we're just going to place you on hold to speak to the security team. And I'm like, so I thought you just called me to go through security. And she's like, oh, yeah, but then I have to transfer you to the security team. And they've got quite a long wait. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And this fucking bank, the hold music's the same. And it loops every minute. But also, they feel it's very important to let you know that you're still on hold every 20 seconds. And I counted. I've been on hold to this bank for several hours. I counted every 20 seconds. They're like, you're still in a queue waiting, but don't worry. We'll get in touch with you soon. Just stay on hold a little longer. Every 20 seconds. Like I'd forgotten. Got such a headache after it. Anyway, after I spent another fucking 20 minutes on hold, I got through to another security who was like, can you tell us your name? And I gave him her name. And she's like, oh, can you tell us who owns the business? And I'm like, yeah. The person I'm sending the fucking money to. And like, oh, you passed security? I'm like, hang on a minute. How does that pass security? But the other one didn't. That was no security. You haven't even sent me a two-factor authentication. You just asked me who owns the business. I can find that on... Fine. Pass me through security. And then they were like, oh, so you were trying to send this payment. I'm like, yeah. And she was like, who's the payment to? And I went, the owner of the business. And she went, oh, how did you get his bank details? And I went, I asked him many years ago. And she's like, oh, but I'm just trying to make sure you're not being scammed. I'm like, I'm not being scammed. And she's like, oh, did anyone call you and tell you to send this payment? I'm like, no. She's like, well, how did you know how to send the payment? I went, it's my fucking business. I don't get, it's my fucking choice who to send my money to. I'm not having to fucking explain myself to you. I've retired fucking old for 7 hours, you fucking dozy bitch. Fuck you. So, got very angry. I got very angry, and I'm sat for 20 minutes going through security questions where they're like, oh, I'm trying to make sure you're not being scammed. Like, I'm not being fucking scammed. I'm sending a payment to the owner of fucking business. A payment I've sent several times before. And the payment's being sent to the owner of the business whose account is also with your fucking bank, you useless cunts. And then they're like, oh, but so has anyone told you what to say on the phone? I'm like, no. And she's like, oh, this happened 3 weeks ago. Why are you only getting in contact with us now? I'm like, I've called you 20 times and I've never gotten through. And she's like, oh, very sorry about that. We've been very busy. I'm like, oh, I'm sure you fucking have if you're blocking you're blocking legitimate transactions that I verified through two-factor on a business account. So angry. I'm so angry. So I'm going to change banks. Because I work with several different banks, both for business accounts and personal accounts, yada, yada, yada. And most banks have like a two-factor type thing where they, some banks like will give you a little card reader. Some banks like Barclays, you can do it through an app and you put in a code and blah, 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 blah. Some digital banks, they all do it differently and they send you a phone call, they send you a text or whatever. This bank doesn't do that, but it does send you a text. And it has a bunch of security questions, So to get into the account, I had to log in with my security username and security password, then answer a second password, answer 3 security questions. Then when I made the payment, I had to verify through text. I had to verify the transaction through text. And then put my passwords in several more times. And they're like, no, it doesn't look legitimate. I'm like, what's the point of your fucking security if you're going to just block me anyway? What's the point? If you're going to block... This is the most legitimate looking fucking transaction I've ever seen in my fucking life, and you've still blocked it. Even with all the fucking security. Ooh, and then, here's the fucking kicker, right? When I got sent to Dan's personal account, right? And the way it's set up for Dan is because money comes from many different sources for Dan, because of the book and all that. There's like one account where all the tax comes out of, and it sort of like accumulates everything in this account, and then he pays like money from that account to his normal spending account because it makes it easier to manage. acts like a normal wage then, rather than sort of like stop, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I transfer the money into this account, and then Dan goes to transfer the money to his own account, because it's his wage, and then they fucking blocked him! The same fucking bank blocked him for sending money from himself to himself! And then their support closed. So fucking angry. Wasting my fucking time. Like, I've spent probably fucking 7-8 hours on the phone to them, just trying to get unblocked from my business bank account, which I need for business, because I run a business. And then she's like, oh, you made another transaction a month ago? And she's like, who's it to? And I went, HMRC. And she went, were you asked to do that transaction? I'm like, yes, by the government. And where did you get the security? Where did you get the payment information from? The government. She's like, I just want to check it's legitimate. It's like, you can see HMRC's fucking put back details in public. Everyone fucking, why are you asking me if my business payment to fucking HMRC was fucking it? Of course it's fucking valid. I'm a fucking business. She's like, oh, do you know who you're paying stuff to? I was like, of course I know who I'm fucking paying stuff to. I'm from the fucking business. Of course I know who I'm paying stuff to. You fucking condescending cunt of a bank person. Fuck. She's like, oh, I'm just trying to make sure you, because some people call and say that they're from the bank and that they need to move money to a secure account. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. You know why I'm not doing that? Because it's the fucking business. It's the owner of the business whose account I'm transferring it to. Because when you put bank details in the UK now, they've changed it so it actually verifies the account name holder. So you put the account details in, and you put the name in, and go, we verify this account is being owned by Daniel Hardcastle. And it's owned by the same fucking bank. And even then they're like, yeah, now. And I'm like, how is... It's a fucking saved penny. I've paid to them before. What the fuck are you on about? You know, most of have to follow the script. Get to make the script any less fucking bullshit. Fucking asking me security questions about bank statements that I can't access because they block my fucking... And now I have to find a way around for fucking... Because Dan's personal account's blocked with this fucking bank now as well. Because again, apparently him transferring money from his own fucking account to his other own account after transferring it out from his own business is suspicious! Very angry about that. Are they just blocking payments over a certain amount? No. They just, it's a higher amount. I'm like, yeah, of course it's a fucking higher amount. It's a business account, you fucking moron. It's a monthly payment, like, you know. Oh, it's over £1,000. Like, of course it's over a fucking £1,000. Why would it not be over £1,000? It's a fucking payslip. It's a fucking business payment. Of course it... Oh. So angry. And then you know what I did? You know what I did today as well? I spent 7 hours figuring out how to do an audio visualizer in Final Cut. The amount was not a round number. It was a very specific number. You know why it was a very specific number? Because it's a number me and my accountant fucking agreed on based on lots of other planning. Woo! Well, there's implications like, oh, how do you know who you're paying it to? I went, because I run the fucking business. How do you know it's the business owner? How the fuck would I not know it was the business owner? And she went, oh, when did you get the account information? I don't know, 7 years ago. Because I know all of his banking information. It's like, oh, why do you know all of his banking information? Because I run the fucking business. Of course I know his fucking bank information. My voice keeps getting more. Oh, I turned on noise suppression. Is it being shit? Should I turn noise suppression? I'm going to turn noise suppression off. I turned it on because there's like static in the background, but I'm so angry about that. Right. Is that better? Cool. So angry. Literally so angry about it. And I tried to do this audio visualizer thing, which anyone who's used After Effects, it's very simple to do an audio waveform in After Effects. You'd like drag in a thing and it just gives you like an audio, like a visualized waveform. That's like when people talk. Because I want to add that to the video for the podcasts, a video that we put on our channel. I wanted to like give it like a fancy look. It's very easy to do in After Effects. It's not fucking easy to do in Final Cut. It's not easy to do in Final Cut. I tried to download a load of fucking plugins and none of them fucking worked. And then I downloaded a plugin from a company called Pixel Film Studios, who are shit, but they make a load of plugins for Final Cut, and some of them are quite good. And I bought a load of stuff from them before, and I bought a visualizer off them, and it didn't fucking work. And I'm like, why? And I'm like, why the fuck doesn't it work? And it's like, oh, it doesn't work with anything over an hour and a half long. I'm like, I'm trying stuff that's 10 minutes long, it's not fucking working. She's like, oh, right. I just paid 60 quid for this fucking plugin. Got a refund back. Then I tried to do it myself in Apple Motion, which is like their After Effects competitor. There's no easy way to do it in Apple Motion. You have to make like 60 billion fucking layers and like parse them out for different frequencies manually. And make the shapes manually, and then make each frequency band and it's this massive fanny. And I'm sat there going, God, and all the fucking preset plugins I could find that would let me do it are like these really over-the-top fancy ones that have a lot of this randomization that makes it just look like it fucking jiggles around even when no one's talking. I'm like, it's a fucking... I want a fucking smooth audio waveform for a podcast. How is this the most complicated fucking thing? So I spent all this time trying to do this, and then I ended up giving up because when I finally got something working, and I put in the audio track for it to analyze, it then started analyzing it very slowly because it's an hour and a half long track. But I have to do that 15 times because I have to do it for each individual fucking like frequency area, like from 20 hertz to 50 hertz, and then 50 hertz to one, like because you have to separate them all out to make it work. And I was like going, I'm not gonna wait 2 hours per fucking, I have to do it 15 times, 2 hours, just to get a fucking audio waveform. Jesus! Such a fucking faff. And you know what? It's something I would just open up After Effects and do, but I'm not giving Adobe any fucking money. And yeah, I could probably do it in Resolve, which I'm going to look into, but I just foolishly assumed that fucking there'd be something that I could just download, drop the fake thing in, it would work. Foolishly. Foolishly, I thought that I wasted 7 hours of my life on that. So I wasted a lot of fucking time in the past 2 days, is the point, on literally nothing. I just spent a lot of time getting very angry at something, which shouldn't be the way it is. There's no passions in the fucking thing, some bedrock. They're all, look where, whoa, they're all fucking, oh, they're furious. Look, oh, he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna miss my fucking bus to work. Whoa, they're all gotta fucking pull them off the fucking cunt. Fucking, you know, no, Derpy, I refuse, you know what? On principle, I refuse to use any fucking Adobe products anymore. I don't want Adobe products anywhere in our fucking pipeline. Fuck Adobe. Fucking cheeky, fucking useless cunts. How do I start this fucking tram? Great. Well, at least that works. Isn't that nice? Huh. Now, right under the dash, there'll be a lever. You mean the left? I mean this lever. That the one that says, or this lever. I mean, I know that here's the problem. I can't move this key. I can't move this lever. I can move this lever. I can't do anything with the key, and I can't move this. What lever's on the right side? There's no levers on the right side. I've got that, which is the blinker. That's the only lever on the right side. There's no lever on the right side. Get to fuck. You don't want to move the kids on the on position. Oh. Move the right to forwards. This one? I can't click it. Can't interact with it. Maybe there's a button. Maybe that's bound to a button. Let's check, shall we? I like it says graphic, not graphics. Like a single graphic. Like a single triangle. Oh, God. Oh, it's in VR as well. Wow. Q. Q? Q and Y? Q and Y? Q and Y? I have to use the button. What? What's that about? I can't just drag it. I have to use Q and Y? That makes sense for some German keyboard layouts. Their Y's where our Z is. Ah, that would make sense for a German keyboard layout. However, I don't have a fucking German keyboard! Your brakes are on. I'm sure the brakes are on. Why doesn't it let me just click it? You can click every other thing in the fucking cockpit. Why the fuck can't I click that? Like, let me just vehicle control. Let me change that fucking accelerate button. Decelerate to fucking Z. Thank you. Brake release. Num 5? Num 5. Alright, numpad, obviously. Num 5. Loosen. Ooh. What's that? Can't click that on. That's sand. Just turn the base back on. Oh, I can't click that one. Why can't I click the fucking most important buttons? Why would you let me click everything else, but not the fucking really important buttons? I need to drive the fucking vehicle. Brake release button. Let's change that to space, perhaps. Fucking 8 trams! Click the button loosen. What button loosen? There's no button that says fucking loosen. That goes up to loosen. Yeah, I've done that several times. Yeah, I've done it multiple times. Just fuck all. Does it not stay there? Oh, does it look like it's staying there? No, I'm moving it down. Of course I'm fucking... God, I'm not a fucking idiot, am I? I can hold it. But I can't really do anything else. Something tells me it would be easier to drive the modern tram. It definitely would be Meerkat. That's half the challenge. Sounds like you were double clicking. Why is there a picture of me at the top left? Did you break the tram? No, I did not break the tram. Space does that. What? Turn that off. Right. Problem is, even doing stuff right, the clicking controls don't seem to work. Increase speed pre-select knob. Neutral position A. Pantograph. Bell. Let's pen that back to numpad 5. Where it was. Doesn't do anything. Oh! That does something. 9 does that. I've got that. That's good. Good. I know what that is now. Do I have to hold the brake release to change them or something? I mean... like 5, right? 5, the brake release button does nothing. Like if I do that. Wait, no. That is loosen. See, look. Half is there. Okay, so that's full. That's half. And that's technically loosen. That's loosen as well. So that's loose. That is done. 5 doesn't do anything, but that does... that. So the brakes are off. The brakes are off. That's set to forward, because... I'm assuming that's... should be set to forward. You know what? Maybe. Wait. Let's reset the tram. 25 minutes didn't even move. I like the shitty old tram. Oh, die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna throw myself in the bridge. Ah! Fucking angry day. On the plus side, I've got a new phone. It's really good. I got an iPhone 13 Pro Max, which is a fucking mouthful of a name, but it's very good and I like it a lot. Does everything I want it to do. Right, okay, let's fucking go. Right. That's loosened, right? The brake is already... Oh. Wasn't making that noise earlier. That did something. I moved slightly then. Oh. Oh. I was doing everything right last time. I just apparently, Huh. I just... The tram was just broken, apparently. Great. What a waste of time. Okay, wait. Ding, ding. Wait. Tram. You rotated the key last time and it shut off the tram. Why couldn't I rotate it back then? Why the fuck couldn't I rotate it back? There's a yellow dot on the floor of our station. Shh, don't worry about it. Oh, it's a bit loud. Let's turn it down. I'm in an old tram. Oh, look at me. Tram man.
Wintenstraße.
Oh, fucking hell. I mean, it is a tram. Turn the power on. Yeah, why couldn't I turn it back on? Why would it not let me turn the power back on? Surely that should be recoverable. Oh, shit. Oh, well, sorry, you've missed your stop. Ooh. I don't think I'm meant to be going this fast, I'll be honest. Oh, look how long and straight this road is, and going down a slight incline as well. Fucking beep beep, I'm a fucking tram! Get out of the way!
Bitte seien Sie achtsam.
Tram! Fuck you!
Sitzplatz vielleicht notwendig.
Tram, tram, tram. Tram, 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 tram. Can you imagine it? Look, you know what's great? My phone. That's working great. It's heavy and thick and big. Just like my clock. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's a nice phone. I like it. 120 Hz screen. I got the 1 terabyte one. I went balls to the walls with this. I don't normally go balls to the walls with the phone, but I
Knöllgasse. Zug 6 in Richtung Geiereckstraße.
All right. Okay, everyone off. Why's the front door only opened? You can get on the back. Oh, fuck's sake. Wait, what? Wait, that last carriage is just a single tram. It's just a single tram on its own. There are door buttons, Matt. Well, I know there's door buttons. I thought 9 was the door button. Like 9 opens and closes the doors, but I thought it's not opening and closing. Why is it not opening and closing all of them? Why would I only want to open some of the doors? I know they're door controls. I was using them earlier, I think. That one. Why wasn't it opening all the doors? What? Why is it only opening the front door? What? What's that flashing? Should that be flashing? You know what? I'm just... Okay, you know, it's fine. It's because you're not at the stop. No? I'm no longer moving. They release the doors and the patrons open them when they want to get on. Oh. Gotta stop pulling the emergency brake. I didn't pull the emergency brake. Did I? Oh, that's the emergency brake right at the end. But even so, I've released the brake. Fuck it. Release the brake. Turn the switch label flash to brake. Ah! Can't. Doesn't let me click it. Why? Oh, yeah, that was the pantograph. Shy Ben Vischer. Shy Ben Vischer. Yeah, it's weird. I can't. Why can't I click a lot of the buttons? Why can't I move now? Move. Go. I can't do anything to the key. Right. Just one person on a tram looking really sad. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die on this tram. Look at her. Surprisingly well modelled, actually. They've modelled the eyelashes for some reason. Point stands, though. Look how sad they look. They remind me a bit of Mia Mulder. Well, that isn't... Oh! Well, I say.
Können Sie mir bitte aus dem Weg gehen?
Oh, God!
Können Sie mich bitte vorbeilassen?
Yep. Oh, there's a long queue.
Können Sie mich bitte
Stop it!
vorbeilassen?
There we go. Wait, hang on a minute. Is this... So this is just a tram car that they used like an extension car? Which just clips on. It's got no cab or anything. It's just an extension. That's interesting. Could you please let me pass? Is that what they're saying? Okay, well. Oh! It was a little step. Right. Did that close all the doors? Maybe the ding is indicating I can leave now. That's right. Go. 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 Oh. Oh. Go. That's the emergency stop. Wait, no, I thought I just said it. Number 6. No. It was numpad 6. What does numpad 6 do? Ah. Oh shit. Yay. Oh. Thanks, Tim. Ah, I have it. So how come getting? You know why? It's because every simulator is German. It is the rule of the world that for some reason every simulator has to be shit. Why is there an underground tram stop? That's really weird. Uh-oh. It's fine. Wait, okay, slow down. All right. So, numpad 6 releases the emergency brake. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. And going to a gentle stop right here. Right. Wait. There we go. Hey! Hello. Oh, God. Oh. Why do you have to sit in the one place that required you to phase through the world? You open the door, mate. Oh. Wait. What? Wait. You just release the doors? Yeah, but I thought that was what 9 did! I thought that was literally 9... The frustration of fleshlight. Okay, so that only opens the front door. Why does it only open the fucking front? Why would I want a shortcut button to only open the front door? Number 4 door release. What the? Fine. Okay, we're ready to go, everyone. Hey, there we go. Frag a bit. No, shh. I'm not. Shh. What a weird tram. Like, is what the trams are like in Vienna? It's like all weird little underground stations. No, oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Ignore me. These tram stations are really weird. Weird little underground tram stations with little. I mean, that's every bus driver I grew up with. Christ almighty. Fucking trams. You get out of the seat while in motion. Oh. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. It does emergency stop the tram, though. Also, wait, physics. There we go. Manchester has a kind of underground tram station. Yeah, I mean, there's some underground. It's weird because this is like a full, almost metro system down here. Not seen them that frequently. Right. And numpad 4. There we go. Ah. Oh, the one got off. After a traumatic experience. Alright. I like how they have this look of real, like, really intense, I want to fucking die. Oh, I want to fucking die. What about you? Me too. I want to fucking die. Here we have a couple embroiled in a marital dispute. Whoever loses the staring contest has to file for divorce. Alrighty then. Right, let's speed onwards, shall we? Oh, Jesus. I love weird little simulators like this. No, to be fair, they didn't know I was insane. They've only just got on the tram. I stopped perfectly normally at that tram stop. They don't know of all the trauma. Yet. These trams go for... Is it possible to scratch? I don't know, because there were other trams. Like, obviously, cars are going across the tram tracks and people are walking across them and shit, so I don't know. Let's just keep going. I've been in Blackpool trams a bunch. Always at light, Blackpool lights. I saw them. Blackpool lights. I like the trams with the Blackpool lights on that were all like fucking neon flashy stuff. The only other trams we've seen more of the other tracks. No, at the start. At the start, the tram that goes around me goes onto the track I'm on. So, I don't see, Vienna. A city I've never been to. Oh. I was just really annoyed when I was growing up in Dublin. Public transport was really awkward because the only option you had was the Dublin bus. Shit. Dublin bus, back in the day, you had to put exact change in this fucking, like, big coin slot. And you still have to put exact change in the big coin slot. They have Leap cards now, which are like Oyster cards. But outside of that, they're exactly the fucking same if you're paying in cash. Exactly the fucking same if you're paying in cash. And no. And when I was leaving, they were just starting to build the tram line there. And sharp turn, everyone. And there we go. And sharp turn, everyone. Race. This is fine. Okay. There's an awful lot of croaking from around the place. God, these tram lines are really weird, aren't they? God, imagine parking there. Uh-oh. Race! I feel like I would have derailed by this point. Right. Does this tram stop anywhere? Well, it's supposed to stop at every fucking tram stop. So. I'm having fun. Ooh, look at those nice trees. Ooh, there's nice pavement in there. That's very pleasant. It's very, very pleasant. Hello, everyone. I'm the tram. Brace! Okay, it's fine. Oh, pleasant. I mean, in fact, this seems like a good tram simulator if you're the kind of person who wants an Austrian tram simulator. Oh, look. Oh, that's pretty. I don't know what that is. Never Vienna. Seems like a pretty city, Vienna. It's one of the few major European cities I've never been to. Did the bus game ever get updates? Probably. It's an early access. It's getting updates really frequently. I still own Belitzer.com. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's fucking go. Really fucking underwhelming. That's like flight simulator levels of, you've crashed. I understand. Oh. It just despawns the tram. Wait. Oh my god, what's happening? Wait. Shit. Stop. Wait. Shit. Fuck. Wait. Stop. Emergency. What the fuck was that? Get out. Get out right. Had it just not loaded in? Wait. No. No, it didn't have a front. The front was off. The front was missing. No, come back. I already walk a certain distance from my tram. That's unfortunate. Damn it. Fucking. Please let me die. Shit, which one is my girlfriend? I don't know. Alrighty then. I see. Well, fine. Sometimes it doesn't go. Unfortunate, really, isn't it? There we go. Oh, a fucking rainbow. I like fucking rainbows. My favorite. It's my favorite kind. It's the sexiest kind of weather phenomenon. I don't want any soup. Oh, that's a sharp turn. Race! Shit! There's a McDonald's! Let's call them the word McDonald's on it! Do you think they have the rights to use McDonald's? I feel like they probably don't have the rights to use McDonald's. There's a lot of stuff I want to like. There was like an underground little thing there I could have checked out. Oh, oh, oh.
Umsteigen zu Weg in Richtung Nussdorf 40a.
Can I reverse? How do I go about reversing? There we go. Right. Doors. Okay. The switch labeled sand is the forward reverse. I have a feeling it's not the forward reverse button. It just says forwards and backwards. What's that for then? What's that button? I thought. What does this do? What's the point of this? Sand switch literally to spent sand. That's what I thought. The spent sand forward or backwards. There's sand on it. I feel like logically that feels like neutral, forward, and reverse. Yep, never mind. Never fucking mind then. Oh, there's a fucking tram in front of me. And we know the way to deal with trams in front of us, don't we, kids? This is VR. I wonder how this would play in VR. That should be the reverse of what you're just playing with. Oh, it wasn't doing anything, was it? Fucking cheat reverses. This is VR Sport. It sure does. Games like this, I think, could be really good in VR, because where you just sat down and interacting. I don't know how good the VR support is. And despawn the tram. Thank you. Bro, shit, brace! All right, this game is done. It's not in early access like the bus. It has DLC and everything. Oh. You weren't applying power while in reverse. I was trying. It wouldn't let me. I couldn't move the thing up or down. I couldn't move the thing up or down at all. It wouldn't let me. Maybe I have to reverse the pantograph. Maybe. I don't know how. Try the middle setting and reverse it. Also did not work. I tried all of them. They wouldn't. I can only seem to move this lever when that's forward. I thought, like, there must be a way to reverse the pantograph, I imagine. Like, that's... I can't... I imagine I can't go backwards with the pantograph up like that, can I? Can you drive with the pantograph down? Well, I'd have no power if the pantograph was down, would I? Oh, wait, shit. Wow, I'm gonna tab out briefly. I didn't re-enable the alerts. Oh god, I've got loads of twiddles and subs and shit. Oh fuck, I turned the alerts off when we were playing the game the other day. Shit, wait, tab. Shit, 20 streams is this guy? And C151, C1C51 and Jet and Armor resub. Is the 3-in-1 charger worth it? I like it. Meerkat subbed. Oh shit, Oblivion Creator gifted 2 subs. That's very generous. Magically, you like resubbed? And damn it, Peter said 25 money. There we go. I did it. There we go. Ah! There's a cow at the back. If there's a cow at the back. There is no cow at the back. There's this one cab at the front, and that's it! Ooh, car. What happens if I hit a car? Oh. Damn it, I wanted physics! The bus in the bus, it just fucking rams everything out of the way. It flings them into space. Fucking this, though. Nah, you hit a car. It just despawns it. Doesn't even slow you down. I mean, fair play. Ooh, that's pretty. It's a long tram route as well. No, it doesn't say do you... Oh, fuck! Brake, you fucking... I can't walk far away from the tram. This is why I want to reverse, because I can only like do a certain radius around the tram to walk. That's why I want to reverse. Maybe I should be going more slowly. Maybe that'd help. Then I wouldn't be like hitting everything. Everyone on the tram is fine. Look, that. They're completely fine. They look very happy. Is that not the face of a happy person? Is that not the low draw distance and everything? I think we go to... I tried. Can't blame me for trying. Thank you. They're not stopped over... Oh, wait. Shit, where am I going now?
Wir sind am Ziel. Auf
German.
Wiedersehen.
Oh, there's Wiedersehen. I got that one. That's know that one. I distinctly remember when I visited Germany on like a holiday when I was young. And we sort of drove around southern Germany and we were staying in little cheap B&Bs and stuff like that. And we went to this one castle and we found and we were like, well, let's do the tour. And the person at the front desk was like speaking English and all that. And then we paid her money for, oh my god, that's a tight turn. Fuck me! Fucking hell! What? I've looked around, I think. I have! The other line. And after we paid the money to do the tour, she says, oh, just so you know, the tour guide can't speak a word of English. We were walking around this fucking castle with this really old German woman who couldn't say a single word of English, trying to explain to us the history of this fucking castle. And she's desperately like, she's doing the thing. She's doing the thing, you know, where she's like, she's really over-exaggerating, like, the words, like, Zwei! I don't know what fucking... I think Zweifrau is 2 wives. I picked that up. I think it's 2 wives, Zweifrau. Two wives. She put me in stocks at one point. That was weird. It was a weird experience. Okay, we're going to slow down because there was the thing here.
Löwengasse. Umsteigen zu 4a.
Yeah, say it loud and clear for the partners. Yeah. But she's trying to, like, do everything, and she's trying to, like, talk about restoring. She's doing, like, this fucking, like, painting motion, bless her. Oh, shit, governor! Shit! Alright, governor, alright! Fucking Phil Mitchell supermarket. Okay, very slow. There's the shop. The tube station?
Hetzgasse.
It's an English pub. Huh. English pub in fucking Europe? Bloody foreigners. Fucking, whoa, taking English culture and fucking, whoa. Whoa, bloody foreigners, I tell you, fucking, whoa, coming over here, fucking, with the fucking Austrians tells you. I find it interesting that they've bothered to. Do you think the developers go to this pub? They go to this pub. Guinness.
Können Sie mir bitte aus dem Weg gehen? Können Sie mir bitte aus dem Weg gehen? Können Sie mich bitte vorbeilassen?
Können Sie mir bitte aus dem Weg gehen? Können Sie mich bitte vorbeilassen?
We're still waiting for the tram. Surprisingly detailed models. They're definitely bought, but like, I'm totally supportive of like, because I think games like this, or buying assets, I think is a really valuable thing. It's just when people making tire games, like, because there's no point. They definitely bought the assets of like the people and the cars and stuff like that, but fair enough, it's a tram simulator. Like, they're just set dressing. I think it's completely fine to do that. The website exists. Yeah, it's definitely a real place. I'm gonna tab out. Let's look at the website. I mean, it was probably a website for the fucking pub, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pub. It's just a pub. Draft beer, cider. They have darts. They do live sports. Wow. You can watch cricket and hate yourself. Yeah, these games are like trying to be like, look, we're a week. OMSI 2 has a London DLC, which I really want to try. I'm just curious how they would have rented London out. Ooh. Cricket's headache new thing. I know, I tried to understand cricket when we edited the cricket video. Dead Glockle. Oh. That's a fucking Renault dealership. It's not even like I said, they've modelled it. Why have they modelled a Renault dealership? An 2D one at that. What? Why would they go through all the effort of actually making that a physical model? I think it's quite a decent looking game for what it is, to be fair. Good for them. This isn't bad, I want to say. It's a master. Like, I think not being able to click certain buttons is fucking dumb as shit. Like, I should be able to click and move the thing back and forth like every other simulator lets me do, but like, aside from that. No one can buy a Dacia Sandero now. Oh, shit, what would we do? I guess people won't buy Dacia Sanderos anymore. That would be a dying shame.
Umsteigen zu O. In Richtung Raxstraße.
Ooh, Picard! I like Picard vegetables. Could be about a 3D text asset, but why? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I like the level of underwhelmingness. It's like, you've hit a car! Oh. Understand! I just found that a weird thing with translations that they don't do, like I say, graphic. Like, control. Not controls, not graphics. You know, not understood. I've had English translations always find it quite interesting, stuff like that. Wrong. Zwei. Oh, zwei! Two? Change the UI to German, go on. Is there any UI? Oh, you mean in the start menu? No. No. I will not do that. Oh, let's pick up some new passengers. Oh, hello. I'm a different tram than you saw earlier pass by. I'm a different tram. Okay. All aboard. Oh, I got 9 tablespoons. Tram simulator points is clearly what that's meant to be, but they could have just went with points. Why do they have to? They could have just said points. Tablespoons. You've got 9 tablespoons of people juice, everyone. Jesus Christ. Oh. Not German cars, isn't there? Isn't teaspoon tablespoons not tablespoons? Oh, I just read teaspoons and tablespoons the same. Oh, I want to check that out. Wait, no, maybe go in there. I'm not careful, God. Oh, look at that thing. A ventilation shaft of some description. Somebody three. Shut up! Oh, that's some shut off.
Umsteigen zu 2a. Flughafenbus. Bitte seien Sie achtsam. Andere brauchen Ihren Sitzplatz vielleicht notwendiger.
Oh, yes.
Connections to airport bus.
Oh, fuck! Whoa! It's the first fucking... Oh, God. Oh. No, I wasn't expecting that now. Oh, they've modelled the underside. Oh, well. I say. Okie dokie. Alright, some stuff doesn't have collision, but some stuff does. Alrighty then. I mean, did I have fun there? Yeah, the Deathloop video was fun to edit. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, not that. Oh. There's no jump button. Help me, sir. I can't get back on my tram. And I can't. I didn't unlock the doors. I only opened the front door. Oh no! I am out of phase. It's an emergency return to the cab button. No, games like this don't normally expect you to get out and fuck around. Shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, the thing is, though, I don't count this as a bad thing. It's really silly, but, like, it's not a walking around game. It's a tram simulator. Like, you know, I'm fucking around. Like, this is not what the game is supposed to do, and I'm not going to fault it for not putting collision on shit that it's not expecting you to get out and explore. Do you have a jump button? No. Do you listen? Do you hear that? Hear that noise? The sound of no jump button. Let's press every key. Oh, yep, nothing does anything. Oh. Although I can't move now. One of the buttons made it so I couldn't. I think that's quite enough of that. I think that's more than enough of that. Oh shit, I collected 23 teaspoons, apparently. Tablespoons. Oh. Oh my god, wait, there's fucking mini games. Wait, there's mini games. I should like that. Thanks, Pluckerfig. Can you handle your 40-tonner like nobody else? Game mode, multi-challenge, single challenge, challenge perfect stop, door stop. Speed limit. Oh, is that it? Do you want to stop perfectly? Do you want to go at the speed limit? Really fun challenges. There's 2 trams. Actually, there's 4, but 2 are DLC. You know what? I'm gonna very quickly. I want to see what the other tram looks like. Fuck it. Let's make it nighttime as well. Let's make it really early morning and make it winter. Oh, summer, winter, and Christmas. You all right? Christmas it is. Okay. I didn't know. Didn't know Christmas was a season. Okay, so it's oh my god. Oh, this tram's fancy as shit. Oh my god, I've got a door. Okay. Holy shit. Oh, this tram's way nicer. There's ticket machines. That's fucking cool. Oh, this tram's way nicer. Why was the fuck around with the old cunt? Look how nice this fucking tram is. Wow. I love that sound effect. It slightly squeaks. Now, here's the minor problem. I learned how to drive the other one, but this one is... Oh. Why does it make the sound of a bottle cap falling into a sink? So then, hey Matt, how are you feeling after blood thinners? I am off blood thinners now. That's a fun thing. I took my last dose of blood thinners on Sunday. So, and they work for 24 hours. So I've been like a day and a half where they're not technically in my system, which is exciting. Oh. Q does work. I didn't need to do anything. I just pressed Q and it worked. That's easier, isn't it? Oh my god, look at that fucking... Sorry, he's wearing a scarf and a really big coat. But, like, sorry, we just need to address the fact... Sorry. Mate, I'm moving forward, Jesus. But he's wearing, like, really... Could you imagine? Maybe you should have walked you through a fucking tram then! Oh, it's that weird little gear knob thing. For... Ah... Well, I never... Oh. Okay. um. Yes. Okay. Oh. Ah, I just twiddled it. Twiddle it enough and it'll work. Oh shit, fuses. Okay, I want to see what Christmas is like. They said, this is specifically, not winter, this is specifically Christmas. Which has a very specific implication. Like, is there going to be Christmas trees around? Is that the difference between Christmas and winter in this game? Race! Well, it didn't squeak as much as the other one. That was nicer. Hope there's Christmas lights. I mean, so far. I love cities at night. Cities in the dark. I just think they're gorgeous, especially when it's been raining or snowing. And I gotta make one of the reasons I used to really love GTA 4 is it was one of the kind of first games ever where I could wander around at nighttime in the dark while it rained, and it felt kind of real, and I got the same vibe from it. Like walking around some of the really darker, dingy areas of GTA 4 with the lighting and the rain in the dark, I just think it's beautiful. I think that Watch Dogs Legion did really well. But GTA 4 just has that sort of weight to it, which makes it really fun for that purpose. Pietro, now did devs like Christmas on top of winter, or did they have a Scrooge who told them they needed to remove Christmas and just leave the snow? But then why would they keep it as cold Christmas? Because they would just... I imagine winter also has snow. Right? Fuck this tram stuff. And sharp right turn, everyone. Yeah, it's not as squeaky as the other one. Not squeaky. I just want to... Oh shit, how do I turn the lights on? Yeah, it just makes the... Yeah, it just does the falling into a sink noise. Yeah. Oh, it's fine. Alright. Oh. That was gonna give me a gun. Give me a clock. Yeah. Oh, I was about to step. Oh, bother. Oh no. I probably shouldn't have twiddled out without knowing what it did. Bertie's bar. No, shit, what have I done now? Oh. Right, sorry. Oh, God. Sorry, news everyone from the driver? Oh, shit. Get fuck log pants, I need subscribed. You. And you. Oh, my God. What? And you, man with a scarf and a very warm winter coat, yet no socks with exposed ankles, meaning your ankles are just awkwardly cold. Okay, you, shit, dog. Well, shit the bed. Shit the bed. Diners Club. Wait, Diners Club's still a credit card that people have? Is that a thing? I don't think Diners Club was still a thing. Exposed ankles in this weather, like. Sorry, okay, excuse me. Right, so just. Okay, everyone, I've got an important announcement to make. Go, and I'm gonna just press that button. All right, we're gonna turn the lights off. Oh. Oh, that does something. Oh. Why are the lights still on? What the? Oh, God. Oh. Wait, shit. Wait, uh-oh. No? Should be crazy. Get fucked, Deppy Chap. Why did I say Deppy Chap? Yeah, I can change the key in this one. It's got 4 states. To be honest, is confusing. I wanted to turn it off. Oh. I see. Well. Well, that's quite enough of that, I think, isn't it? I think we have got to its natural conclusion with that. I collected 5 tablespoons that time. Teaspoons. Yeah. I mean, if you like trams, I guess that's fine. I realize I haven't streamed much. Or at all in the past, like, month. I haven't streamed much at all. But it's fine. Getting back to it. Got a lot of shit to take care of in the next couple of weeks. I'm back to it. I've got a lot of fucking videos to edit. Fucking, we're doing 2 plays videos a week now, and it's all well and good, but I'm a lot of extra work. Our fucking Deathloop video. The recording was like 1 hour and 10 minutes that Dan sent me, and then I spent about, I don't know, 15 hours on it. Matt, you literally asked for it. I didn't fucking ask for it. I didn't. It's all fucking Dan's idea. And me and Rebecca are starting going, oh, I don't know if 2 videos a week is that comfortable, but here we are. It was a tier that Dan put on Patreon. Well, not a tier, it was a goal. It was not my idea, and I'm gonna be clear there. It's not my idea. It's fine. I just have a lot of videos to edit. Oh wait, I can tick that off. It's not a thing. Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 videos I need to edit in the next few days. That's just giving you more work, but not more pay. Oh. I am paid quite fairly, I think, for what I do. It's important. We need to make some of that dollar, yo. Company needs to start making that dollar. Because now we're not losing money every month like we were before. How nice. What a delight. What a novelty, eh? Wow. Now we're not hemorrhaging money every month. Fucking. I'm so relieved about Patreon, I'll be honest. I was really worried about money at the company for a while. now we're relieved because we're actually making enough money now to, function. Because that was stressful. A lot of people, I saw some people in the comments going, "Oh, you're making 10 grand a month on Patreon," which is a much better amount. But again, it costs more to run a business than people think. Because you lose a lot of it to tax, general expenses, accounting expenses, hardware and game expenses. There's 4 of us as well. So, it's fine. Is there enough money in the company budget to get down the Steam Deck? No, Dan pre-ordered that Steam Deck a while ago. This is the thing, because stuff like that we think is an important company expense. Like getting that stuff in to talk about it. There's 4 of us, yeah. There's me, Dan, Rebecca, and Steve. Steve does the vlogs. Does his little vlogs. To be fair, Steve doesn't. Steve takes very little money from the company. All said and done. So, point stands though. Expenses are high. I mean, we need good, big beefy boy computers and stuff, which cost fucking tons. It is good. Yeah, we can route the valve. That's a really important thing. We can route the valve. It's got to be expensive, which is handy. Dan said there was a problem with some people on the ludicrous table that we reset at some point because I won't. So how Patreon, how they do the limit for tiers isn't how you'd think it would be. Patreon's limit, if it says there's 10 slots available in a tier, those slots include, they will count the slot as filled even if the payment was declined. Even if the payment was declined, it still counts them. So there's 2 people on the ludicrous tier. There's 11 people on the ludicrous tier, even though it's only got a limit of 10. But 2 of them, all their payments have been declined. So they take up a slot, even though they don't actually get any of the benefits, which is stupid and doesn't make any fucking sense. And you can't kick them. You can't kick them from it. So, and my assumption was after a certain point in time, Patreon would just automatically kick them because they aren't paying for it. But no, we're into the next month now, and it's still just counting them as a slot that's there. And even if I add an extra slot to it, it would still be full because there's 11 people in the slot. I could add 12, but then Patreon's a fucking mess. I don't like it. And the physical rewards, as we've said a lot with the physical rewards, especially for this first month, they're going to take a while. Because we don't ship, we're not shipping physical rewards to the month after, so like any physical rewards bought in September go out in October. But this first month, it's going to take longer. We're going to be shipping them out in the next couple of weeks, but it's going to take longer. You can't kick them out. You have to ban them. You have to block them. It doesn't free up their slot immediately, and even then, these 2 people are people who have been long-term Patreons. It's not like they're random people. They're long-term Patreons who are just being declined. So I don't want to fucking ban them or block them. I want to kick them out of that fucking tier. Or I just, at the bare minimum, Patreon just shouldn't be counting them as filling a slot when they're not. You know? It's really fucking annoying. What's this thing? So fuck things. Can't let them directly. I've messaged them. What I find interesting as well is, for example, the physical rewards. There are a couple of people on the physical rewards, I think 3, who've bought the physical rewards tier, which is obviously, I need your address to send them out. There's 3 people on that tier who haven't added their address to Patreon. So when you download a spreadsheet, and I put that into a label, my label printer app, and it just, I can just say print everything on the spreadsheet. And I had like 3 basically blank labels that just had a person's name and there was no other information. I found it was just because they don't have an address, but Patreon still include them in the number and still allow them to take a slot on a physical reward and also still include them in the spreadsheet with addresses in as blank. So, so September's won't be shipped out for a week or so. No, September's will be shipped out this month. As soon as possible, but it'll be this month. But as we were very clear with this first month that they were going to take longer. Previously, we're aiming to ship them within like the first week of every month, but this first month specifically will take longer because it's the first time we're doing it. Surely there would be a way to require an address. I agree with them, Creator, but you cannot. You can ask for people. You can say this tier has physical rewards, and you can ask for people's address, but like some people just don't put them in. Which I get. Like here's the thing: I get people wanting to support. I think I don't know if it's an oversight or some people just want to support at that price but don't want physical rewards. It's confusing, but still Patreon counts. Patreon's just kind of shit. Patreon's just shit, basically. They also, here's a fun fact. In the back end, you look at a benefit section that says you can mark benefits as complete, right? So, it'll show you a list of all the patrons who get a certain benefit, and one of the benefits might just be, getting prints, because it bundles them all into one section, and you can just export a spreadsheet of everyone who gets that benefit. And you can mark them as complete, but there's only two ways to mark someone as complete. You can either click them individually and click mark complete, or you can click mark all as complete. However, you can't filter by month. So currently, there's double, because since I print them at the end of the month, I'm basically going to mark them as complete when we get the label. When I print out the labels. But because it rolled over into a new month, there's now 1,000 people in the list. But they're just doubled. And I want to mark them as complete, but I can't mark half of them as complete. I can only either mark all of them or one of them at a time. And I'm not going through 500 things and clicking mark complete, yes, on all 500. And if I click mark all as complete, I can unmark them as complete, but then I'd have to unmark 500 as complete. You can't just filter by what month and then... Patreon's backend is shit. I need to point out, it's shit. Portugal, it's possible they don't even know you're in a tier. I've been given $5 a month for years and all I'm putting the credits tier. No. So it doesn't happen. So the old £5 a month tier, I renamed to the Patreon tier. The old £1 a month tier, I renamed to the classic tier. All the other tiers were new. You had to actively opt into them. All the physical rewards tiers, it was a big point that they had to be opted into. They were brand new and you had to manually opt into them. So... Oh, I do export the info into Excel and doing it through that. I do it through Excel a bit great. Just in the Patreon backend's just shit. But it means next month when I export all the labels for next month, I have to export 2 months worth of a spreadsheet and then filter the spreadsheet and then get rid of half of them. Also, it turns out Patreon don't auto format addresses. So when you download the spreadsheet from Patreon, it doesn't when it shows you the addresses and the back end, it will say someone's state. For example, if it's in America, it'll say Alabama, United States, for example. But when you download it, in the actual downloaded spreadsheet, it abbreviates the state and the country. So, thanks, Sarah Stephen. It abbreviates the state and the country, so all the addresses were it just have 2 letters, then a comma, and then another 2 letters to represent the country. Which is a bit I want to be really explicit with the country name on them. Poland was abbreviated to PO and Germany was abbreviated to GE, and, that sort of thing. But it's awkward for me because I don't know all the country codes off by heart. We're sending these out to, I think, 20, 30 different countries. And it's Poland, not PL. I don't know. I literally don't know them off by heart. So they don't format them in the spreadsheet, so I had to manually format them. It also doesn't manually format people's postcodes. So some British postcodes that I got, they were all in lowercase and there was no spacing in them. And you can extrapolate, a postage service will get all the information from what Patreon give, but it's not. But I want it to be as clear as possible. I don't want anything to be slightly ambiguous or hard to read because it increases the possibility that the package might not reach you. So I need it on the actual label. I want to make sure that everything's clear, everything's in caps, everything's formatted correctly. And Patreon formats them when they show it to you in their backend, but when you download the Excel sheet, they can't. So I have to format it all manually. Oh yeah, some people's formatting was really good and some people's weren't. It's just really annoying. It's really annoying. Patreon's gonna be shit in the back end. Did you just say stereo, Stephen? Did I say stereo? With some programming, you could automate the process. No, I do it. Well, I do it in numbers, not Excel. I use Apple numbers, I auto capitalize them and I go through them and I format them. It's just So you're stopping the rewards? Why would we be stopping the rewards? Why on earth would we stop the rewards? Oh, no, you can't script it. I need to manually check a lot of them. I had to manually go through and check and validate them. By site. Which was annoying. Because it's faff. Well, it's a faff, but it's a necessary faff. It's how we're making money. We're not going to stop the rewards. Of course it's a faff. We knew it was going to be a faff going into it. It's a faff to send out hundreds of things a month internationally. But we're making thousands of pounds extra off. It's really important. It's a job. It's a job. All jobs are a bit of a faff. My job is a faff constantly. But that's how life works. Yeah, but you can script it to format spreadsheet. Well, no, I don't need to script it. I can just highlight an entire thing and cap. There's enough thing I can do with numbers. It's just I wish my complaint here is that Patreon's back end is shit and how Patreon handles everything is shit. And the fact it's a faff is a problem. It's not a huge problem, it's just something I have to deal with. And I can work around it, but I shouldn't have to work around it. Patreon should just be handling all of this for me. After all, they are taking a cut of all the money we make on Patreon and doing fuck all for that money, basically. Which is quite annoying. Especially since whenever we've had a problem on Patreon, they have no live chat. They don't have a live chat. They don't have a phone number. They have an email, which takes days to get back to you. That's the only way to fucking contact them. Like, even YouTube have a live chat in their back-end Creator Studio. Patreon, who we're giving, quite a lot of money to a month now. Can you not talk to Patreon? No, they don't listen. Oh, no. They don't give a fuck. I've made loads of complaints to Patreon, and they just don't care. They don't care. Which is really annoying. So I'm cleaning my iPhone. This new phone, right? One of the problems I have with the iPhone 10, and it's a sort of problem I have with the iPhone 13 as well, at least the Pros, is that, I don't appear to 12 fiddles. I like you. What's the best way to fund you? Patreon. It's always Patreon. Everywhere takes a cut. Aside from Ko-fi. That's how, payment processes take cuts. PayPal will take a cut. Everyone takes a cut. Because they have to. The thing is, Ko-fi, my Ko-fi, if you give me £1 on Ko-fi, I don't get the full £1. Patreon takes their fucking, percentage cut. Everywhere takes a cut. That's how, what about mailing you a letter full of cash? The post office then take a cut of the postage fee, don't they? No, but didn't Patreon stop taking the cut from the fee and add the fee onto the user's end? Well, yeah. That's what this is, but this is the whole point. That's what I mean. They still add, regardless of whether they take, regardless of if they take, if you're paying £1, regardless of if they take 5% out of that £1 or they charge the person an extra 5%, they're still taking 5%. Right? It doesn't make a difference. It just means the end user's paying more for our thing and they're taking 5% of that amount. It just looks slightly different, but they're still taking 5% of all the money people are giving us. Because if you give us £1 a month, it'll charge you like £1.20 or something. I can't remember. They charge you more. And they're taking their cut out of that excess. But they're still taking a cut. It's annoying. Mixed system. Patreon blocked my Patreon twice because of some Patreon side report me. Patreon's really fucking awkward. Their messaging system's horrible. Because effectively, the problem is now, Patreon previously, none of these issues bothered us because we were just not really doing much on it aside from posting stuff. But now, effectively, Patreon is a payment platform. I'm using it. It's a back-end payment platform because I'm shipping stuff now, right? And it's a customer support platform because if I need to get in contact with someone because, I didn't know their address, I have to message them through Patreon. And it's shit. Their messaging system is shit. Their back-end management tools are shit. Their address management tools are shit. It's all just shit. It's all shit. And Oh, yeah, they charge the VAT on top of the. This is the thing. All the fees Patreon add on are on top of the amount, which means if someone's giving you so if someone goes on the £1 a month tier, we are getting £1 a month from them, but the person is paying more than £1 a month. But yeah, when you give us £1 a month, we are getting £1 a month, even if you're paying more of the fees. But that's how it works, which is cleaner, I think. But the point stands. I just found out I have to declare my tips at work for tax. You have to declare all your income for tax. In the UK, where you have a tax-free allowance, you also have, if you are working a job and you do stuff independently, you do stuff as a sole trader, you actually have another tax-free allowance from sole trading. I think it's about £1,000. So, for example, my Twitch income, or my little bit of Twitch income, £1,000 of that a year is just tax-free because it comes out of the sole trader. I can't remember the actual exact term for it, but it comes out of a different pool, which is added on top of my normal tax pool, which is neat. If in the UK you can pay in dollars and it will charge you less for conversion than VAT. Yeah, but you have to pay VAT. It's important to pay VAT legally. Also, the conversion fee is kind of annoying. It's better to pay us in pounds. If you get paid in dollars, Patreon take a fee for the currency conversion as to pay PayPal. Right, just a lot of the money just disappears. Technically, you're supposed to declare any tips. Yeah, you're supposed to declare all your money. The whole point of the UK tax system is, even if you don't have to pay tax on it, you still have to declare it. Like, as a company director, I have to do a self-assessment tax return, even if I wasn't earning any money on the side, even if I just earned money from my main paycheck, I still have to do a self-assessment tax return. And I basically just go through, at least previously before doing Twitch, I just go through it, but zero and everything, because you still have to just declare that you've not earned anything. Because it's all about declaration. Armo, so if I sell my game CC privately for 1.2k, I need to pay VAT on the 200. No. VAT, if you sell something, you need to be VAT registered to actually charge VAT. If you as an independent person sell something for £1,000, you get the £1,000. There's no VAT involved there. Only a business of a certain size has to be VAT registered, and at that point, you have to start charging 20% VAT. Some businesses are small enough, they don't have to do it. Some businesses choose to do it, like we choose to do it, because it allows you to claim VAT back on items. So if we buy something for £1,000, we get 200 of it back. So we just take 20% off the cost of everything. MDL, so if we tip you too much, you could lose money in taxes. Well, no. That's not how it works. It just means after a certain threshold, after I go over a certain threshold, I start paying tax on that money. Yeah, UK tax marks never leaves you less money. It's brackets. So, like, for example, the self. I'm talking about trading. It's very boring. But so if let's say it's £1,000 limit, right? On self-employment income. If I earn £1,000 exactly, I pay no tax on that. If I earn £1,100, I pay 20% tax or whatever, because it made whatever. You pay the tax on that extra £100. So, for example, if I earned £1,000, I would earn £1,000. If I earned £1,100, I would earn 20% would be taken off that £100, and I'd earn £1,080. That's how tax brackets work. It's not if you go over a certain threshold, it doesn't start charging 20% on all your money. It only charges you 20% anything over that amount. And it's why the 40, like, if you go into the 40% tax threshold, which is like for high earners, again, you only pay 40% on anything. I think it's like 50 grand is the high tax, only 55 or something ridiculous. But it means that between if you earn like 12 grand a year, you don't pay any tax on that. If you earn 20 grand a year, you only pay 20% tax on the 8,000 of that's over that bracket. And if you earn let's say 60 grand a year, you pay 20% tax on everything between 12,000 and 50,000, and then you'd pay 40% on anything over the 50,000. Isn't tax fun? Possibly, Joe, how does it work elsewhere in the world? I mean, other places do it differently, but some places do it differently. Most places it is marginal, though. It's just most people don't understand tax. Most people don't understand how tax works. Frankly, they don't really teach you about it, and you only need to learn it if you deal with it, and I obviously deal with it. Making systems. The glasses I gave Dan and Rebecca on the book tour are a tax write-off or something like that. I claimed them as charity or something like that. That's America's. The tax write-offs is not really a big thing over here. They're not owned by the company. It's an independent. It's whatever. HMRC are pretty chill. they're not like the IRS in the US. They're pretty chill. HMRC, which is nice, and they're pretty understanding. HMRC. You can work with them quite well. I've actually found them quite good. They have a nice app. They make a lot of the systems really easy to engage with, and they try and explain everything, and they're quite understanding and accommodating. If you pay something late or whatever, they'll be pretty understanding or whatever. I quite like HMRC. They're quite good to work with, and they're very chill. And you know, they will accept a lot of stuff as just honest mistakes because that just happens, and they're fine with it. It's only if they have to keep going and it becomes egregious that you start getting fines and shit like that. Yeah, in the UK, tax is done by your employer. You don't have to do it independently. Like if you earned £20,000 a year, your employer is the one paying tax, and that you don't have to do anything. They just give you the money that that's left after all the tax and national insurance contributions have been paid. So all that happens if you work in the UK is if you earn 20 grand a year, you would get like like £18,400 a year is your take-home pay, because, you know, like £1,400 has gone to taxes, but it's done by your employer, and they handle everything, so you never ever think about it in the UK, unless you're a director or managing a company. Like the general public do not deal with HMRC ever. They don't have to ever think about it. They don't ever have to think about paying tax, because you just get given your money and that's the end of it. You don't do it. When does national insurance start taking? National insurance is, I think it's a slightly different thing. I don't know. National insurance and tax are a bit slightly different, but they tend to be from the same brackets and they tend to be similar. It's slightly complicated. I don't know. Wouldn't it be less than that after NI? They're sort of. When I talk about tax being taken off and rolling them into one function. Yeah, sometimes you hear from HMRC if your employer fucks up your tax code and you get a rebate from them or whatever. But generally, the general public never have to talk to them or think about it. Obviously, I do, because I run several companies and I have to handle the self-assessment tax returns for 4 people every year. And obviously, we all earn independent money as well as main employment money, because my employment is from Nerdgear, but obviously any money I earn from here is independent sole trader money, which is taxed differently. And we have an accountant that handles basically everything on a functional level, but obviously, as the managing, I have to understand it all still. Several companies. Yeah. That's the thing with companies, effectively. Companies are really, from a design perspective in the UK, you say what they're doing as a thing, but if it's doing something different, you kind of want to separate them out. You separate them out. So if your company is making video games, for example, that would be you should make a separate company to do that rather than doing it through, you know. It's like Nerdcube Limited is a video production company. But if we wanted to make board games or video games or books or whatever, they should be done through different companies, because making a new company in the UK, I think, costs about £50, £40 or something. So if you're a business, it's cleaner for accountants to do, and it's easier to manage mentally, and it also means that if something fails with one company, it doesn't impact the others. So it's better to compartmentalize stuff like that. Oh, is that why Rebecca has her own channel so they can claim? Well, no. It's not why. That's how tax works over here. Like, my Twitch and Rebecca's Twitch aren't part of Nerdcube. That's not for any tax reason. It's just because. Last time I checked it, yeah, it's really cheap to register a company, and you register a bank account, and it makes an accountant won't really. It's no more tax work for our accountant, so it doesn't cost anymore. So it's better to just compartmentalize them, which is important. Which is why I was saying earlier that thing, because there's a company that deals with like the book stuff, like Dan's book stuff. It has a company, for example, that is independent of Nerdcube. But it means all of Dan's payments come from loads of different places, so it gets confusing. So I try to make everything a bit simpler and more streamlined. Yeah, there's no. But you don't save £1,000 in taxes. Like if you had your own channel, anything over the 1,000 is just included in your general income. Then let's say you were someone who was earning 60 grand a year, right? So like some of your income was 40%. You'd still get that 1,000 thing for self-employment, but anything over that 1,000 will be charged at 40%, like the rest of it. Like, tax is annoying. It's not that confusing. It's just something I've learned to understand just from doing all of this. And as Daniel has pointed out in the chat, Daniel doesn't like to deal with it, so I do. And whenever I try to explain a lot of it to Daniel, he actively avoids it because it's annoying and confusing and stressful, isn't it, Daniel? It's half the fun. That's not that fun. Doing fucking bookkeeping for funny. Getting a lot of my job is dealing with random shit like that, and it takes way more time than people expect, just because it's a lot of faff. Because you have to deal with loads of companies and just people and banks, and they're all fucking time consuming. As I said earlier, the 7 hours I've just spent talking to one specific fucking bank to deal with an issue that shouldn't have been covered in the first place, which is a lot of 7 hours is a long fucking time to deal with one issue which shouldn't have been an issue. Like, that's almost an entire fucking work day. Just a waste of fucking time. There's a lot of shit like that. It's funny. I have lots of random calls to the accountant, and call to the accountant, call to HMRC, call to the bank. Shoot me in the head. It's at a certain scale, it's good to have an accountant. Like, we have an accountant, as I say, because there's multiple of us, and it's a bit messy at this point, because previously it was easy when it was just coming to it. Obviously, Dan and Rebecca earn money from books now. And Rebecca earns a bit of money from Twitch, and I earn a bit of money from Twitch, and I've done some freelance stuff as well. You know, it's easier just to have it's just easier to have an accountant. And they also, because that £1,000 limit, like, I wouldn't have really known about that unless the accountant had told me, because that's the job of an accountant, is to understand how the tax system works more than I would. And, how you write stuff off and how you sort of actually do it the way you're supposed to. Because a lot of people end up paying less or more tax than they're supposed to because they don't know the specifics of it. So it's useful to have an accountant that actually understands how everything works so they can do it properly. Which is important. There is a slight annoying thing. Fucking HMRC, they like VAT, when you get money back from VAT, it's every quarter. So every 3 months we get a check, which is a VAT return. So like every purchase we've made that has VAT on in the past 3 months, you submit it on HMRC and then you get 20% back. So if you spent £1,000 on something, you'd get 200 quid back from HMRC. However, for some fucking reason, they keep sending a fucking check. You can do it digitally; they'll just pay it via direct debit. But for some fucking reason, they keep sending me checks. So every 3 fucking months, I get a fucking check, and I have to go to the bank and cash a physical check, like it's the past. It's really annoying. But it's yeah. I mean, taxes, I think, in the UK have been made very easy. It gets complicated when you're doing a lot of stuff. But that's just because you're doing a lot of stuff, not because taxes are necessarily complicated. It's just when you're doing loads of different stuff, there's lots of different rules involved with it, and that's what the job of an accountant is. Yeah, I don't know. They've updated. It's just when you sign up for VAT in the first place, you usually do it, but because we didn't years ago, it's hard to. It's annoying. Possibly Ajo, you know what's fun? I worked a job between April and September where the wages were high enough to be taxed. Now I'm working a job where the wages won't be high enough to be taxed, meaning I'm going to be owed a good few £100 come April next year because it got removed from my paycheck for 4 months and suddenly I won't reach it back at threshold. It's a bit confusing. Effectively, in the UK, you have a tax code, which is they can have estimate how much money you're going to earn, and they just charge you X amount of money based on the estimate, and that's what a tax code is. But obviously, it might be different. So the year after they'll go, oh, we've overcharged you tax or something. There's also something called payment on account, which is kind of annoying, where, like, for example, any money like Dan and Rebecca earned from the book, for example, that was like one lump sum pretty much. But when you get a lump sum like that, the government go, oh, you're going to get paid that next year. Again. The same amount. And then they go, okay, so pay us tax on that for this year, and also pay the tax in advance for next year when we're expecting you to get the same amount, even though you're not. So you end up having to pay double the amount of tax, and then like a year later, they refund you the tax. Payment accounts is just a bit awkward and stupid, honestly, because then you just have to give them money, and then they just hold it for like a year, and they give it back to you, and it's like, that was pointless and just meant I had less money for a year. But they can send your tax back and stuff like that, which is nice. I say tax is confusing and companies are confusing. I do them. I've got to call a bank tomorrow and funny around with them because they're fucking awkward. Every bank's a fucking pisser. In a different way, shape, or form. I've dealt with, I think, all of them at this point, all the major ones. I've dealt with all of them. They're all fucking shits in just different ways, which is especially annoying. But whatever. It's kind of awkward. But like part of the problem with money as well is I tend to subscribe to the idea that you should, if you can, spend more on something high quality that'll last longer. I think that's important from an environmental perspective, and I think it's important from just a usability perspective, and it's just, I think, a better use of money if you're able to. A lot of people aren't, but my attitude is if you're able to, which is why the reason we bought 3090s wasn't necessarily because we needed all the power right then and there. It was specifically because we could buy 3090s and keep them in there, and they will still be very good for like half a decade. We're not expecting to ever need to upgrade our graphics card again for a long time. This phone I got the iPhone 13 Pro Max, which is fucking, I got the 1 terabyte version, which is the fucking highest end one. It's really fucking expensive, but I got it with the intention that I'm going to keep it for 5 to 6 years. 5 to 6 years I'm intending to keep that for. So I want the most ball-to-the-walls fucking thing I can get that has a lot of room to grow, that will keep pace. Because I could get a phone that could do everything I want to now for cheaper, but in 5 years it probably wouldn't. And I very much subscribe to the idea of you want to, it's reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce is what you should do in the first place. Reduce, because people always say upgrading your phone every year is just fucking. Not only is it a waste of money, but it's also just wasteful to the environment. And my attitude is I want to keep tech for as long as possible now. Yeah, 5, 6 years is quite... Cause I kept my iPhone 10 for 4 years. And the only reason I got rid of it was because it was struggling to do a lot of the newer stuff I really wanted to do on it. And I was running out of space because I kind of bought a lower end version in like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and I'd kind of grown out of it. But I've kind of bought this one with the, and I hadn't intended to keep it for 4 or 5 years. I just did, and I bought one that explicitly. I bought this one, ball to the walls explicitly, because I think it's really expensive to buy now, but I think it's a good investment for 5 years of use. And Apple are very good at keeping the software updates on. I mean, the iPhone 6S got fucking iOS 15. Like, the 6S got the most recent software update, which is ridiculous. But there's a lot of things I wanted from a phone and have wanted for many, many, many years. And I was kind of... And this is the first phone to actually do all the things I want it to. So I don't really see why I'd ever need to upgrade it now until it just becomes unfit for purpose. Because I was struggling with the other one, because it was like a lot of the applications I'm using just struggled on that older hardware. Because obviously applications are things that I wanted nicer cameras, I wanted a nice ultra wide, I wanted more image processing, I wanted better AI stuff. I wanted a much bigger battery, I wanted a nice bigger screen. But this does everything I want it to now. This is the first phone I've ever bought, which I've bought and went, this does every phone I've ever bought in my life. Most piece of technology I've ever bought, I've bought with, there's very much I'm compromising. I'm going, oh, I'm buying this, but it's not perfect. It's got these annoying niggles that I'm gonna hopefully will be fixed next upgrade. This is the first time I've bought a device and went, yeah, it does everything I want it to do. It does everything I want it to do, and so I don't see why I'd upgrade it. My attitude with any tech is only upgrade something when it starts. Only upgrade it when it starts limiting you. And the other phone was really just fucking a constant limit all the time. And this, I've removed limits for a very long time. And I mean, one of the things I bought, I mean, a lot of the problem with phones, especially like this, is that they're hard to repair. And Apple have made it very hard to repair now. In the iPhone 12 and 13, they've made it really hard to repair. Specifically because even on a hardware level, repairing them is actually a little easier. It is easier to replace elements of the hardware inside iPhones now. However, Apple software lock a lot of their components. So if you replace the screen, even if you... I tested this. If you buy 2 identical iPhone 13s and you swap the screen between them, both of the iPhones will say, oh, we can't verify this is an official Apple screen. And as a result, they disable Face ID and they disable True Tone and auto brightness. because the only way only Apple have the tools to actually go, this is... So it means that even if you can do a user repair on it, you can't get past software locks, which is bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Which is annoying because they're easy to repair from the hardware level, which is so annoying. No, I've never needed to repair a phone. I use a replaceable battery would be nice, but I've never needed to repair like any bits of a phone. And generally speaking, I prefer just to... I've always had good experiences getting support from Apple stores. You know, if I had a problem, like I had a problem with my phone years and years ago, like the gyroscope broke, and I went in, I got an appointment, I went in, and 5 minutes later I walked out with a new phone. Because they just give you a refurbished one, and they take the one that you gave them, they take that, and they refurbish that, and they just... and so I pay for Apple Care Plus for this monthly, which is like £9 a month, but it's just... But you can pay for it forever, so I'm just going to be paying that for 5 years, and just gives me a warranty forever. It means if it ever breaks or whatever, I just take it, and they just fix it. Also, what Brandon's got to do with the screen. This is the point, and Face ID also now doesn't have anything to do with the screen. The Face ID sensors are separate to the screen. They're their own little module. Like, if you change the screen, it doesn't change the Face ID sensor or the ambient light sensor or anything. They just disable it. It's just bullshit. It's their way of just being like, oh, we're gonna fucking lock it down. Same with camera. Like, cameras don't... It's because even if you have official, genuine Apple parts from a different iPhone, they still won't work properly because they're software locked. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's my biggest problem with them, because this phone, one of the things I was really happy about, what they did is Apple have been very good at committing to recycled materials. All the normal iPhone 13s, and I think almost all the laptops now and all the devices, they use 100% recycled aluminum now. The plastic and the antenna bands use 100% recycled plastic from plastic bottles. They use recycled gold on the PCB, recycled tin on the PCB. They use recycled rare earth metals for all the magnets, which is one of the main places conflict minerals are used. So the fact they're using recycled conflict minerals for most of the components is really fucking good. So it's made out of loads of recycled materials. They've built machines that make the phones really easy for them to recycle. The phone box has no plastic in now. Everything's paper and cardboard. There's not even a plastic wrap around it. They use these nice paper pull tabs. The screen protector's paper that it comes in. All the things are wrapped in paper. Even the Apple sticker, the backing of the Apple sticker that the actual thing's stuck on is paper. It's a paper backing now instead of a plastic backing. They've went really hardcore with, they've all their Apple stores and all their offices are 100% renewable. And they've made a lot of good strides, but then and they've made all these good strides, but the best stride they could make on top of that would be making it easier to repair their phones, because then people could use their phones longer. Which is one of the biggest, would actually make a really big difference environmentally. And what annoys me is that I don't think that's a really good reason to not do it either, because I think people who upgrade their phones, they're mostly doing because they want the new features. Not because their phone's broken. Sometimes it is. Sometimes people want a phone breaks and they go, oh, I'd rather, instead of paying, a couple of £100, even if you could replace the screen yourself, you still have to buy a replacement screen. Some people go, actually, fuck it, I'm just going to spend more money and get a newer device, which is, better camera or whatever. Like, I still would have upgraded, even if I could replace the battery in my old phone, I still would have upgraded to this. And they could, if you want people to buy a new phone, market it. They're very good at that. They don't need to rely on fucking not making repairs harder. Which is annoying. Oh yeah, they refuse to change the port. It confuses me because even on the Pros, they don't have a USB-C port. They've got Lightning. I don't plug my phone in ever. I use wireless charging. But it still uses Lightning, and Lightning uses 2.0. USB 2.0. And they made a big deal that on the Pro phones, you can record in ProRes, which is a professional video editing codec, which Apple primarily use. And you can record 4K videos in codec in ProRes on the iPhone 13. But the only way to get that they're really massive files. The only way to get them off the phone is either through AirPlay, which is slow, or Lightning, which is also really slow because it's USB 2. And you'd think I was suddenly going, why the fuck didn't they add a USB-C port and make it at least USB 3? To have the faster transfer speeds for that Pro video, but they didn't, which I think is really weird. It's not a deal for me. The thing is, there's lots of things I want to be better. I want to be different about this phone, on an objective level, but to me, subjectively, don't matter. Like, I don't care. This phone could have no port. I would not notice because I wirelessly charge everything. I think MagSafe's really good. I don't care if it has one on or not. However, I think it's more on principle. Oh, yeah, the EU's going to force all devices to use USB-C. But there's been rumors going around for years that Apple are only keeping Lightning around because they're just going to get rid of the port entirely. So I think they'll just keep Lightning for another year or two, and then they'll probably just get rid of the port entirely and rely on MagSafe. Which honestly, I'm not that against, because I think iPhones now, especially, it's very rare you're doing any sort of transfer over data, and I think MagSafe's fucking amazing. MagSafe's fucking great because it gets that awkward problem with wireless chargers where you can't like hold the phone while you're using it. It's just gone with MagSafe, and I think MagSafe's really fucking cool. Like, I got a load of cool MagSafe accessories, and they're all just being able to just like get my naked phone and just stick it, and they're just sat on the stand now. It's not sat on the stand; it's just magnetically attached. You know, I think that's really cool. The point though, yeah, fucking, I think MagSafe's really good on these iPhones. I think it's really good. It's super useful. I really like it. I think wireless charging is really good, and it's gotten so much better, wireless charging, over the years, and I think this MagSafe as well fixes the final problem that I really have with wireless charging, which was, again, you know, if you wanted to use your phone, or you want to hold your phone while it's wireless charging, you couldn't, but now you can. Yeah, removing the headphone jack, a lot of people don't like that. But again, this is one of those things that I kind of was against on an objective level, but didn't care about because I was already using wireless headphones. Like, you know, they remove the headphone jack and if they remove the lightning jack, I don't use them. I don't use them. Fuck it. Do cases inhibit charging ever? No, I mean, I've got a MagSafe case. Like, you can get a load of manufacturers who make MagSafe cases which have a magnet built into the case itself. And it makes sure everything's aligned and stuff like that. So you're supposed to buy MagSafe compatible cases. Dan Peter, I prefer wired headphones personally. Yeah, I think that's a fair reason. A fair thing. I don't. But this is my whole thing. But my tech preferences always align quite well with Apple's attitudes. Well, not attitudes, but it always my tech preferences always align quite well with what Apple is doing. So I'm always personally fine with what they're doing, even if I don't like it, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I think one of the advantages of MagSafe is that you could now charge, if you wanted to, you could charge your phone while holding it and also use wired headphones with an adapter. But, yeah. You can get cheap MagSafe cases, MDL. Not MDL, OBEG. You can get cheaper MagSafe cases. No, have any good wireless headphones? I mean, AirPods are excellent. I mean, there's a reason, even on Android, there's a reason everyone fucking uses AirPods. It's because they're really good. I've heard the newer Galaxy Buds are pretty good. Sony makes some really good wireless headphones. But the AirPods are generally regarded in every circle as just the nicest. Because they have the smallest form factor and they're generally very good battery life and they just work really well. But, you know, you don't get all the functionality yet with them Android. But I really like them on the iPhone. I mean, I love the AirPods for my use case because they will automatically swap between all your Apple devices now. So if I'm listening to music on my phone and then I open my iPad in front of me and I start playing a video on it, the headphones will immediately switch to my iPad. And then if I then open a video on my Mac and then click play on the video, it'll switch to the Mac automatically. I don't have to do anything, which I found really fucking cool and really convenient. But again, that's ecosystem, and I really value that. A lot of people don't like Apple's approach there, because Apple does have a walled garden thing, which is don't be the only person I've ever met who has given a good argument in favor of Apple and changed my view of them, though I still prefer non-Apple. That's the thing, though. The thing with technology is it's always preference. Technology is a world of preference, and one of the things that annoys me so much about a lot of Android phone makers is that they just try and copy Apple. That's what they're going to... Like, because laptops, there's a few kind of laptops that are trying to muscle in on the MacBook Pro market. You know, the Dell XPS is very much considered the Windows version of the MacBook Pro in terms of like its build and everything. But like, there's a billion different kinds of laptops. You can get those ridiculous, like, fucking 20-inch, massively thick laptops with fucking, like, several screens, and there's, like, they're like as thick as the fucking Earth's crust, you know. And there's just loads of choice, but in phones, you don't really get that level of choice. A lot of them just try and copy Apple and just, you know, they remove the headphone jack, and all the marketing teams, companies like, oh, we've got still a headphone jack, and then they all dropped it the next year. Which is, you know, annoying. But I like I like technology. I think technology is really good, and I have a preference. It's not necessarily an objective measure. I don't think most my opinions on most technology is objective. It's all subjective because it's how I use technology and how I interact with it and what works in my workflow. And I find that Apple stuff works really well in my workflow, and I value it because of that. But for a lot of people that won't, that's fine. You know, I don't like this elitism towards certain brands, like, you know, this Apple versus PC shit, this fucking iPhone versus Android, or this fucking PlayStation versus Xbox. It's like, they're all pretty good. They're all good. It just depends what you're fucking doing on it. The Xbox Series X is a very good console, I think. But it is different to the PS5. It does different things, and it depends on what you value. It's a preference. You know, same with phones. Even in the same line with preference. Like, I preference Mac OS. I've always liked what Apple's vibe and what Apple sort of aim for with their technology. That's always what I've wanted in technology. That's what Apple tend to do. It's why I get on with their stuff so well. But it doesn't make it objectively good or bad. It is just, it's my preference. I don't like people needlessly bashing anything. Because, you know, you see these fucking fanboys who needlessly bash fucking, like, PCs, needlessly bash fucking Xboxes, needlessly bash PS4s and iPhones, whatever. Like, I see every time, because I follow some, like, tech channels. I like to talk about a lot of Apple stuff. And you see people in the comments being like, oh, Android, and, you know, like, a lot of iPhone elitists being like, oh, Android doesn't do this very well. And all the Android elitists like, oh, well, the iPhones don't do this very well. I'm like, oh my God, I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Enjoy your fucking expensive phone. Just shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck what other people's phones are. I don't care. I do not care what phone you use because I use my phone. I don't give a fuck if some random cunt on the other side of the world uses a different phone to me. Why the fuck would I care? Grow the fuck up. Oh my God, grow the fuck up. Children. And I expect it from, like, 12-year-olds. But when it's, like, adults doing it, oh my God, grow the fuck up, you actual child. Like, just, oh, it's so annoying. Hey, Sexy Palpatine. Such a good name. Debbie, I'm still using a Galaxy S8 because it does everything I need to well enough. Yeah? That's perfect. I don't think it's worth upgrading if you don't want the upgrades. Like, as I say, you know, it's a big environmental thing that you shouldn't be upgrading your phone unless you need to. I say I upgraded my phone because I needed to. My phone was not fit for the purposes I was using for anymore. It didn't really do what, you know, what I wanted to do. That's why I upgraded. And because it does everything I want it to do, I'm just going to keep it for as long as I can. You know, this has all the modern upgrades I want. It's got Wi-Fi 6 properly. It's got 5G properly. It's got the ultra-wide 3x telephoto and nice thing. It's got the nice big 120 hertz screen. It's got a really big, good battery life. And I'm like, it's got MagSafe. I'm like, that's all I want. It does literally everything I want. And I could not imagine replacing any of those features with something that would be really tempt me away from them. Like, it'll do me. Like, I would like to, in an ideal world, use this phone for at least 5 years. Maybe even until the software support for it just goes away. Because I like new tech. I do, but it's always so incremental. You know, I've been having this debate with myself about the Apple Watch because now I'm off the blood thinners. Something I want to monitor regularly is blood oxygen levels. I really want to monitor them regularly. I've got a blood oximeter, a little clip-on finger one, but I want something that can just monitor it passively because that would generally warn me of any potential sort of blood clot issues going forward. And the newer Apple Watches have a blood oximeter built to them, whereas mine doesn't. I'm like, oh, I would like that. But then, like, I'm looking going, oh, is that one feature worth me fucking spending hundreds of pounds to upgrade it? I'm like, not really, no. But then you get, and one of the things that annoys me about fucking tech reviewers, every fucking tech reviewer, because I was looking at iPhone 13 things, I fucking spent loads of money on it. I was looking at iPhone 13 reviews, and I was so annoyed because all tech reviewers, they compare it to the phone from last year. They're like, oh, I'm going to compare the iPhone 13 Pro Max to the iPhone 12 Pro Max. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Most people who are buying a 13 Pro Max don't have a 12 Pro Max. I don't give a fuck how it performs to the 12 Pro Max. I don't have a 12 Pro Max, and most people who are buying this phone also don't have a 12 Pro Max. Well, how does it compare to the iPhone 10? Tell me that. You know. Oh, the battery life's 2 hours better than compared to the iPhone 12 Max. I've never used one of those. I have no concept for if that's good or not. And all these tech reviewers do that, and they're always in this world, because obviously tech reviewers get the new phones every year, and that's fine enough, but they always speak from the position of that, and they always speak with this air of, oh, everyone gets a new phone every year. And it's like, no, most people, the vast majority of people don't. Most people keep their phones for years and years and years, and they upgrade their phones every, like, few years. And they don't compare it to phones from a few years ago, which is annoying. Because I was trying to figure out, because everyone can, you know, keynotes for the iPhone 13, they'll talk about what's new in the iPhone 13, but, like, if I want to know what's new in the iPhone 13 versus my iPhone 10, I have to basically watch 3 sets of reviews and keynotes. I have to watch the iPhone, the iPhone 10s reviews, and then the iPhone 11 reviews, and the iPhone 12 reviews, and then the 13 reviews to just understand all the features I'm getting with this phone that I didn't have on the 10, which is so fucking annoying. It's so annoying. It makes fucking reviews useless, I find. It makes reviews useless because they're comparing it to something I don't have, that I have no concept of. You know, I'm fine with it. I wish more would just actively try and compare them to older devices, which most people would be upgrading from. You know, like the Apple Watch. It's such an incremental thing that people are like, oh, this year they've just changed the design and it's not really got much to say. It's like, well, what else does it have versus the fucking Watch 4 or whatever the fuck? You know. It's fucking annoying. I'm also got a thing with the watch because I really want Samsung have blood pressure monitoring in their watch. And I would like that. And I imagine the next Apple Watch would do that. And I kind of don't want to upgrade until that happens. Because I do want the help. But actually, I actively quite want blood oximetry readings as soon as possible. Because I've just come off the blood thinners and I kind of want to monitor that going forward. You know. Tech annoys me for that reason. And like, because consoles, I think, you know, when people talk about the PS5 versus the PS4, it's fine. Consoles are around for fucking 7-8 years. That pity you can't measure blood pressure watch. You can. It's not nearly as accurate, but it's close enough to give you an indication of your blood pressure. The technology's there to do it through the same sort of light sensors. And comparing it with the AI models. And it's actually, the Samsung Galaxy Watch apparently does it quite well. Like, again, much like its blood oximetry readings, they're not nearly as accurate as a dedicated thing, but for generalized monitoring over a long period of time, they're very good. I do have a finger oximeter. I do have one of those, but what I mean is I want something that will check my blood oxygen levels, like, passively over multiple times a day, and that I don't have to think about, and will just tell me if something's up. I would value that regular passive monitoring, which is why I like smartwatches, because they do regular passive monitoring. 69p is nice. And I value that as a thing. I value that as a thing, again, more so because of my health condition. Because something I'm very aware of coming off these blood thinners is that I am, for the rest of my life, at increased risk of getting a blood clot. And I've been monitoring my blood oxygen the entire time I've been on these, just with a blood oxygen thing. But I want to be able, I want it to read it multiple times a day and put it in a graph without me having to do anything. You know, I have like smart scales, but I have them just because I stand on them. It reads my weight and I get off and I walk away and it automatically adds it all to a graph and I can check for trends over long periods of time without really having to micromanage it. You know, and that's why I would quite value it. But at the same time, I don't want to buy a new Apple Watch this year, and then next year they're like, oh, it's blood pressure, and I'm like, I really want blood pressure monitoring, and I don't want to have to upgrade another time a year, because that's wasteful. I don't know, I'll see. But I really want the blood ox reading now. So, Did I ever find a monitor for my setup? I did not, Armo. I did not. Until I find a monitor that does exactly what I want it to do, I'm not going to upgrade it. That's exactly what I do with the phone. If it's not going to do exactly what I want it to do, I'm not fucking paying £1,000 for it. I want to buy a thing and keep it for a very long time. The monitors I'm using on this computer I've had for, I don't know, 8 years, 7 years. You can get better monitors, and I would like them, but I don't like incremental updates. I don't want to upgrade to a monitor so I can then upgrade to an even better monitor later on. I want to wait until exactly what I want comes out, and I'm going to buy it and keep it forever. Yeah, money putting out your own health over time is a faff. Yeah, this is the problem. It is a faff, and one of the big things that a lot of doctors and healthcare professionals were saying to me is that if you're doing it regularly, it makes you more anxious. If you're like manually checking, if I'm manually putting a blood oximeter on my finger twice a day is really bad for anxiety, apparently. Thanks, Press Raiden. It's really bad for it's really bad for anxiety because it makes you constantly aware of your blood oximetry readings twice a day and reminding you of it. Whereas if it was just doing it on the watch passively, I wouldn't ever have to think about it. It would let me know if something was off, and outside of that, I would put it completely out of my mind. Which is really valuable to me, especially blood pressure readings. Because a blood pressure reading is quite an active thing. You put the fucking big thing over it, goes, and it's uncomfortable. Whereas something I was just passively doing it all the time without me faffing around would be really good. I have some Withings scales. I don't know, I got them in an Amazon sale. They're like 30 quid, 40 quid, which is expensive for scales, but you know. I like health tracking over long term. I really like tracking. I've been tracking my sleep for 6 years. I've been tracking my weight, my water intake, my caffeine intake, and my activity, and everything for years. And I like adding to that because it just helps me see trends, especially now. You know. That Peter, the main reason why it's bad for anxiety is that a lot of people probably don't understand what's going on there, and there are a lot of factors that come from measures. Yeah, but no, I was sort of told explicitly that even if your measures are fine, it still will make you more anxious because you're just aware of it. You're aware, you're thinking about it, which is anxiety-inducing. Bye, Derpy. Like, I don't have it here, but like it just makes you don't want to be thinking about it all the time. And if you have to think about it twice a day, then MDL, I couldn't stand wearing the watch while sleeping for more than a week. Well, this is something I have because I have an aluminum Apple Watch, which is really light, and I've got a nylon strap, so it just I don't even notice it on my wrist. It's so light and airy, and it just doesn't feel like it's there even. And I was looking at Apple Watches and going, when I buy my next watch, I want to buy the I'd like to buy a steel or titanium one, not for the look, just for the durability. I want that fucking harder metal. I want that fucking harder screen. And then again, I want to keep it for fucking 5-6 years. But they're heavier. I don't know if a heavier one would just be more annoying in the way. Yeah. Let's try it. It would be super cool to have a history of rough blood pressure over a while, though. I really hope that does stop being quite common. Yeah, so the Galaxy, but the new Galaxy Watch does it. It's not like FDA approved or anything, but it is. The point, it's not, I say, it's not accurate hugely, but it's close enough to give you an indication. You know, even if it's only accurate to 10 points of systolic pressure, whereas a normal blood pressure monitor might be accurate within 2 points. Even if it's only accurate within 10, that's enough to give you an idea, because it's broad strokes. That's what it's about. It's about broad strokes. Then if your blood pressure is just higher broadly for a long time, then obviously that's just a warning sign. Even if it doesn't have to be the most accurate thing in the world to be useful. Yeah, there's many things that can impact the measure down. That's the whole thing. It's broad enough and regular enough that it just will. Even if a single measure is not going to be that useful. If I was ever to just do a single measure, I'd have to use a proper one. But if it's just passively doing it in the background, its average vague broadness is, I think, useful as a long-term broad indicator, which is what they're meant to be, rather than anything else, which is what I want. Because if I am actually working on something, I'll check properly. You know, it's just helpful. My heart rate, my resting heart rate, it became a lot higher after I got the blood clot, because that's what happens when you get pulmonary embolisms. Your blood pumps harder. Your heart has to work harder to pump blood, trying to clear the clot. My heart rate was higher. But I looked at my trends, and my heart rate had gone up after I got the blood clot. But before that, it actually went up quite a bit. My resting heart rate used to be about 55, and it went up to about 70 in, funnily enough, March 2020. I wonder what happened then. And then my resting heart rate went to like 95 when I got the blood clot, and it's been at about 90 the whole time, which is really high. It's a really high heart rate, but I was told that was... some doctors were really panicked, but most doctors were like, no, that's perfectly normal. I'm like, okay. I've had very inconsistent medical advice about my blood clot, I need to point out. So, MDL, but it takes pressure all the time. It uses a big amount of data to get more precise. It's good enough, even if not 100% precise. This is the argument for those, is it lateral flow tests? You know, those the do-at-home COVID test kits that are not hugely accurate. The argument for them is that even if they're not hugely accurate, and even if they get a lot of false flags a lot of the time, it's only meant to be used for people who don't have symptoms. And the whole point there is that even if it's not the most accurate, if someone's doing a test several times a week, it will stabilize out and be useful enough to give someone an indicator of if they should be concerned. And it has caught COVID cases that wouldn't have been caught otherwise. And that's the point. Even if it's only catching 10% of the cases that it's doing, the whole point is that it is catching more cases than nothing at all. Good night, Cinnamon Robin, which I thought was quite important. Some people were worried about giving people a false sense of security, but the whole point was that if you ever had any symptoms at all, you're supposed to take a proper one. So it doesn't really matter if it might give me a false positive or whatever. It will stabilize out. And I think that over a population, when you're talking on a sociological level of like a broad population, it will be useful, even if it's only a 10% increase in detection of cases. That's worth it. That is worth it. It doesn't, on an individual level, yeah, it's not overly accurate and not hugely useful, but it's not meant to, that's not what it's for. It's meant to be this broad societal thing, which is helpful and actually has been helpful. It's been really helpful, and I think it's a lot of value in it. Even if they're not most accurate on an individual level, it's good on a societal level. That's why I want proper health tracking features. I don't know. I'm gonna see. The new Apple Watch is going out. I'm like, Like I want to get a fucking when I buy a new one, I want to get the cellular one as well. I want the balls to the walls. I want a cellular version. I want it in a stronger material, and I want to be able to know it's gonna last a long time. And I would like a cellular one because it'd be very nice to be able to just go out and not really have to think about bringing my phone with me all the time. Which is very much a convenience thing, but one of the things I was quite paranoid about. Did you provide use eSIM? Yeah, O2, Vodafone, and I was about to say Orange. O2, Vodafone, and EE all support eSIMs now in the UK. So if you're on those three providers, you can get an eSIM for an Apple Watch now. Yeah, that's Orange. And then I was like, oh, I was going to correct myself to T-Mobile. Correct myself to T-Mobile. I had a conversation with a friend the other week. Because we were walking around Liverpool. There's a store. There's a place where there's a B&M, and that B&M used to be a Klaus Olsen. But before it was a Klaus Olsen, it was a Virgin Records mega store, which I remember very distinctly. And like back in my day, go in there and buy CDs for £5. I was looking into getting a cellular tablet watch, but as far as I can tell, 3 doesn't support. Yeah, it's literally just O2, EE, and Vodafone that support eSIMs at the moment. At least for Apple stuff. I don't know about anyone else, but that's my thinking. I was going to do that. That's money. It's been expensive. I've been upgrading a lot of tech this year. This is the year where a lot of my tech just started getting bad, so I've had to spend a bunch of fucking money, which I don't like doing. I save a lot. I don't buy much. And I kind of save a lot to spend a big amount of money once and not have to spend any more for years. Have you noticed the difference with 5G? I don't really care about 5G now. I think it's a pointless upgrade. But again, I want this phone to last for 6 years. And in 6 years, it's probably going to be more relevant. It's fine. I tried it. Weirdly, I can't really get it anywhere, but I can get it in my house. And when I tried it, I was able to get 100 megs down on 5G, which was really cool. One of the things you can set in the iPhone, which I imagine you can do something similar on Android, is you can set it to use 5G data in alongside Wi-Fi. It would manually switch between them. So basically it would, if you wanted to, because for a lot of people, 5G would be faster than their home internet. And the attitude is, hey, we can use 5G for like software updates and stuff. And keep on your Wi-Fi for lower speed stuff. Which I think is a very clever system. I don't care. I have gigabit fiber. Whatever. But I like to have, I want this, when I bought a new phone, I especially wanted to have a lot of new tech and a lot of cutting edge tech so that it would be future proofed. Because that means in 5-6 years, when 5G is really mature, I'll still have a phone. Because, it's going to be really mature in a few years and it'll be good then, I think. And I don't really care about it now, but I will care about it in future. Yeah, 5G has benefits in large crowds. Yeah, it has benefits for, because one of the problems with 4G, I always remember, was if you were at a concert or something, it just wouldn't fucking work. Just because it was so oversaturated. 5G can help with that. So I'd rather have it than not. I didn't buy it for 5G, but I bought it with the intent that it does all the things. I don't have a Wi-Fi 6 router, but I want Wi-Fi 6 on it because I want it to be future-proofed. I like future-proofing stuff. Omo, I thought about tethering my 5G phone to my PC as I have an unlimited data plan, but worry the people around it will get mad. Providers won't get mad over that, although some providers do have data limits on tethered. Even if you've got an unlimited data plan, it might have a limit for tethered. I don't know. I don't even know if O2 do that. I don't know who does or doesn't, but because it's not something I've ever thought about, honestly. But I know some of them do that. And they will throttle your speed tethered after a certain data cap. You can look into it with your provider. They will have this information somewhere. Bye down at Peter. Enjoy marking your papers. Oh yeah, I don't know. I really like this iPhone 13. My one complaint with it, it's not really a complaint. My one gripe with it, which is just it's heavy. It's a big phone. It's thicker, and it's because it's made of the steel and stuff. It's just it's weighty. It feels really good in the hand, but it's a weighty phone. It's a weighty hang on, iPhone. Like when I pick up my old iPhone 10, it just feels so light in the hand. And there's talk of Apple in the next year or two moving to titanium instead of steel. Because it's lighter and stronger, and I think that's my one thing is that I would like a lighter. That's my I actually prefer the look of the normal iPhones with the aluminum rails. I like the matte rails a lot more than these shiny steel rails because they just get fingerprinting immediately. I like the matte back of this. I'll say I prefer the look of the normal iPhones. It's just I wanted a big boy. I wanted the Max, and they only do Pro and the Max. And I wanted the fucking storage space, and I wanted the ultra wide camera. I really want the ultra wide camera. That's got everything. Oh, the iPhone 12 Max is pretty hefty. Yeah, it's fucking. They're heavy boys. Like the iPhone 13, they made a point. It's a thicker phone, and it's heavier. Because they made it thicker to put a bigger battery in. They've done that quite a lot in the past few years. They keep making the devices a bit thicker to put a bigger battery in, which... Could you imagine Apple 10 years ago? The joke 10 years ago, that Apple would keep making things thinner and thinner and thinner until they were just like a piece of paper. But now they're just going the opposite way and they're making them thicker and thicker and thicker to put bigger batteries in. I'm like, oh, that's what everyone has wanted. Thank you. Like it weighs 240 grams. Bye, little pants. This phone. It weighs 240 grams, which is hefty for a phone. 240 grams. iPhone 12 Pro Max weight. The max was 228. So yeah, it's 10. The 13 Max is 10 grams heavier than the 12 Max, which adds up. You know, I mean, the iPhone 10. What? How much did that weigh? Because that was how that steel and even that had steel. Even that had steel, and that was. I'm trying to find tech specs of the actual weight. There it is. It's 174 grams. So at 240, like 70 grams is quite a bit. 70 grams is quite a fucking difference in the hand, especially if you're holding it for quite a while. Like, I noticed the way I normally hold my phone, one-handed, is I use my little finger as like a stop. Like, all the weight is on the little finger. Just holding it in place, it's just sort of floating, and it just sat on my little finger, and then my other fingers just sort of are on the back. But because of this phone so heavy, my little finger hurts. My little finger on my right hand hurts a bit. Because having like, you know, 240 grams just on my little finger for ages is hefty. Like, yeah, the iPhone 13 mini is 140 grams. 140 grams versus 240 grams. It's 100 grams heavier. Like, it's almost double the weight. That's the steel. It's because it's both bigger and the fucking steel. It's heavy. I like the size of it. I never used to like big phones. I remember complaining when the iPhone 6 came out. Like, I complained when the iPhone 6 came out because I had like an iPhone 5. And I'm like, oh, any bigger than the iPhone 5 is far too big. You can't reach all the screen with your finger. But in the past few years, a lot of, especially, I don't know how it is on Android, but on iOS, they've made a lot of adjustments to UI and the UX to not really make it so you need to reach the top with the, right, especially Safari now, because Safari, the address bar's at the bottom. So it's a lot easier to use with one hand. And I like the size, because I'm at home most of the time. So yeah, it might be a bit cumbersome out and about, but I'm at home most of the time. And at home, I want a big phone with a big screen. I watch stuff on it, I use it a lot. And this phone has a ridiculous battery. I'm just talking about tech now, by the way, because I like this. There's a lot of... I like this phone's battery is incredible. I had some people say that they have cheap phones that can do good battery, and that's impressive. Good battery on any phone, I think, is really impressive. But I think it's especially impressive on this phone because it's got a 120Hz display, and it's got like the most powerful mobile chip, and it's just really fucking powerful, and it's big, and it does loads of shit, and its battery is insane. Oh yeah, the move to gestures on iOS, the swipey bottom up and down gestures. One of the main reasons I bought an iPhone 10 was for those gestures, because it made using the entire system faster. Like, being able to just swipe between open apps by just swiping along the bottom is just so fucking quick. It's so fucking quick. I love it. It just makes my workflow so much faster. I miss 3D touch. If none of you had older iPhones, 3D touch was something introduced in the iPhone 6S, which gave pressure sensitivity to the display, so you could actually press harder and it would do a different action. It wasn't really used that much. It was used in some games. Like, I used it when I played Call of Duty Mobile a while back, when me and Dan were playing it, the Call of Duty Mobile. You could aim with your left thumb. But then to fire, you just press your finger in a bit harder, and then it fired because they will do pressure sensitivity. It was really useful for certain things. And doing some basic stuff on the system, like if you pressed hard on anywhere on the keyboard, it would turn into a big trackpad. But it wasn't based on holding something for a long period of time. It was just force. And they've replaced all of those force gestures with haptic touch, which is just a long press, which means everything takes a little longer. Any of those things take a little longer. Turning the flashlight on from the lock screen takes a little bit longer. Going into the trackpad from the keyboard takes a little bit longer. And I miss it. Apparently they took it off the Apple Watch a couple of years ago as well. Because my iPhone 10 and my Apple Watch have force touch, which I just really like. I really like it. I think and they took it out because it wasn't being used much, and it added the thickness to the phone. They thought, there's an expensive piece of technology that no one was using, so they got rid of it, which really annoys me because I liked it a lot. That was another reason I didn't like upgrading, but I've gotten used to it. It's not the end of the world. It's just a bit annoying. I do like the phone a lot. I like the big screen in it. The notch being smaller is fine. Whatever. It's barely noticeable. I don't care, but it's nice to have a smaller notch, I guess. I like the bigger screen. It's very nice. I like how bright it gets. It gets ridiculous. It goes up to 1,000 nits, which is fucking ridiculous. The speakers are really good on it. They get really loud, and they're actually really nice. To the point that, like, I actually enjoy listening to stuff on it. I've never enjoyed listening to something through a phone speaker, but this actually sounds pretty good. It still doesn't sound like amazing or anything, but it sounds pretty good. You know. And with lossless audio and stuff like that, it sounds really nice. Like, bass here. It's nice. I like it. It's a nice phone. Everything's better than my old phone. And the advantage of not upgrading a phone every year is that when you finally do upgrade, like, it's a big difference. It's like a big difference. Oh, the new iPads have really good audio. The iPad Pros, especially because they have 4 speakers, have incredibly good speaker quality. Apple in the past, in like 4 years, has gotten really good at like fucking speakers. Really good at speakers. The HomePod Minis sound amazing for their size. The original HomePod sounded really, really good. That's why it was so expensive, because they were like, oh, it's a big fucking studio speaker, and it's like, I just want to turn my lights on. The new phones have really nice speakers. The iPads have really good speakers. The new Macs have really good speakers as well. I say good speakers for what they are. But like really good. And the iPad Pro especially has really incredible speakers. The iPad Pro is ridiculous to me because it's so incredibly thin. It has this amazingly good 120Hz display, and the new one's got a fucking mini LED display, and it's got these amazing speakers, and the power in it is ridiculous. Like, those iPad Pros are insane. The only limiting factor of them is the software, because iPad OS is just kind of still really limited and is trying to just be iOS still, and the file manager is fucking awful. But the iPad Pro hardware, they're just so incredible hardware-wise. You know. Yeah, the iPad Pro is just a laptop without a keyboard. It's basically a Surface. I mean, Surface is a so without a keyboard. The problem I have with the iPads, though, is, like, I saw it in one iPad review, and I hadn't seen it in many others. The example they gave in the iPad review is that they got a message from someone going, hey, I need you to edit some photos. They're in Google Drive. So he's trying to, like, get the photos, and he goes into his Files app, and they're appearing in the Google Drive section of the Files app, but they're like grayed out, and he couldn't do anything with them. He was like, right. So he goes to the website to download them from Google Drive directly, but he can't download them because there's not enough fucking RAM or cookies or whatever to fucking download it. He's like, right. And then he tries to download them from the Google Drive app directly, but then he can't transfer them from the Google Drive app to the actual Files app because they're different systems. Then he ended up giving up and going back to the office because it's just such a mess. Like, one of the reasons I bought an iPad Pro was I bought it as a laptop replacement, and explicitly I wanted it to be something I could edit videos on in a pinch, which I can. I have edited videos on that. I've edited plays videos on it. Before, I've rendered out live stream archives on it before. Hilariously, it renders live stream archives significantly faster than my iMac Pro. And my iMac Pro takes like a few hours to do a live stream archive. The iPad Pro took like 30 minutes to do a 2-hour live stream archive. I'm like, what the fuck? But like, I cannot do show videos or dad cubed videos on it because they use so many different files. Like, doing a plays video is not that hard because I just grab the 2 files, sync them up, and then I don't have to mess with files anymore after that. But fucking hell, like, trying to do a dad cube video, like, you can't, in the Files app, it has a Dropbox add-on. You click Dropbox, you go to the file. You can't download a folder, and you can't set them to auto-download like you can on the desktop. You have to go into the folder and download each file individually one by one. But it's just really buggy, and sometimes it just doesn't download it. Sometimes it just sits there for ages, and then it just cancels the download. Like, what the fuck? Then once you've downloaded them all, trying to get them into a video editor is a pain, because you're trying to do it in the video editor, and it's like, oh, we've got to load it into the video editor, so it has to make a copy to put into the video editor. And then you're trying to... It's such a fucking faff. Can't install another file manager. No MDL. You cannot. Well, actually, you can. You can install all the, like, apps, but the problem is, because every app in iOS or an iPad OS is walled off from everywhere else, they have to talk to the central system. They still have to interact with files. You can't have an app read from a... It's really awkward, is the point. It's so awkward. It's so awkward and annoying. And I just... it makes it really... Because everything about the device I think is really good. All the apps are really good, but the file management on it is fucking atrociously bad. It's atrociously bad to the point that I actively can't recommend it to a lot of people because of it, and I actively can't do a lot of work on it because the file management is so bad. It's so annoying because it could be fixed with a software update, and everyone was hoping. They brought out the fucking the iPad. They brought out the iPad like last year. The iPad Pro with an M1 chip in, that really powerful desktop class chip, which is so aggressively powerful, and everyone's like, oh, maybe the family got to put Final Cut on the iPad. Because no, there's like one pro video editor on the iPad, and it's kind of shit. And I was like, give us Final Cut. You know, give us a good file manager. Make it. They've made this hardware so ridiculously powerful and impressive, but then the software's just constantly holding it back. And when they announced like iPad OS 15 or whatever the fuck, and it was like, oh, we've added widgets now, and I'm like, okay, and that was like all they'd done. And it's weird because the hardware team, the iPad's clearly really good, but the iPad OS development team just seems to be really lagging with it. It's really annoying. It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. They need to do a full overhaul of it because it's just holding this entire thing back. Alma, what did you use to work on while at Dan's? I used Dan's computer for a lot of stuff. There was a bit of an annoying thing. There's the last 3 Minecraft videos. Right. I edited on Dan's computer, and I used a DaVinci Resolve on Dan's computer. I use it on I use DaVinci Resolve because we don't pay for Premiere anymore. He doesn't have it installed, so I just downloaded Resolve because it's free. And I edited them in Resolve rather than on the iPad. And I'll note there, the iPad could have easily done them and rendered them. However, the process of downloading them onto the iPad and then just because normally I open Dropbox, I drag the files to the fucking timeline, I sync them, chop the ends off, and hit render. It takes me 5 minutes. If that. Whereas on the iPad, it's such an involved process that I didn't even try. It just, I knew it was going to take fucking ages and be awkward just to download them on Dan's internet. And so I thought it's easier just to use Dan's computer because they're already there. So those 3 episodes, the audio is weird. And I figured out why after the fact. Because I dragged the file, for some reason DaVinci Resolve had created 2 audio tracks. And when I looked at them in the editor, I assumed it was a stereo left and right, and that's why there were 2 audio tracks. I didn't change them or anything. I kept everything in sync. If I'd have turned off one of those audio tracks, it wouldn't have sounded weird. For some reason, DaVinci Resolve duplicated the audio track for the video and made it slightly out of phase. And I don't know why. And by the time I knew what the fix was, I couldn't really fix it. I was a bit late to rejig it. Just because of the nature of how I did it. I edited all the stuff at Dan's in the awkward way I did. Like the show video where Dan was doing that, like all the live stream was done on my iPad. DaVinci Resolve was just a bit annoying. It wasn't. I used no effects all of it. I literally dragged the video in and it just added the audio tracks. I say I just assumed it was left and right audio. The thing is, I don't watch those Minecraft videos when I edit them. I just stick them in, chop the ends off and render them. I don't watch them. I don't need to. They're unedited. That's the whole point. I don't watch them. So I didn't really notice there was a problem with them. And by the time they actually went up on the channel, I couldn't really use Dan's computer anymore because he was away. So I kind of just gave up. I debated re-editing on the iPad, but I was like, it's gonna take so long to re-render them on the iPad. And whatever, they just sounded slightly off. I was like, I'm not gonna spend hours and hours and hours and hours fanning around just to fix a really minor issue. Especially because I was meant to be off at the time as well. I was taking time off when I was at Dan's, and I'm like, I'm not going to spend hours fixing a really minor thing when I'm off. So I didn't. I didn't. That's why the audio is weird, because Resolve did something weird to it. Yeah, Dan doesn't watch the raw. No, I obviously watch all the plays through. The plays take ages, because I do basically a watch through of the plays. For some plays videos, I literally watch through all the footage without cutting it. Sometimes I just cut the bits of sounds out, and then I rejig it. It's just, I used to back in the day when I started editing stuff. Because I didn't record them. I don't know what stuff he says is relevant later. So sometimes I'll cut something out which just doesn't really make sense in the moment. Then he'll keep referencing it later on. Then I have to go back and re-add it in. So I have a policy of just watching through it now before I edit it. That's why Plays videos take way longer, because I do about 7 editing passes on Plays videos now. 7-ish. And I watch through it once, and then I do a rough cut. And then so that's 2, and then I do a third one where I clean up all those cuts. 3. And then I do a 4th where I start cutting some of those segments out in broad strokes. Then I do a 5th where I start trimming the segments that are left. And making them snappier. Like, because Dan wanted the videos to be more snappy. and shorter. So I aim for 15 minutes for videos now. They don't really ever hit 15 minutes, but I'm always aggressively aiming for 15 minutes. So I cut out because I like natural speaking, so I tend not to cut out. If there's a pause of a second, I tend not to cut it out because I think the pause is useful. But in plays videos, I've been trying to cut stuff like that out to just make them flow faster, which people prefer. So I do a cut like that. So that's up to, is that 5 or 6 I'm up to there. And then I do another pass where I just watch it through and sort of maybe make some minor adjustments. Then I do another pass where I do all the audio. And I remix the audio per section. And I make it so the audio, if there's a cutscene, I make the audio louder. And if there's a particularly loud section, I make it a bit quieter. And I mix all the audio properly. And then I stick the ends on. And then I render it out. And then as it's rendering, I make the thumbnail. That's my process now, which takes a while. I could do them faster, but I think they come out better when I give them a lot more time. They come out a bit more focused and snappier. Like, I think that the Deathloop one, there's stuff I would have cut out of that. It's a bit more bloated than it otherwise would have been, but I ended up leaving in stuff I would have normally cut out to just sell the looping effect a bit more. Like, I debated making everything after the first loop shorter. I could have cut half of those sections out, but I think I think the effect was more important than the comedy, if that makes sense. The time loop thing I thought was a bit more important, of watching him do kind of the same thing in a slightly different way. I thought was important for the structure of that, so I left them a bit longer. There's a Hot Wheels video, Hot Wheels Unleashed video that I'm going to release next. I think I'm going to release it on Saturday, which I made really, really snappy. I really aggressively cut that. I'm editing a Voyager Elite Force video, which I think I'm going to put out tomorrow, actually. Well, put tomorrow on Patreon. My thinking is, now we're doing 2 a week. Because there's always going to be your tentpole videos that are like really proper, like big, and then there's going to be your more basic style plays videos. And my thinking of how I'm going to balance it is I'm going to keep the Saturday slot for like the big, really complicated edit one, and then the Wednesday, sort of Thursday, well, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday slot, whatever the fuck it actually goes up every week, because it's going to be for the more simple plays edit. The one that is just more me cutting it up rather than me, adding loads of effects and shit to it. Because some videos I think work better simple, and I don't want to have loads of really over edited ones, then a load of normal edited ones. I kind of want to mix them in, so I'm gonna show videos on Sunday now. Show videos have always been on Sunday. Well, it's been on Sunday for a long time now. Ever since we started doing more plays again, I plays as Saturday slot, so show gets Sunday. My job's not that exhausting, Faye. It's just messy. I think part of the problem with my job is that I'm doing a lot of different things. And none of them really work together. Like, editing a video is very different from doing bookkeeping and working with an accountant dealing with banks. I can't really swap between them at will. I kind of have to dedicate a day to just video editing or dedicate a day to business or whatever, because I get really frazzled otherwise. And it's been hard because on the blood thinners, I had really bad brain fog. So I'm hoping the brain fog sort of thing will subside in the next few days as I kind of get used to having thick blood again. Yeah, it's just I struggle to keep. So I think it's part of the problem is a lot of stuff that should take 30 minutes ends up taking hours. When I went to print off labels for the thing, for the art prints, like, I was expecting that to take me like 20 minutes. All I needed to do was drag a spreadsheet in, apply them to these 2 little boxes and click print, but then it took me like 5 hours. It took me 5 hours because I had to go through it and sort it all and fix all of them and check every address manually and then fucking do a load of printing tests and then make sure that, things take ages. Like sorting out bank blocking my account access. Like, that was me paying Dan a little bit of money which should have taken, I don't know, 5 minutes, if that, 2 minutes. Something that should have taken 2 minutes ended up taking 8 fucking hours. I know feeling like I waste a lot of my fucking time doing that, but that's fucking... My job is often just doing slightly awkward, time-consuming things. That's my job. Trying to bounce them all together is harder. I've been trying to... Because I was behind on videos a lot. Because I've just... Because I was just struggling because I was ill. So I was just behind a lot. And I got really far ahead before going to Dan's. But then I stayed at Dan's for like a month. And then I'm behind again. So my to-do list is very long at the moment. And I need to get ahead again. Because I need to get ahead on editing videos are always priority 1. But obviously other shit needs to get done. So I need to get ahead on videos so that I have time to do the other stuff. There's a reason, like, there's been no dad cubed 1 second a day video this year yet. It is like 7 months late. And it's because it's the lowest priority thing. Right? Like, everything else is always more important than that one video, even though it's a really big video I want to do and it's really important. No one gives money to the Patreon for the dad cube stuff, really. The videos themselves don't make any money because we don't have ads on them. And it's a big time-consuming thing, and obviously if I need to edit a plays video, it's more important I get the plays video edited than that dad cube 1 second a day video. It's more important to do... So it's always been on the fucking back burner, and it keeps popping up every week in my to-do list, and I always have to keep fucking moving it. But I need to get ahead so I can actually do some outstanding shit like that. And then obviously I've got to ship all these fucking prints, which I am dreading, because I do not know how long it is going to take me to package all of them. Dan and Rebecca packaged them into the plastic wraps. Not plastic, the sort of whatever, starchy, whatever, stuff. And then they're sending them out to me, and then I'm packaging them all in the actual envelopes. And then I'm labeling the envelopes, putting stamps on the envelopes, and then I have to actually ship them all, which is a lot. I don't know how long it's going to take me. The actual space that 450 of those cardboard envelopes takes up was more than I thought. So I've got 5 boxes that are all massive. I don't have a car, so I'll have to carry them somewhere or get someone to come and collect them. It's a bit of a logistical challenge, especially for this first month. It's going to be a big faff, and I'm hoping to streamline it later on, but for this month it's going to be a big faff. Would I ever consider hiring external editors? No, not now. Part of the problem with hiring extra help is you don't have any money. Like, the thing is, we've been losing money every month for like the last year or two. The company would have gone completely broke if Dan hadn't made the book, sort of thing. Because Patreon wasn't covering how much just spend these a month. We had to cut loads of costs and stuff. And even then, it wasn't fully covering it. And now Patreon's back up. The big deal with our Patreon money being back up is that now we're no longer losing money, is the point. Like, we don't really have extra money. Because in an ideal world, if we were earning double the money, I would hire someone. I might even hire a couple of people to take elements of my job and do them instead. You know. But we still don't really have the luxury to do that as of yet. We would have to be like upping the scale of doing the prints, like doing more of them. But hell, doing these 400 has been such a logistical challenge so far that I don't know if doing double would really be that easy. It's me and Rebecca doing most of it. Is the overall Patreon growth rate optimistic at least? I mean, yeah, the biggest problem at the moment is that we've already, kind of half was expecting. I mean, all the physical tiers sold out, which is really good. Like the Ludicrous tier and all the art print tiers are all sold out, which is really lovely. But it also means you can't really go any further than that. You can't really scale it up from that, you know. So you need to increase the demand's really high. So to make more, we'd have to sort of make more product, and I don't know how logistically if me and Rebecca can really handle all of that. Oh, have you bought Lego toy yet? I haven't bought any Lego for a little while. I had to spend an awful lot of money dealing with just random shit in my life that I didn't really want to deal with. That I can't really go into, but I didn't really have much money knocking about. And I spent a lot of money buying this new phone because I needed it. I have like a pool of money that I designate as like fun money. I say fun money, but you know, like money that I would buy like with that I buy like Lego with, or like something very much that has no practical purpose that I just like. Because I don't really buy much like that. I buy very little like that. But I like to have like a little account, you know, like a little pot I put money in, you know, and it's my like fun thing, you know. I put like, you know, 20, 30 quid in a month or whatever, and it kind of adds up. But I kind of designated that for the Switch OLED because I really want the Switch OLED, because I pre-ordered it and I'll get it in 2 days. Actually, I'll get a Switch OLED in 2 days. A smug fun. Well, the thing is that the smart mug, I mock that as a sort of stream kind of expense. Because the main reason I got it was to keep my drink hot in a stream. You know, and basically the money I earn from this is kind of really kind of what goes into my fund. Because all the money I earn sort of goes on living expenses. And one of the things with working from home and our sort of job is that, like, my electricity bill is like way higher than normal for people. It's just my electricity bill is massively expensive. Like my electricity bill is like £200 a month, just because I'm running high-powered computers all the time. So effectively, we have to pay ourselves more to account for extra expenses like that. Because normally you wouldn't, you know, most people spend like 50 quid a month on electricity, if that. Well, I'm spending fucking 200. So effectively, I need to pay myself at least £100 more a month to cover those costs. So like, you end up giving us like reasonably good wages, but a lot of it just goes on living expenses because they're more expensive for us as a result of all of this. So I haven't bought. I want to buy some Lego soon. I'd like to, but I have some other shit I need to spend money on first because I'm an adult. Ugh, I hate being an adult. It's like, oh, you want to buy something fun? Fuck you! You're gonna pay all this shit. You know, like I'm half debating going private for I mentioned a while ago that I've got a problem with my wisdom tooth. On my right lower wisdom tooth, it's going 90 degrees forward. It's hurting on my other teeth, and the longer it is in there, it's going to damage the rest of my teeth. It's painful. But because of COVID, and because of NHS cuts the Tories made and bad funding and how it's been overburdened with COVID and all that, there's huge waiting lists. I mean, the emergency wisdom tooth removal list was 6 months long. 6 months long. The normal list was 2 years. Normally, the emergency list is like 2 weeks. Normally, the normal list is maybe 6 months. It's 2 years for the normal, and it's 6 months for the emergency. And I'm on the emergency list. And I've been waiting now, because I went about this literally just after I got my blood clot. So it's been almost 6 months now. And I'm debating going private to get it done, because it's such a big problem. And yeah, someone mentioned my wrist. My wrist PRNG. Like my right wrist and hand is still problematic. I can't really play guitar for very long without it fucking killing me. Hurting really badly. It's affecting my sort of general mental health and all that. It's been quite hard in the past 6 months dealing with the blood clot thing, because effectively, that made it hard to do a lot of stuff because of the brain fog. And I was a lot more paranoid and anxious because accidents that might happen out and about. Accidents that happen that would normally be survivable when I was on the blood thinners would not have been survivable. Like a lot of stuff that would obviously be a very severe injury that you go to hospital for, but you'd survive. A lot of those would have just killed me. Like if I got hit by a car, at like a normal speed, normally, I would have broken some, you know, if I was hit by a car now, I'd break some bones and I'd have some bleeding and stuff like that, but I wouldn't die. It's very unlikely I'd actually die from it. But I would die when I was on the blood thinners. I'd just bleed to death. So I was a bit paranoid of that, and I couldn't really play guitar because my fucking wrist was hurting, and I was tired all the time, and the fucking pandemic is fucking exhausting. And the wrist is still painful. I saw a physio. I finally got a referral to a physio after like a year. I saw a physio and they spent like an hour feeling both my hands and tendons, trying to figure out what the fuck was wrong, and trying to deal with the fact that I have a problem with my wrist and I have a problem with my hand and my muscle, and generally helping one makes the other worse. So I kind of just said, oh, they refer me for more physio, and I haven't heard anything about it. It was like 3 months ago. So I was half debating going private for both of those. Going private's really fucking expensive. And I also hate that I'm even fucking considering it. Because I shouldn't fucking have to. It's just because the fucking government's been so fucking mismanaging the NHS for so many years. You know, it's just fucking ridiculous. But it's really affecting my quality of life, so... you know, I looked into pricing for, like, private business insurance, like, private healthcare business insurance. Because one of the problems with the NHS is that a lot of times they'll make you better, it'll just take fucking ages. And one of the problems that I'm quite aware of in Nerdcubed is that because we're such a small business, we have key person issues. Like, if Dan was sick with something and he was just ill and out of it completely for several months waiting for, you know, surgery or whatever the fuck, for whatever reason, we just suddenly aren't earning any money. Whereas, obviously, if we had like private health insurance, he could get that results in a week. But I don't like that. It's even a consideration I have to make. So it shouldn't have to be a consideration I have to make, and I hate that I have to make it, which is annoying. Come on, oh, you don't need a referral for a physio here. I mean, you can see a private physio. I can go see a private physio. It's just I was referred to musculoskeletal, which has physios in, but it also has nurses and occupational therapists. I'm a GP managing it because it's generally they're not just because they're trying to diagnose whether it needs surgery or potentially, or if it's arthritis or what. Like, so that's I'm in this investigation stage where they're trying to figure out what's wrong exactly. Just physios are obviously quite involved. Which is Arctic don't you have to pay for dental anyway? There's a private dental fee. It's kind of like the prescription fee where you pay like a set price for basic dental stuff, but dental hospital stuff, like my wisdom tooth removal, I have to get done at a dental hospital under general anesthetic. I need to be completely knocked out for it. And surgeries like that are NHS. You don't have to pay for them. It's completely But private healthcare, you can also get a wisdom tooth removal in private. So I could probably get my hand resolved privately, but like a wisdom tooth removal privately is like £2,000. It's not, you know, it's not chump change. £2,000. It's a lot of fucking money. You know, if I want to get my fucking wrist resolved, there's a lot of investigation involved with that. It gets really expensive. So I haven't done it. So I haven't done it. But I keep a lot of money saved because there's just lots going on, isn't there? Hey, Justin, I am still streaming. I'm American. All my healthcare is private. That's good fun in America, isn't it? I mean, that's the biggest problem with the NHS is that you have this right to free healthcare. The problem is, though, because it's been so mismanaged and underfunded, it just takes so long to get any help. You know, there's the infamous problem of going into A&E and just waiting for hours. You know, not getting a bed. Anything. You know, when I went into A&E with my blood clot originally, I was there for fucking 18 hours. And, like, I think only 16 and a half hours of that was actually... only an hour and a half of that was actually treatment. The rest of the time I was just sat there, waiting, in a waiting room. Didn't have a private room, didn't have a bed or anything. I was just sat in a waiting room, a lot of other people, waiting. That's the problem. Everyone's trying their best, but it just needs more money and funding, and it's more streamlined. It's a fucking mess as well, just logistically and admin-wise. And the Tories have just been dismantling it for years. And then Boris Johnson realised during the pandemic, he went, oh fuck, all this dismantling has made it really hard to deal with the pandemic. And it's like, yes, Boris, you fucking idiot. So, apparently they're trying to slightly republic a lot of the NHS and streamline it a bit, which I guess is good. Better late than never, but still. Dominator, Germany is a wild mishmash of a private public system set up in the 1800s and barely made it since. Yeah, a lot of countries have that. I mean, Ireland's got a weird mishmash of public and private. But for the most part, you know, if you're seriously ill, you'll get healthcare for free. If you need surgery, you'll almost always get it for free. You have a right to life. Possibly a Joe. A friend of mine had teeth removed, but the anesthetic wasn't done right. He couldn't talk, but only half his jaw was numb. One of the teeth out came from the non-numb side of the jaw. That sounds horrifying. I've had teeth removed before. I had my my baby. Are they incisors? Your shop, fangy teeth. I had to have all 4 of my baby ones of them removed because they weren't coming out normally. So I had to have all 4 of them removed. And I was on like local for that. I was on like the nitrous oxide with like local anesthetic, and that was fine. But with this wisdom tooth, because it's so invasive, because it's right at the back, and because of how it's done, they can't just pull the tooth out. They actually have to physically like cut the gum and like fill it and drill, and also it's the root of it's there's a nerve touching the root of it, and if they do it wrong, it can give me permanent nerve damage, which is another reason I'm tempted to get it done private, because that's less likely to happen privately. But I need to be under general anesthetic, so I'll be completely knocked out for it, which I like. I've only been under it once before, and it's kind of weird just to be like, oh, okay, put this on. I'm like, okay, and you're just out, and you wake up going, I remember waking up and being like, oh, you feel really groggy and weird, and then suddenly you're like, oh, pain, oh, fuck, I had a surgery, pain, you know, honestly, it's annoying because it's one wisdom tooth, possibly a Joe. My other wisdom tooth is angled, but it's in such a way that it's not causing a problem. It's like at 45 degrees. Whereas this one's at 90 and it's just pushing stuff forward. It's annoying. Living creator, I mean, like, I remember when I got Bell's palsy in both sides of my face, and I think in the US I wouldn't have bothered going to the doctor, but luckily I'm in the UK. Yeah, I think I got that once. I got Bell's palsy once on one side of my face. I thought I was having a fucking stroke. It was like 3 a.m. and one side of my face started drooping. I'm like, I thought I was having a stroke. I was fucking really paranoid. I ended up seeing, and they just gave me steroids, and I was fine, like a month. Completely fine. It was weird. Like one side of my face was just drooping. It was terrifying. It was like I was just terrified I was having a stroke. Yeah, that wasn't the best, but you know, easy to deal with, isn't it? And then my prescription, like I don't know if I mentioned this, but the blood thinners I was on, I looked like in the US it'd be something like $2,000. It would have. It's like $40. It's something ridiculously. The pills were ridiculously expensive in the US. Would have cost me like thousands and thousands of dollars just to get a 6-month course of these pills I'm on, and I paid what I think. I paid £10 a month payment for prescriptions, and that gives me unlimited prescriptions. So for the 6 months, I was like, what, 50, 60 quid, and you don't have to pay prescriptions at all if you're on low income or in certain professions or whatever. But I am a healthy young individual who can pay for prescriptions or whatever. It's great. I woke up one morning, I tried having a drink and just couldn't close my mouth. They kept me in hospital 3 to 4 days because it was on both sides of the face. And that's really unusual. It's on both sides of the face. Sounds really, really annoying. Well, more than annoying, but I'm glad you're okay now. I hope you're okay now. Possibly, Joe, I heard a story about a kid really into ventriloquism, got Bell's palsy on their entire face, terrified the doctor by talking normally because of ventriloquism. Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Like, I noticed mine when I went for a drink of water and water dribbled out my mouth and went, I remember it being more annoying than anything. It was on one side, but it's fine. I'm fine. I've been on a lot of drugs, but it's nice because I'm on like I've been on so many drugs in the past like 6 months. Because I had like sinus infections and bacterial infections, and I had lung problems and pain problems. I was on loads of shit. There was a period where I was taking fucking like 30 pills a day, and now I'm taking 3. And two of them are one's a multivitamin, one's fucking vegan omega-3, and the other's just a fucking amitriptyline. It's great. It's great. I'm hoping I'll feel better soon. That's the reason I haven't really streamed in the past 6 months. It's just after I got the blood clot, I've just been in pain. Like I still get stabbing pains in my lung, which I've been told is scarring, which is permanent. But apparently the pain usually goes away within a year of getting it. So hopefully that'll go away soon. And I'm getting used to being off the blood thinners. Which I'm excited for. I was told I wouldn't feel weird going off them. But I was also told I wouldn't feel weird going onto them, and I felt very weird. And I also was on some of them, and they were like, they have no side effects. I was like, they have lots of side effects. So I don't know if I believe them when they say there's not going to be anything. I'm not going to feel weird for a week after coming off them. So I'm giving myself a week to get used to it. I'm good. Well, I haven't done movie streams in a long time for the same sort of reason. Like one of the problems with the blood thinners is they made my inhibition very low. They gave me like a brain fog, and they made it feel like I was always basically on the blood thinners. I felt like I was always a little bit tipsy. And I found that when I drank alcohol on them, while I could drink alcohol, they made it very clear I could drink alcohol. I never even asked, but every person who ever gave them, like, you can even drink alcohol on them. But if I drank, like, I normally have a very high tolerance for alcohol. Probably the Irish gene in me. But when I was on the blood thinners, my alcohol tolerance was a lot lower. And I tended to try and avoid alcohol. Especially because there was a period where I had a stomach ulcer as well, because I was really stressed, so that my stomach was off. So I kind of just haven't really been drinking much in the past 6 months. But now I'm off them, and I'd like to start doing the movie streams again soon. I'm going to start doing the backdoor slog on the movie streams in the next week or two is the plan. So I need to get ahead of work first, but I'm hoping going to feel better. Do I do breathing exercises for your lungs, Matt? I don't. Because effectively, because the pulmonary embolism I got, it didn't completely block an artery, which they often do, and that basically just stops blood flow to a certain part of your lungs, and it basically that bit of your lung dies. And that's a really common thing, but I didn't, because the clot I had was, it constricted flow of blood, but it didn't stop the flow of blood completely. But what ends up happening is where the blood clot's attached to your artery, the bit of the artery it's attached to dies, so it becomes permanently scarred. That's what the permanent scarring is in your arteries. So I don't have any lung damage because of that. I had an echocardiogram to check that, where it's like an ultrasound on your heart. They look at the wall of your heart and they can tell if you've got lung damage based on that. Well, I do have scarring, which can give pain, but my lungs are fine. So, you know. Oh, no, if you're on drugs but you can't have alcohol, can you still use mouthwash? Well, yeah, because you're not ingesting it. You're not ingesting it. Are you swallowing the mouthwash? I mean, I got told, because I was on the blood thinners, it's a weird thing. They're like, oh, you can drink as much alcohol as you want. But they're like, oh, don't have ibuprofen, though. It can make your blood thinner. I'm like, I thought alcohol made your blood thinner. I'm like, yeah, it does. I'm like, so I can drink 14 units in a week, but I can't take a single thing of ibuprofen. Like, no. I'm like, what? Even the pamphlet advised me to not eat garlic. because it can thin your blood slightly. I'm like, what? Because I've had blood explained to me quite at length, and I understand it quite well now. I mean, there's a thing called your clotting factor, which is a sort of wobbly line, and it goes up and down. Your clotting factor goes down a bit when you're really hydrated, and it can go up when you're a bit sick or inactive. And there's lots of different factors that affect your clotting factor. And the whole point of blood thinners is it reduces your clotting factor significantly enough that you can't really develop another clot. But garlic, that's the thing, garlic barely thins your blood. Lots of things thin your blood. Lots of things impact your clotting factor. They just change how your blood acts, very slightly, because your clotting factor is just always like wibbling and wobbling all around the place. All the time. It's just when you're on blood thinners, you've got to regulate it more. Because when I was given the blood thinners, they have to do a blood test to check if my liver was okay, because it can fuck your liver up. But the old school type of blood thinners that a lot of older people are really familiar with are ones where they have to monitor you constantly and adjust your dosage. Whereas these new blood thinners are really simple. You just take a pill a day and it's like, yeah, whatever. Which is, they didn't really say there was going to be any particular adverse effects to your blood being thinner. The biggest problem with blood thinners is not that having thin blood necessarily causes any adverse reactions in your body. It doesn't. The problem with having thin blood is that you can bleed. Is that you can bleed more easily. And their concern isn't necessarily that you're going to cut yourself and bleed, although it is, because, as I say, survivable accidents become unsurvivable on blood thinners. But it's more that, like, it's easy to get nosebleeds. It's easy to, if you cough, you might make your throat bad. It's easy to, a lot of the common things you might get breathing in your sinuses, or some people, one of the big ones was like, oh, you might have bleeding in your abdomen. Just things that might tear slightly or whatever anywhere on your body, you know, like your nose. When you blow your nose, just stuff moves slightly, and it, you know, something, and you never really notice. But stuff like that, if your blood's really thin, can suddenly become quite problematic. You know, I've never had nosebleeds in my life. I've had several while being on the blood thinners, just because the normal process of blowing your nose just might make you bleed. You know, I cut my fingers up constantly, and I never really think about it. But because I'm on the blood thinners, they just keep bleeding. So I had to carry plasters. In my back pocket. But that's the thing. In the warning labels for the blood thinners, they list every kind of bleeding. Bleeding in your brain, bleeding in your eyes, bleeding from your eyes, bleeding in your mouth, bleeding in the tongue, bleeding in the throat, bleeding in the lungs, bleeding in the abdomen, bleeding in the liver, bleeding from the liver, bleeding out your urethra, bleeding from the lungs, the neck, the fucking spine, bleeding in the spine, bleeding out the hands, bleeding out the feet. Literally, the list every type of bleeding. And that's why they're considered, when I would get them from the chemist, I would get a speech, because they're considered high-risk drugs. They're in the same category as chemotherapy, because they're incredibly high risk. And that's to say, it's mainly just due to the fact that it's external factors that make them high risk, not internal factors. Like, on their own, they don't really pose that much risk. It's just that they make you, they make you very delicate. They turn you into paper mache. Not paper mache, they turn you into tissue paper. Like, what's been especially annoying over the past 6 months is that any wounds you get, not only do they not stop bleeding on their own, you have to apply pressure to them for like hours and they still will bleed. You have to just... Not only that, but stuff takes longer to heal. I had the opposite healing factor. Like, I was the opposite one. There's like something that would normally like be gone like a couple of days would be there for weeks. Like injury, like little cuts, stuff, they'd just be there for weeks. Which is really annoying. And you can bruise incredibly easily. When I visited Anna Rebecca's, I like letting the girls jump up to me, especially Liv, because Liv's like jumping up. So you're like up, and she's like yeah, and she puts her paws in your hand. She's like yeah, and you do a little dance. Matilda likes doing that too. But Matilda's so heavy. She'll be like, she puts her paw and you're like, oh god, and she's so heavy, but I love her. That's one of the first things I wanted to do, was like, fucking Matilda off. She's like, yeah, and she put both her paws on my forearm and landed on them. I'm like, yeah, good girl, Matilda, yeah, good girl. But, the next day I noticed on my forearm, I had 2 big bruises from where her paws had landed. Just because it had caused me to bruise really badly. Well, not really badly, but they'd caused me to... I'd been bruised by, like, nothing, effectively. Because it's just so easy to bruise. And I was told that several times that they're nothing to worry about. They just might be quite unseemly. So I was told that you might have a lot of unseemly wounds. And I'm like, great. Blood thickeners blood thickeners were going to definitely give you a blood clot every career, I feel. Yeah, I'm glad to be off. So, actually, wait, that reminds me. I didn't take my patient alert card out of my wallet. I can take that out of my wallet now. Hey, fuck you, patient alert card. I don't need to alert anyone that I'm a fucking risk, because I'm not anymore. Hip hip hooray! When an invasive procedure is required, the external should be stopped 24 hours. Coagulation tests. Risk of bleeding. Not stop taking it. Risk of bleeding. Coughing up blood. Blood in urine. Bruising or bleeding under the skin. Excessive signs of bleeding. If you vomit blood, or you have nosebleeds, or there's blood in your shit, or you have dizziness or unexplained tiredness. Abnormal vaginal bleeding. There's an interesting thing I was talking to, because obviously I don't have a vagina or a uterus. Well, maybe they're uterus. I don't have a uterus. I could not imagine the horror of getting my period every month while being on blood thinners for 6 months. That sounds like the worst thing. Because apparently it just means you have super incredibly heavy periods for longer time, which sounds terrible. The wonder of being being a cis man. Yeah, so there's like a thing I can give me factor XA. Calibrated anti-factor XA. SA might help inform clinical decisions. So you can inject me full of like an anti-factor, which would have null the effect. It's fine. Blood thinners. It's fun to be off them. There was a period where I was on medication to deal with a stomach ulcer, and I was also on antibiotics, and I was on blood thinners. And I was on sleeping pills. And I was on really strong antihistamines. And I was on really strong pain relief. And Jesus Christ, I was so out of it. I mean, one of the things is they kind of, in the things they say you might have dizziness and tiredness and fatigue and stuff like that. And I have. Like the past 6 months, it's felt like I have CFS. And I've had really bad fatigue and I've had really bad brain fog. And I haven't been able to think and I lose my train of thought really easily. And I feel a bit better today. It took a week to kind of get used to the blood thinners, so I'm imagining it's going to probably take me a week to probably feel alright after them. But yeah, that's the hope. I'm hoping to feel better. I'm not in as much pain anymore. Still get pain occasionally, but it's fine. I'm not on any drugs, really, that are going to cause me to feel really sick or in pain or dizzy or anything like that. So I'm coming out of it. I'm doing better. I'm going to have a Switch OLED. I've got a new phone. Oh, the new phone's so I can't express to you how happy I am to have a fucking new phone. Jesus Christ. I had 7 hours of screen on time the other day and I had 40% battery left. 7 hours! 7 hours of screen on time with 40% battery left. Is insane. With an 120Hz screen on. At like fucking 80% brightness. Just doing loads of shit. Downloading loads of shit. I was listening to loads of fucking music. I was watching videos on it. I've recorded a load of shit. I've rendered something on it. So good. Oh my god, I'm getting the Switch. Oh, I'm so excited for the Switch OLED. I've been playing loads more Switch games. I'm playing so many more Switch games. Metroid came out, which I'm not playing until I get the OLED Switch. But like I got the Hot Wheels Unleashed game. We got a PC code first, which Dan got. But then we got a Switch code, and the rule is Dan gets every Switch game, right? He gets every Switch game. But for that one, I really wanted to try it. And he was really enjoying it on PC because of the graphics of it. And he didn't really seem interested in being the Switch. I'm like, can I have it? And he's like, yeah. So I took our Switch code for Hot Wheels, and I'm playing Hot Wheels loads on the Switch. The Switch port's pretty good, actually. It obviously looks a bit, low res. But it looks pretty good. It's just a bit muddy. The split screen still performs really well on it. I was quite impressed. I've been really enjoying that. I'm so excited to play. I brought the Switch OLED. And I bought new red Joy-Cons. I've obviously got those purple ones that I did in the stream, but I bought a new SD card. So I bought a 400 gig fucking micro SD because they're way cheaper than when I got the Switch SD card. I got a 200 gig one because 400 gig ones were like 60 trillion pounds, but now the 400 gig ones are like, I don't know, 60 quid or something. It's a lot more reasonable. And the new Switch also has double the internal storage by default anyway, so I'm doubling the storage of my Switch, and I'm getting the bigger screen. I'm like, I'm gonna play so many games. So many games. Oh, I'm so excited for the OLED Switch. I cannot express to you how excited I am for the OLED Switch. It looks so good. Just the fit and finish is apparently way better on it. It just feels better on the screen. It looks so... Oh, God, I love OLEDs. It's a big, bright, lovely OLED, apparently. And I don't care that the resolution's lower. The thing is with the Switch, every time I play on the Switch, it feels like a compromise. It always feels like you're compromising to play on the Switch because, the screen's tiny and it kind of looks ugly. It looks ugly and it's low res and it's awkward to play on. Whereas when the OLED is on the Switch, suddenly it has an advantage graphically versus any other system I've got. It's having that nice, bright, big OLED. Because some games will look better on the Switch than they do on my PC just because of the difference in screen. I don't have an OLED TV or anything, so it makes such a fucking difference to me. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I wish it was more. I wish it was like more of a Switch Pro or something like that. But I really like what it's going to be. So I'm quite excited for that. I'm getting that on Friday, and I will let you know my thoughts. I'm playing so many games. New Joy-Cons as well. I'm so excited. And yeah, I read it on my phone, Tustin. It's easy to render stuff on the phone. You can understand the Geekbench score of this phone is like better. My iPad Pro is 3 years old now, and that had like the A12X or whatever the fuck. This iPhone, outperforms my really powerful iPad. My really powerful iPad that was able to render a live stream archive in 30 minutes, like a 3-hour live stream, it was able to render that as an archive in 30 minutes. A task which takes my iMac Pro 2 hours. My phone now outperforms that. So you're damn right I'm using it to do fucking intensive tasks, because fucking I've paid a lot of fucking money for it. Fucking get my money's worth. You know, they've put a ridiculously powerful processor in this fucking thing. I'm gonna fucking use it. Gotta fucking use it. Because Jesus Christ, this phone was fucking expensive. Holy shit. I have paid less for laptops. Jesus Christ. Like, the iPhone, it's an iPhone 12. It's like it's the most expensive iPhone you can buy. It's the 13 Pro Max 1 terabyte. Like, and I am aggressively going to get my money's worth over the next 5 years. I consider this a long-term investment, and fuck, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it to... I need to point out, everyone was like, who's going to use a 1 terabyte iPhone? Me. I filled 850 gigs of it. Immediately. I had a problem when I got it, because I already filled... I filled the 1 terabyte in 2 days, and then I had to delete a load of stuff. How do you use 850 gigs of phone? Because... I have a rule on a phone that I want all of my music to be downloaded to it. That's always been a rule I've had with every iPhone I've ever owned, because I listen to music all the time. It is my favorite thing, and I regularly, not so much in the past couple of years, but I regularly am in places without any signal, and I want all my music on there, so it's always there to listen to. Not only that, but something that really annoyed me about my old iPhone was I had optimized photo storage on, which basically every time you take a photo, it uploads it to iCloud, and then it deletes the really high quality version that's on your phone and gives you a lower quality one, and then whenever you click on it, it will load the higher quality one. It means basically your photos don't take up any space. I hate that. It's a really useful way to keep storage, but it was really annoying because every time I was trying to show anyone a photo, because any time I ever try to do anything, I usually just have bad internet or bad data or something, and then it just can't load. So I like to have everything locally. I like everything being local. So it's all my photos. It's, I don't know, 12 years worth of photos. High quality photos on there. And then it's 25,000 songs, which normally wouldn't take up that much space. I originally tried to download all of them in lossless, because iTunes Music, Apple Music offers lossless now. And then I realized I didn't have enough space, so I deleted all of them. And I downloaded like 85-90% of them in normal, like, 320 kilobit MP3s. Or ACC files is what Apple Music uses. And then I downloaded a bunch of my favorite albums and songs in 24-bit lossless. Not the super high quality lossless. I didn't need to go to 192K. But I got them in 48K, 24-bit lossless. Because I noticed a difference. On headphones, wireless headphones, you wouldn't notice a difference. But I noticed a difference through the speaker, and I want them there. I want them there. I find a lot of value in having shit local. My iPad is only 500 gigs, and I've only filled half of it because I don't keep music locally on the iPad. Does iTunes not do variable bitrate ACC? Yeah, it does. Yeah. Pretty sure it does, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It might not do I don't know if it uses it. I literally can't remember. I don't know. I don't pay much attention to the formatting, I'll be honest. But I really like it. So I've got all my music on it. I've got my photos on it. Because I like local. The cloud for me is always for backups, not for primary storage purposes. I want to have everything local somewhere. I want it to be local. Because cloud services are a useful backup, but I don't want to rely on them for access to my own things. Most of the music I own are CDs I ripped into iTunes a decade ago. About 15 to 17,000 of the 25,000 songs I have are ripped CDs. And one of the things that made me go to Apple Music was that I could pay Apple like £2 a month for iTunes Match. And that basically just means that they look at all the songs I've imported into my library via CD, And then they just sync them with Apple Music, and they will just make it so you can download them on all your devices, and they'll give you Apple Music versions, whatever. If not, they'll upload it. So it just means that no matter what, my entire music library is on, in the cloud, digitally. And Apple Music's really nice, but I don't rely on it. It is, for albums I really like, I buy lossless versions of them. But I was doing that before Apple introduced lossless, and I've removed those lossless versions of iTunes because I can get lossless on my phone and stuff if I get them from Apple Music, but I still keep lossless versions because I like having them. I have always aggressively had things locally. It was a thing I remember back in 2010, 11. 10? 10. 9? Whatever. 2009, probably. 2010. I was obsessed with getting more space. Because this is before like cloud backup was really even much of a thing anyway. And I always wanted more space. Because I had so much music installed. I had so many photos installed. And I had so much just stuff. That I modded my MacBook at the time. I took out the disk drive in my MacBook myself. I took my own disk drive out of my fucking MacBook before Apple removed the fucking things. This is what I mean about me being their fucking target demographic, because I was removing shit from their devices to replace with other shit before even they were doing it. I removed the disk drive from my MacBook, I replaced it with a hard drive cage, and I put a big hard drive in it. I put a 1.5 terabyte hard drive in it. And then its normal hard drive bay, I put another 1.5 terabyte hard drive. But the problem is, they were 2.5 inch ones. But they were slightly too thick. They were slightly too tall. So the chassis wasn't closed properly. There was a bulge in the bottom casing because I couldn't fully screw it up. These hard drives were like... So I had 3 terabytes on my laptop in 2010, which 3 terabytes would be a lot in a laptop now. In 2010, that was ridiculous. Because I wanted everything locally. You know, previously on my PC, I had all of my games local. I just like having a copy of everything locally. That's just how I like to work. And I had 2 10 terabyte hard drives in there, along with another 3 terabyte hard drive for recordings, and like another terabyte or 2 of SSDs. So I had about 30 terabytes in my PC. I don't install all my games locally anymore because it was a faff. Not because there was a space limitation. It was just every time I'd open Steam, it would be like, I'm going to update 300 fucking games, and I'm going to fucking lag your entire system while I do it. It's going to take 60 billion years because doing it one by fucking one. It was just annoying. So I stopped doing that, and I downgraded to a 4 terabyte SSD, and that's where all my games live now. On my Mac, I've got a fucking 4 terabyte iMac, which is always basically almost full. I've got an external NAS with 2 10 terabyte drives in for backups. All the Nerky videos are backed up to one of them. I've got Time Machine backups in the other. Like in my office, I have available to me just around the place, not only in my computers and in my devices, but also just in drawers and stuff. At least, hang on, let me count. 20, 50, 70 terabytes just around in this room, which is ridiculous. But I like me local stuff because I've always been digital. You know, I mean, I've never been big into physical media, really. I've always liked digital. I've always liked everything being digital. I think it's more convenient. I think it just, especially when I was growing up, because I had divorced parents, so I was traveling back and forth all the time. So having everything just there, having like loads of TV shows and movies just there with me all the time was amazing. I didn't have to look loads of shit around. I used to travel to Ireland all the fucking time. I didn't even have internet over there. So having everything locally was always really important to me. And that's kind of why I have this thing about having loads of stuff local. And it's something I've always liked. I don't trust data packed that large. At the point where a single hard drive has over a terabyte of data, it's less storing the data and more storing hopes and dreams of data. Hard drives I found them really reliable. The 10 terabyte hard drives you can get, because they're so big, they're made to like enterprise standards, so that they fucking have this insanely low failure rate. And half the thing as well, you've got to understand, is whenever I have stuff local, it's never the only copy. I always have at least 2 to 3 backups. You know, like, my Mac. So my music, for example. My music is all backed up to Apple. It's all backed up to my Time Machine backup. It's all backed up to my phone, and it's all backed up to my iMac. I have 4 copies. The entire history of the NerdCube videos is backed up to the cloud. It's also backed up to my local storage, and it's backed up to YouTube and Twitch. My games library is the only one that doesn't have those local backups. It's all digital, which is why I like having everything local. But it's just impractical for the amount of games I own, and it doesn't really work with digital games. But I have everything. I have everything backed up multiple times. So it doesn't matter if, you know, as I said earlier, if my PC were to literally explode and I lost all the data on it, it wouldn't matter. Because I've got it all backed up. Like, that's the whole point of having multiple backups. You have multiple points of failure. To the point that I could legitimately, there could be a fire in my house, and I could lose all of my computers, and all the drives in all of them could fail. But I would have still not lost any data at all. I wouldn't have lost no data from an incident like that. I would lose none. Which is great. It's a nice peace of mind. And Excel, I always install all my games, otherwise I don't feel like I own them. I agree, I have that problem as well. The problem I have, though, is when I always had movies and music downloaded, it's always DRM free. You know, it's always fine. You know, even if the servers died or whatever, they still work. Games, however, unless they're on GOG, they have DRM and they have to check with the server. And it's not like my computer's ever offline, so it doesn't really matter. And as I say, it was more inconvenient to have them all installed, because it just meant every time I opened Steam, it would just try and update like 400 things and just lag. And then I'd be trying to like download a new game, and it would just be a pain in the arse. It was so inconvenient. It was so inconvenient. Because, well, as we've noted, I have 2,600 games. And having all of those installed is annoying. Because when I had all of them installed, I had two 10 terabyte hard drives. But those 2 10 terabyte hard drives were fucking slow. Trying to load a game of those things took fucking ages just because it was slow. And I'd rather have a 4 terabyte SSD because it just makes it faster. You know, I don't like how transient the games I have are. Transcendental. Steam never lags though. GOG is very unstable. GOG's unstable. Steam would lag. Steam would lag because it would. I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying it would try and update 400, 500 games at a single moment. It would make it lag, and even if it wasn't lagging, its downloader would just lag and get a bit confused. And I'd be trying to I want to update a single game and I have to fucking prioritize it. And I couldn't rely on stuff auto updating because now whenever I open a game, I know it's fully up to date. I don't have to double check. But when I had all my games installed, nothing would ever be fully up to date because it would just be trying to update like 60 billion things in the background. It would never get enough time to do it. It was just so annoying. So fucking annoying. It was so slow. It was so slow to the point that it was quicker for me to delete a game and re-download it than go through the update process. So that's what I've done. That's what I've done. It's easier, isn't it? It's easier. How many games do you have installed all at once? As I say, I had all of them, so all 2,600 games I had installed, which is a fucking lot. I haven't rolled out my new NAS yet, but the plan is to have a 4.3 their approach. Very frequent files cached locally on a 1 terabyte in my PC itself. The most files stored in a 24 terabyte NAS with 1 terabyte of SD cache and a slug of metadata cache. The long-term files will already backups and everything. Yeah, that's a good idea. So I don't go that overboard with it, but I can understand that. So I think with the NerdCube videos, because Dan's got a local backup of his as well. So we both have local backups of every NerdCube video. I have backups of the project files. Dropbox is very good because Dropbox keeps deleted files for a year. So if there was a video that I edited months ago that the project file is deleted for, and I don't have the source, I don't have the original footage for, I can go into Dropbox, get the original footage, and because of my Time Machine backups on macOS, I can go back to that point and find the project file in my archives, just backed up somewhere, and I could get the fully edited project file back as well with the original data. I could go more backup than I'm doing now, but this feels like just enough without spending loads more money. What's quite annoying though is the loudest thing in my office now is my fucking NAS, because my PC is all solid state now. There's no disk drive, there's no spinning platters or anything. It's silent, and the 3090 is silent when it's idle. So I've got really quiet soundproof case with really quiet fans, so my PC is silent. My iMac is also silent. Everything is silent. However, my NAS sits there going all the time. Literally all the time. It's so annoying. It's just the loudest thing in my office by quite a margin. It's so annoying. And it's not even that loud. It's just the sound of a hard drive spinning. It's just like it's a normal volume of hard drive spinning. It's just fucking annoying. Move it to a different room. Well, if it's plugged in directly to my Mac. I'd say it's not explicitly a NAS. I'm calling it a NAS just because it's what that is, but it's technically an external RAID hard drive array connected via Thunderbolt 3. It's not actually network attached, which so I would just call it a NAS because it's functionally what it is. But yeah, so I just use Thunderbolt because Thunderbolt's fucking quick as shit. Because it means I get full. Basically, I get the speeds like they were internal drives. Which is important because I'm fucking backing up. I'm backing up like terabytes a week, and restoring. When I restore anything from it, it's usually something that's hundreds of gigs, and it would take fucking ages of a NAS. So it's an AS, yes. I really like it. Yeah. I got the 3080 Ti in hopes of not needing another GPU for the next 7 years. Yeah, well, that was our attitude with the 3090. Is that, yeah, it will hopefully be future-proof enough. Like, if you buy really big early on, it'll just last longer. Is the idea. Like, yeah, obviously in maybe 5-6 years, it's going to struggle with the newest games. But, like, the nice thing about game cycles and consoles is that because console cycles are like maybe 7-8 years, for that entire period of time, you can't really, even though PC can get really much more graphically advanced, the lower end of the PC can't get much higher because it always has to cater to consoles. So even if you have to have stuff low in 5-6 years, which is very unlikely anyway, but even if you did, it'd still be fine and work. You know. Yeah, the 3090, the only reason we got them is just because of a job. Because obviously we record video games for a living and we stream for a living. You know, it's important. One of the things that me and Dan thought was quite important is I think it's quite important to have consistency for both of us, because there is a lot of instances where I record footage and stuff. I have done in many videos. There has been bits of footage of that video. There has been a pickup shot that I have went and recorded. It's really valuable, and we got it to have that extra overhead for streaming and stuff as well. Dan wanted his for VR especially, and I would like mine for VR as well if I get actually a good VR headset again. When you remove the tax, I probably ended up paying more for a 3080 Ti than you did for 39. That's the thing. I mean, these 3090s were expensive. They're like $1.5 grand, but we bought two of them. We got 600 of them. We got 600 quid of them back. We got 600 quid of them back, and we just think they'll just last. We want them to last as long as possible, and we want them to have that overhead for streaming for as long as possible. As I say, our thinking is, especially Dan, because Dan's sort of moved a lot of AAA stuff to console now. Is that especially Dan doesn't want to have to upgrade his GPU ever again, almost. And I don't think I will either. You know, when I got the 3090, around the same time I upgraded the rest of my computer as well. I upgraded my motherboard and CPU to already high, because I have a 10900K and a 3090, which when I got them was the most powerful, you know, gaming things you could possibly get. And yeah, they're gonna go out of date, but it's fine because they're still really fucking good, and they're still gonna be really good for years and years and years. And so that's the attitude I have with this iPhone, and I will spend a lot on it. This was a fucking expensive piece of kit. Jesus Christ. iPhone 13 Pro Max, 1 terabyte one, like it's more expensive than that fucking 3090. It's ridiculously priced, and I get why, because modern flagship phones like this are doing a fucking lot. I get why they're so expensive. I know the margins are really high on them as well, but I get why they're so expensive because they're. This phone's ridiculous. This phone is more powerful than my editing computer. It's got incredibly good camera technology. The screen in it is the best screen I own. Period. Like, it's just. But I'm going to use it for fucking a long time, and I use it for work, and I use it for all the time for really important stuff. And it's. I've always said this, if I didn't have this job, I would have, probably at this point, I'd probably have just a basic normal iPhone, because I like Apple, and I like the iPhones, but I wouldn't be buying the Pro or anything like that. I'd have a basic normal iPhone. I don't think I would have a gaming PC, or if I did, it'd be very much a mid-ranged one. I don't think I would, though. Maybe, I don't know, I'd probably have a dual boot Mac more than anything. I'd have like a MacBook or something. I'd have a PS5 at this point. That would be my setup. I'd have a computer either with dual boot with Windows on, or I'd have like a cheaper mid-range gaming PC or something just to play stuff like Satisfactory or whatever. And have a console. But actually, I'd have a fucking Series X probably. I think that's what I'd go for. I have this ridiculous setup mainly because I work. Like, I have fucking 5 monitors around me. I have this setup, it's ridiculous. But I have this because of my job. It's important. Oh yeah, I believe great. Yeah, the cost of R&D and stuff is really expensive for the iPhone. But obviously, Apple haven't gotten to be the richest company in the world by not making quite a lot of profit on their devices, which they do. But again, while they are very expensive, I think they are certainly, to a certain extent, justified in being ridiculously expensive because of especially these big Pro boys. The amount of tech in them is ridiculous. I mean, they are definitely, not swizzing you, but they're definitely pulling the piss. Apple have always pulled the piss for increased storage and RAM. You know, Apple asking for hundreds of extra pounds for a little bit of increased storage, that's probably only costing them, you know, a little bit of money. Their attitude is if someone needs that extra storage, they will pay that ridiculous amount more money for it. And they've always done that with the RAM and storage, which really fucking annoys me. Because, you know, it cost me several extra £100 to get the fucking 1 terabyte version. Like, I could have got a 1 terabyte micro SD card for, you know, 150 quid, 200 quid, something. Whereas getting 1 terabyte in this versus 250 was something like an extra £400, something ridiculous. You know, I think technology is amazing. I'm so constantly impressed with technology. I'm just enamored with it's why I'm really into tech, just so much. I just think it's incredible. It's incredible what we're able to do now. I mean, that's just this phone I've got. I think part of the thing I have with phones, I think everyone takes them for granted a little bit. Especially with phones, because the problem I have with phones, I think phones are inherently one of the most boring items in what their intended purpose is. Yet they have, I think, some of the most advanced technology in them. Because modern phones, like this phone, has the absolute highest possible end screen technology in it. The camera technology in this would have given, and does give, modern cameras a run for their money, right? Like 10 years ago, like this would have outperformed almost everything in existence. The battery life on these things, I just fucking love technology. And I'm a fan of that now. We're getting a lot of weird phones all of a sudden. I mean, I think phones are inherently boring. It's just because they're trying to do everything. I think that makes what makes them quite interesting. Because phones have to. Because for most people, phones are their only computing device. They have to do everything. Phones are film cameras. They're photo cameras, they're media consumption devices, they're music players, they're speakers, they're wireless internet things. They are devices to show your ID. You can store all of your credit cards in there. You can do payments with them. You can do all of your online banking and emails and all of your normal business stuff. You can edit videos on them. You can do things I can't even think of with these phones. You can make music on them. You can entirely make, record, and publish music using one of these if you really wanted to. Like, what you can do on these things is insane. They can do literally anything you want them to do. They're magic. I think we all take them for granted a bit. You know, I think it's incredible. And I say I love we're getting weirder phones now. I mean, LG sort of were like, we're going to do weird phones, and they stopped doing the mobile stuff. You know, we got stuff like the LG Wing, and we're getting all these weird folding phones like the Z Flip and the Z Fold and the fucking Motorola Razr and shit. I think folding phones are shit, but I really like them. I just think, especially the fucking Samsung Z Fold, which is the stupidest phone. It's the stupidest looking phone, where it's got this ridiculously massive screen on the outside. It's like 120 hertz. And you open it for this even bigger, ridiculous folding screen. It's this thick, ugly thing, and I love it so much. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking as delicate as tissue paper, but I just love it. You know, like, I love the LG Wing so much to the point I still want one. Because you get an LG Wing really cheap. You know that stupid phone that just flipped out and it became like a T? It had like a T screen? Like a capital T. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I love shit like that. I think it's shit like that's really fun. You know, you're getting a lot of weird, like, gaming phones now. Like, I think Asus makes a ROG phone, which has, like, 2 charging ports. So you can plug 2 cables in and charge it with both the ports at the same time. It's got a little fan. It's got a little fucking fan with RGB built in. I'm like, it's a phone with a fucking RGB fan, okay. The stupidest fucking thing. Like, I hate it. I think it's hideous, but I love that it exists so much. You know, like, I love shit like that so much. And I love variation in the phone market, because for years it was just stagnant and everyone was just copying it. Everyone was just making fucking iPhones. Everyone was just making iPhones. You know, the Samsung Galaxy phones at the time, they were just iPhones with a slightly different rounded look, you know, and they ran Android. But I'm glad we're starting to get phones that are genuinely weird and interesting. Because phones do everything, and you can do so much with their form factor and everything they do. You can do so much with them. And everyone's just like, we're going to make a black rectangle that does exactly the same as last year's one. But I'm like, You know, something I always quite like about Apple and Samsung are able to sort of do that to a certain degree as well, because of their ecosystem. You know, what appeals to me about like Apple's phone is that, yeah, it's a black rectangle, but it's just so much more. I mean, the AirTags I find really cool because they've got those U1 chips in. I think, like, an AirTag, right? It's not just a tile. Because with an AirTag, I could put my wallet down the back of a sofa. I could open the Find My app on my phone, and then it would open a little thing which would point an arrow in the direction my object is and show me an exact distance from it. And then I just have to literally walk around following where my phone is physically pointing me and saying I'm getting closer until I'm literally physically brought to where the item is. Don't have to make it play a sound. It will just point me in the right direction. That's amazing. That's the coolest shit. That's so fucking cool. Yeah, why the Apple, for some reason, they don't build the U1 chips. They don't have it built into the Apple Pencil, which is easy to lose. They don't have it built into the AirPods cases, which are easy to lose. I would not be surprised. I'm definitely not going to. I imagine the Apple Pencil 3 and the next iteration of the AirPods will have them built in, but the fact that they have not already done it, I think is shit. Well, it's so cool. I mean, fuck. I have HomePod minis, like Apple's Alexa equivalent. I think they're good for music, and I use Apple Music, and I found Alexa really annoying, and I fucking absolutely hate Amazon. I hate fucking Google, because they're just trying to fucking get every bit of fucking data out of me. And for all of Apple's problems as a massive tech conglomerate, they're not trying to fucking get my data. But, like, with my iPhone 10, I could, like, be playing music on my phone, and I could tap it on the HomePod, and it would, like, the music would immediately switch to the HomePod without doing anything. But the new iPhones, they use a different chip. So when I get closer to the HomePod, like, there we go. Literally, as I move closer to the HomePod, I've got one in front of me. My phone starts slightly going, like, vibrating very lightly. And as I get closer and closer, it vibrates stronger. And then I get close enough, and then it comes up with the controls for the HomePod. Johnny went there. And then I can move my phone to it. And then, oh, there's the controls come up. I'm going to move that to my phone. It's on silent. Yeah. I've just... Yeah. It's playing on my phone now. I can be like, actually, I want that on my HomePod. I just move it. There, I literally moved my iPhone next to my HomePod while that song was playing, and it just moved with the song to the HomePod, and now it's playing. That's the coolest shit. I fucking love that so much. I cannot express to you how fucking cool that is. The fact that I can wear my wireless headphones, and they can be connected to all my Apple devices at once, but not all in simultaneously, but they're all paired to each of them, and it will just dynamically switch between devices based on what I'm doing. That's really fucking cool. Like, Apple's ecosystem shit, it does lock you into their thing, but honestly, right? And people complain about that all the time, and I'm like, yeah, but because the deep integrations are so strong, yeah, I mean, that's... the more you streamline it and the more you fucking integrate, yeah, it's gonna be hard to get out of it, but there's no other really alternative if you want deep integration like that. And I fucking love all this shit. It's amazing. If I open up an email on my fucking phone and I start typing a response and I go, actually, I want to do this on my computer, I can open my Mac, I can click an icon on the dock, the email I've half written will appear, and I can continue. That's fucking cool as shit. My iPad, when they release the new fucking update for macOS, I can put my iPad next to my computer, physically next to my computer, and then on my computer, I can simply move my mouse to the left of my screen, and the mouse will appear on my iPad. That genuinely requires no setup. You don't have to pair your mouse with the iPad. You don't have to tell your computer to go it to the iPad. You just physically put your iPad next to your computer and move the mouse to it, and it will just move the mouse to it. That's fucking amazing! That's amazing! Apple shit does... I fucking why I like Apple shit, because they're doing these really amazing... Like, all their products work so fucking well together that I love. I love that. So it's why everything I have is Apple, because I think their integrations are so fucking cool. You know, it's why I don't like having mixed technology. Like, because I like having integration. Like, if I was an Android person, I would have all of one company's thing. If I had a Samsung product, I'd have as many Samsung things as possible. It's just Apple are in this really unique space where they can. You know, there's no other company that controls the level of hardware they do. Like, Amazon makes Alexa, but they don't really make anything else, right? I mean, you can get an Amazon Fire tablet, but that's about it. There's no other integrations, really, right? Google makes Android, and they make the Pixel phones, and Chromebooks, but that's about it. Microsoft kind of sort of integrated with Android, but they don't really make. They do something. Whereas Apple, they make desktop computers, they make laptop computers, they make the hardware and software for them. They make the phones, they make smart speakers, they make watches and tablets and laptops, and because they just have this really broad product category, they can just make them all work together in a way that no other company like even has the ability to. Oh god, Oliver, I agree with you. The inverted scroll. Yeah, I had this problem when I originally started using a mouse on my Mac, where I wanted it to have inverted scroll on my trackpad, but not on my mouse, and it was all or nothing. And in the end, I ended up just getting used to inverted scroll on my mouse, and I actually quite like inverted scroll now. But I agree that it should just be a thing. Better Touch Tool would allow me to have them different, and I did for a while, but I just started using inverted scroll on the mouse, because fuck it. Fuck it, I got used to it, innit? God, I fucking love technology. Fucking love technology. I think it's so fucking cool. I think it's so fucking cool. You know, a part of the constant annoyance I have is like, I am like a filthy fucking, you know, SJW, eco-warrior, fucking vegan cunt, right? You know. And, like, getting loads of new technology all the time is kind of the antithesis to that sort of thing. Because it's bad for the environment. And it's why I've moved to this, you know, keeping stuff as long as possible. But I do fucking love new tech. You know, I love the stuff I love all the new stuff you can do with newer tech. And I think Apple Tech's always quite exciting because it's always multiple things. It's never just one piece. It's always multiple and how they work together. Like, as I say, how this phone works with this fucking HomePod is just incredible. What do you do with my old stuff? I sell it. I always sell my old stuff. The advantage of Apple stuff, I've always said, is that it holds its fucking value really well. Like, my iPhone 10, my 4-year-old iPhone 10, is still worth like £300-400 secondhand. Like, you know, I'm gonna fucking sell it. that's the, like, because the original investment into Mac stuff's really expensive, or Apple stuff's really expensive, but once you've paid that initial thing, any further things are quite cheap because you can sell the previous device. Whenever I used to upgrade my MacBook, it was always, I'd sell the previous MacBook for £600. You know? You can't do that with a lot of other stuff, I feel. You don't get the same resale value. It's a bit annoying because part of my issue is that selling it on is in a sense recycling. It's just being used for longer by someone else. My annoyance with that is, though, I always want to make sure, and Apple they've been trying to resolve this problem as well, is that iPhone 10, I don't think that should be recycled. I do not think that should be disassembled in its current state. It still works perfectly fine, and someone will love that phone. I think it's wasteful to just disassemble that now. It's better to reuse it for longer. So selling it or giving it to a family member to use or whatever, I think is the better choice. However, I also really want to make sure that when it does reach the end of its practical lifespan, that it is properly disposed of, as in, at least with iPhones, that they are given to Apple for recycling. Because Apple have dedicated machines that can disassemble entire iPhones. And I really want to make sure, and I've never been able to make sure, like, I don't know what happens to it. You know, after I sell it, I don't know what the person does with it when their time's up. Do they keep it in a drawer? Do they put it in the bin? Like, that annoys me. But I think in a sense it's better for them to buy a secondhand phone like that rather than buy a new phone. Especially if it's in good condition. You know. The biggest problem with that phone, I think, is the battery. The battery's degraded quite a bit. It's at 80% now. You know, someone could buy that, put a new battery in it, it'd last them years. Years more. Years more. It's just, for my use case as like a power user, it's not enough for me anymore, but for a lot of other people, it'd be fine. But, yeah, I don't know. This is my thing. That's why I like keeping tech longer as well. Like all my tech, my iMac Pro is old. It's 4 years old now, 5 years old. My watch is 4 years old. My old phone was 4 years old. Which I really need a new fucking editing machine at this point. The iMac Pro is very good, but it's always struggled. It's always had some fucking weird issues. And those new M1, the new ARM machines that Apple do are just so fucking good at editing. Jesus Christ. They're so powerful. Timeline performance of those M1 Max is apparently insanely good. Like, insane. The render times are a bit slower on them, but apparently the timeline performance is just incredible on them, which is my biggest problem. My timeline performance is semi-poor. But I need the good render performance as well, and I'm quite excited to at some point upgrade to one of these new ARM Max where I just get so much better performance and everything will be quicker. Everything will be quicker. I say I want a new watch for things. It's a bit annoying because, as I say, I upgrade technology when either it's limiting me and doing something I need to do, or there's a feature of the new device which I particularly want or need. With the watch, it's the second one, in that I really want the blood oximetry readings just because of my health. With my iMac, it's very much it's limiting me. No, it's you know, changing it would make my life a lot easier and streamline my workflow a lot. And that's got my idea with technology. I say with this PC, like the only reason I upgraded the CPU and stuff like that was just because it was becoming, the old one was becoming a hindrance. Whereas this now it's fine. I don't think this is going to be a hindrance ever again. Oliver, except a battery replacement in iPhone's a pain in the ass. It sure is. I mean, you can get them done. Like, I know Apple will do them for not cheap, but not an unreasonable price either. I You can get them done third party, but again, this third party battery replacement was a bit funny. I think Apple. I don't know how much Apple would charge for a battery replacement for an iPhone 10. iPhone 10 battery replacement. Because I didn't look into it. I almost debated, like, oh, because I had loads of problems with the battery life for my iPhone 10. And I was like, oh, maybe I should get a battery replacement. I'm like, even if I could do it myself, I wouldn't want to spend money on a battery because I wanted a new phone anyway. The the price of an iPhone battery replacement from Apple for an iPhone 10 is £69. Nice. Which, that's not a good price. And yet, unless you go through Apple, you lose auto brightness and battery health. Yeah, which is bullshit. Absolutely fucking bullshit. I think Apple should be fucking ashamed of that. Yeah, 70 quid, which... 70 quid. Which, in terms of when buying a new phone, if you buy one of those new phones for, 300 quid, spending another 70 to make the battery really good might not be the worst idea, but it's still, yeah. I don't like Apple forcing that. I understand them, like, wanting to, like, make... Part of the problem with a lot of cheap repair places is that you're going to get shitty products from a lot of them anyway. And Apple kind of, half their attitude is they want to be like, oh, we want to make sure that... Because, like, wanting to make sure people get quality, legitimate Apple stuff is a genuinely valid concern, but there's so many ways they could do that aren't being like, oh, like, they have Apple authorized fucking repair things, but they're just, Apple authorized repair technicians are infamously just, like, hands tied. Like, Lewis Rossman has this infamous problem where Apple authorized repair technicians, they just can't do loads of stuff that they could totally do. I mean, you see what, like, there's this infamous thing, if the back of iPhones, right, modern iPhones, ever since they went back to glass with the iPhone 8, glass can break. And when you smash the back glass, because if you smash the front glass of an iPhone, right, the way you replace the screen is you take 2 pentalobe screws at the bottom, you heat the display up, and you pull the screen up with a kind of suction cup, and you pull it up, and you pull the adhesive off, and then you clean the adhesive. You unplug the display, you plug a new display in, you replace the adhesive, and you put it back down and screw the screws in. It's not an easy process, but it's, that's what you do. It's like, it's the first thing you could take out of the phone. You just unscrew it and take the glue off, and you can remove it. A back glass replacement, however, Apple says there's no way to do a back glass replacement. And to do a back glass replacement, they basically have to disassemble the entire phone from scratch and transplant it into a new case or whatever. But a lot of repair sites have found a way to do it where they put it in a laser, and the laser lasers all of the glass, makes it really brittle and gets rid of the adhesive under it, and then someone goes around and literally smashes all the glass off. Smashes all the glass with a little hammer and a chisel and stuff like that. They put it back in the laser, get rid of the adhesive. They clean it, then they just stick a new glass on top. And that's how they do it. Apple don't do it that way. But a lot of repair technicians do. But if those repair technicians want to keep offering that non-Apple approved repair, they can't be Apple authorized. Because the second they're Apple authorized, as Oblivion Critic says, yeah, it's basically just screen, battery, or device replacement. They can't, like, specialist stuff like that. They're not allowed to do under the terms of an Apple authorized repairer. Which, and they also have weird stipulations. Like, they can fine you for years even after you terminate that thing. Lewis Rosman's done some amazing videos on it. It's absolutely my biggest fucking criticism of Apple. Absolutely, where they just try and maintain this, like, ridiculous grasp of control over their entire repair process, which I just think is incredibly bullshit. To a certain degree, user repair for a lot of components is never going to be easy. But for screen replacements and battery replacements, which are the two most common types of repair done, all the phone manufacturers now, they build those to be easier to remove. Like, for an Apple technician to replace the screen of the battery is quite an easy thing for them. Because they're built with them being the most easy things to possibly replace, but they're still not easy for the user to replace, and especially because Apple don't sell replacement parts, and they make it really hard to do it, because even if you get replacement parts and someone does it, they software lock them off, which is fucking bullshit. Because, like, when people talk about user repair, Apple's always like, oh, but user could break it, and I'm like, I'm not looking to fucking replace my CPU module. When I talk about user repair, I just mean, like, replacing the fucking screen. Like, if some cunt wants to try and replace the CPU module, let them have it, out of it. But no one's going to really try that because they're tiny components and that's such intricate specialist work you need specialized tools for. That, yeah, of course no one's going to... Of course most people can't fucking do that. I'm not going to be able to repair a lot of the inside of my fucking Apple Watch because the fucking components are so fucking tiny. In the same way, I'm not going to even be able to repair a normal watch because it's tiny components. And I am not an expert at that. Fair enough. But a battery or screen replacement, they're the biggest components in the fucking phone. You know, like, that's what most people want to be able to replace and do. And I'm sat there going, Apple, clearly, the 70 quid they're charging for a battery replacement, they're probably only making a very small profit off that. You know, a battery replacement is going to take an Apple technician at least like half an hour. And the battery module, I mean, they're getting them at cost, but they're still not cheap things. And then the time of, like, actually... Like, the amount... The price they're spending on, like, the people involved in the process and all of the supply chain stuff like that, they're probably not making much of a profit off those battery replacements. So I'm like, well, what's the fucking point? Like, it just... Because the thing is, even if they had right to repair, if I smashed my screen, right, even if I could buy a new screen from Apple, and replace it myself, and a right to repair thing, even if I smashed the screen, I'd still go to Apple to replace it, because I would keep AppleCare, because I find it convenient. And I would pay for the convenience of having them do it. And knowing they're going to do it properly. And that's what, like, if just sell people on that. You don't need to force people into it. A lot of people are just going to go to you anyway, because it's easy. You know, like, that's all you need. You don't need to fucking force people into it. It's ridiculous. MKBHD did a great video on Micro Repair. We talked to Rossman. I like Lewis Rossman a lot. I like watching a lot of his videos. There's a lot of iPhone repair people I like watching on YouTube because they often show these really interesting repair techniques, which just are very not Apple approved. Like, right to repair is really important. I mean, iFixit are one of the biggest for. I love iFixit. I think iFixit are really, really good. They're doing a really valuable service. Their toolkits are really good. They're lovely, iFixit. I mean, you know, in Nintendo Joy-Con stick drift, for example. You know, Nintendo are really bad at trying to fix that. And they're like, oh, you can send your Joy-Cons into Nintendo and it'll take weeks and then they'll fix them. It's like, ugh. Whereas, you know, you can buy for like 15 quid off iFixit a toolkit, which comes with a replacement Joy-Con stick and all the tools you need to replace it. And I will say, something I really like about the Switch is from me opening those controllers up, the Switch is very easy to fix. It's built like an older piece of technology, because I guess it is, right? Everything's modular, nothing's soldered down. It uses one type of screw head. It's got special pentalobes on the outside to get into the case, but once you're in the case, it just uses standard Phillips head for everything. And repairs are easy. And that's really good. You know. And I just... the EU are trying to force a lot of this shit. You know, they're forcing the USB-C thing, but they're also... a lot of the EU are trying to force right to repair. And it's really important, not just for phones. I mean, one of the biggest infamous right to repair problems is John Deere tractors. John Deere tractors. Because modern tractors, really fancy modern farming tractors, they have so much software on them, and that when they break, they will just say there's a problem. And a lot of these farmers, they can't fix them themselves, and they make it so they can't fix it themselves, and they have to take it to a John Deere dealership to fix the problem on it, even if it might be the most small problem. And, you know, a farmer doesn't want to have to take their fucking really expensive tractor on the back, put it on a trailer, drive it hundreds of miles to the John Deere place. You know, you're out for days, especially in harvesting season. That's really unacceptable. That's a big problem with right to repair is literally tractors. That's the biggest one in when talking about legislatively. When people talk about right to repair, politicians especially, the main thing motivating them is tractors, not phones. That's such a big deal. John Deere's the big problem with John Deere tractors, and people have made third-party tools to get around it, and John Deere say, oh, they'll void your warranty, and they're like, why does it void the warranty? I'm trying to fix it. And it's been a big point of contention in the United States. I mean, there's been this notable problem lately with the ice cream machines at McDonald's in the United States, because It turned out the company that's making them is specifically making them to break for McDonald's, which is why they're always broken in America, apparently. And then a lot of the franchisees were buying these third-party tools that allowed them to diagnose and fix the problems, because a lot of the problems these ice cream machines had were often just like, oh, something's clogged, just run some water through it, but it wouldn't tell you. So they got this some third-party company made this special tool which could actually tell you what the codes meant. So they could fix them immediately, and then the company who was making the ice cream machine said, no, you can't do that, that's against the terms of service. And then McDonald's came out and said, corporate said, oh, you can't use those tools, it's against and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And right to repair is this. Like, this is such a big thing. That's like, it's for shit like that. Above and greater, honestly, the quickest way to get companies to support right to repair is to mandate a minimum of 5-something years for free repairs on non-user-induced faults. Do that, and companies will try and make everything fixable so they don't have to pay out of pocket for repair. Yeah, that would be the worst idea. Especially because I don't feel it's unreasonable to expect a modern phone to work for 4 years. You know, when we were talking about a lot of older technology, because a lot of stuff just degrades, especially a lot of moving shit, right? Like, hard drives will fail, especially, and SSDs will fail with time as well. They just, you know, write cycles and stuff like that. But a lot of modern tech, especially when everything's solid state like it is in modern smartphones, a lot of that, you know, phones like this will work for, should work for fucking ever, effectively. Whereas the battery is obviously degradable. But like, if it's something that needs to be replaced, you need to be able to let users actually replace it. So that's the one. What's the word? Consumable. The battery is the one main consumable item in phones. Because there's nothing moving in them. There's nothing really degrading at all. It's just really the battery. And they make it hard to replace the fucking thing. You know, let me buy, at the bare minimum, just let me buy. If Apple would sell official batteries, right? That's all they need to just sell batteries. If Apple want to charge like fucking 50 quid for a battery, fine. Fine. Charge 50 quid for a fucking battery. You know, it's 30 quid more to get it replaced at the Apple store. And some people might just go, well, I'll rather pay the 30 quid for convenience. And a lot of other people are going to go, I'm going to buy the fucking battery off Apple. And it'll be an official one, it'll work, and it's not going to fucking block your thing. That's the bare minimum. It's the bare minimum, but it's better than nothing. You know? OLED phones, yeah, OLED phones going to burn in. Yeah. Modern OLED phones aren't really having that problem because they build in a lot of software to not do that. I wouldn't really call that as a consumable item, though, a screen. Screens can break easily, but they're not consumable in the same sense. But this is the whole point. Yeah, just literally, if Apple wants to make third-party stuff not work properly, fine. At least sell me a fucking official one. Because, like, if they want to be like, oh, we don't want to authorize the use of third-party batteries because we don't know if they can work properly, blah, 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 blah. You know what? That's actually a valid thing. Fine. So let me buy a fucking battery from you, please, Apple. Let me pay you money for a battery. If you want to charge Apple tax on your own fucking batteries, fine. Fine. I'll be annoyed, but fine. Just let me fucking buy one so I can fix it myself. You shouldn't have to rely on the Apple Store for it, you know? As much as that's because I would take it to the Apple Store to do it. Fuck it. But I shouldn't have to rely on it. And frankly, the adhesives in modern phones that make them waterproof is just so aggressive that it's awkward to work with and deal with, and they need to find a way to make it... You can make them just as waterproof without making the adhesive really hard to... There's ways they can... Apple know how to fucking make stuff. Apple, infamously, the first MacBook I ever had was a black plastic MacBook from like 2007-8. On the bottom of them, they had a user-removable battery. It was about, I don't know, a third of the case size. But it was built into the case. And if you flip the computer over, you could press a button on the battery and it would show lights on the battery to show how charged the battery was, just independently of the computer. Then there was a little, like, thing that you put a coin in. You twisted it, the battery would unlock, and you could just pull that out. You didn't have to open the computer up. The battery was part of the exterior case. And the battery could be on its own. You could press a button on the battery and see how much charge it had. So you could hot swap a battery quite easily. When that battery was out, where the battery was, you had access to user replaceable RAM slots and other hard drive. So you could unlock the battery with a coin, take the battery out, then you could remove the hard drive and RAM, put new hard drive and RAM in, and then put the battery back in and lock it with a key. You did not need any tools. You did not need any tools. You didn't need any screwdrivers or anything. You needed a coin, or you could just use it with your thumb awkwardly. That's all you needed to do to replace the battery, hard drive, and RAM. It's a brilliant design, I thought. Was it actually hot swappable? You know, I don't know. It might have been. I never tried. I might have tried. I can't remember. I can't remember. Because I think when MacBooks plug into AC, they pull power from the wall. I don't know. I think you could have a battery not installed and it would still be turned on when plugged into AC. I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been a decade and a half. But I thought it was a beautiful design. It was very elegant. It was a very elegant design, and it's very Apple. Because if Apple wants to make something like that, they can very well. As notable with this the new Mac Pro. You know, the new Mac Pro, they you know, they brought this out and they went, hey, look, right, it's a modular fucking tower PC. And they just overbuilt it in such an Apple way, but there's just, you know, like, if you want to unlock the PCI Express card slots, you know, like, on PCs, the standard thing is like a little tab that you push down and it unlocks it. Apple went, nah, that's a bit unelegant. So Apple fucking... There's a switch at the top of the motherboard that you click down and it unlocks all the PCI slots all at once, and you can click it up, and it clicks, and it's really easy to do with a finger. It's this very overbuilt mechanism. Beautifully. It's very, very elegant. It's lovely. You know, like, shit like that. If Apple wanted to do it, they could very well. Mitch, this is the thing. They say can't make it as thin. Apple could totally make a laptop just as thin with a user replaceable battery. If they really wanted to. I mean, one of the problems with modern batteries in laptops, especially Apple's laptops, is they layer them. And they do them in such a way that they perfectly fill all the void space in the laptop. It's not just like the old MacBook batteries, they were just a rectangle. And you just clip them in and out, whereas modern batteries aren't just a rectangle. They ooze around stuff. But for phones, especially, it's still just a rectangular slab. Yeah, the Framework laptop as well. Framework laptop that just has been released. That I fixed it, did a nice little video on. It comes partially assembled. Framework laptops have nice big labels on all the components, and you can replace every component in it. You can replace the motherboard, the CPU, the RAM, the hard drive, the battery, the screen. Like, the screen surround is magnetically attached, so you can pull it off, and then you could disattach the screen and put it on. And if you want to upgrade anything, any future laptops they release, all the upgrades for those will just be available on the website. So if you want to upgrade your laptop, you want to put a newer screen on your laptop, you can just do that. You can just buy a new screen for them, clip it in. And the laptop is the same thickness, or if maybe slightly thinner than a MacBook Pro. So, you know, and again, if Apple really put their mind to it, Apple have world-class, best-in-class designers working for them. Apple's industrial design and technological design is second to fucking none. If they wanted to do it, they could do it, and do it very well. And it's annoying. Like, you know, I understand water resistance, because water resistance, I think, is really important. Some people don't value it, and I don't really care about it to me personally, but I understand why it's so important, because, you know, up there with screens being smashed and batteries degrading is water damage. Someone drops their fucking phone in the toilet, drops it in the bath, drops it in a lake, fucking it rains on it, whatever. Water damage is this really prevalent issue, and it's one of the biggest killers of phones. It's why water resistance is really important, because it is one of the biggest, water damage is one of the biggest points of failure. So I get why it's important, and it's important to have water resistance. Incredibly important to have water resistance, I think, in all phones, just because of how, you know, things get wet. People carry their phone around with them. It's an important thing to stop failing. But you can, I'm sure there must be a better, you know, a way to do water resistance that's as strong as the ones we have now that also allow you to more easily get into the phone. and replace the battery. That isn't this really shitty adhesive. And that's really hard to work with and really hard to apply the new version of. Yeah, Samsung did do it. I mean, modern smartphones have a bit better water resistance than older phones. Like, much better water resistance. Like, you can take these phones quite deep underwater for quite a large length of time. And use them properly underwater, if you so wanted to. You know, so they've got to withstand more atmospheres of pressure, which, fair enough. But again, Apple could figure it out. Like, they could figure it out. And part of the reason they glue these things in as well is, like, I get why they glue it in, because it makes the phone really secure and really stable. You know, if the screen was only held in by 2 small screws at the bottom, it's probably not going to be as durable. But again, they could figure out a way to do it. I am sure, I have faith in Apple as industrial designers that they could figure out a really good way to do it. You know, like, just figure it out, man. Because even if they didn't change their phones at all, even if they just provided batteries and screens, even if you could just, at the bare minimum, just let me buy an iPhone fucking 13 Pro Max screen on its own from Apple, you know, and then if I replaced it, it would just authorize rather than me having to go through, you know, let me buy a battery from them, at the bare fucking minimum. At least let me buy the basic components from you. That's it. Like, if they did that, honestly, that would, I think they should do more, but that would be enough. That would be it's the bare minimum, but it's enough. Just let me buy replacement parts. Let me buy replacement parts and give me documentation that shows me how to replace them. You know. Let me buy a new screen and give me a nice guide on how to replace my screen. Even if it's slightly awkward to do, give me a guide. Apple are very good at making infographic guides on how to do stuff. I've followed them before. Fuck it, just take an iFixit guide and fucking put some fancy Apple fucking iconography on it. Bish bash bosh. There you go. Like, yeah, IP67. Like, yeah, it'd be good for rain, but like, yeah, modern phones can withstand being like, hang on, I think the water resistance of the dust and water resistance on these modern phones is ludicrous. I mean, you can go lightly scuba diving with them almost and just film like 4K slow-mo video for like 2 hours. Which might be a bit overkill, but you know, it's nice to be able to. But again, even if you kept the adhesive, even if you needed to heat it up, like 30 minutes underwater, up to a meter. Okay. 30 minutes up to a meter. Yeah, modern phones can do like several hours at, you know, depths of like 15 to 20 meters. Which, you know, but like, again, like, even if you want to keep the adhesive, fine. Just give me a screen. Tell me to fucking heat the thing up. Bish bash fucking bosh. And even literally, just sell me a screen. The bare minimum. Just sell me a screen so I can replace this. Even if I have to buy all the other tools from iFixit, and it's going to be a faff to replace, at the bare minimum, let me buy a screen from you so my screen and phone will work properly and not disable features. Being like, oh, it's not Apple authorized because an Apple repair technician didn't do it, so we're going to disable phone features. Fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I do really like it though. I really, really like MagSafe. I bought a Bell can do like a MagSafe 3-in-1 charger, which is really attractive. It's a round pad, and then there's like a metal pole coming up the back, and then it splits into like a T. On one side there's a MagSafe charger, the other side is an Apple Watch charger. So you can just stick your phone on the MagSafe charger, it just hovers there in midair. You can put your Apple Watch on the other side, and it will just hover there. And you can put like another phone at the bottom of your AirPods. It's meant for AirPods, but you can put another phone there if you want. It's just a really nice little place. It's quite expensive. It's really lovely and pretty, and it charges really well, and it's just a really lovely thing. I got a MagSafe Duo charger as well, which is this little magnetically fold-up-y thing. It's like a white silicon. When it's folded up, it's just really like put it in a pocket. When you fold it out, it's a MagSafe charger and an Apple Watch charger. And it just plugs in with Lightning. So it's a really useful thing for like traveling. It's gonna be my new travel thing. If I go anywhere, that's gonna sit on my bedside table, you know, at Dan and Rebecca's or whatever. Because it's one lightning plug and it charges both devices, and then it can just fold up, and you can fold it on its back, so you can just use one device. It's really nice. It's very Apple over-engineered, but it's very nice. And I got one of the Apple. It's the first year I've ever bought a case from Apple. I've never bought a case from Apple, aside from once. Actually, I didn't technically buy it. If any of you remember the iPhone 4 and the whole "you're holding it wrong" incident. For those who don't know, when the iPhone 4 came out, you had antenna bands like modern phones do, where you have the exterior frame of the phone with the metal frame would have, you know, there's like lines on it that separate different antenna, because that's the antenna was using the exterior frame of the phone. The iPhone 4 had a problem where if you held it in a certain way and you bridged two of those antennae by, you know, putting your thumb on the side of it, your phone signal would go completely, like your phone signal would drop completely. And this is a massive complaint, because if people held their phone normally, they'd probably bridge it, and then their phone signal would die. And it became this big scandal, and then obviously Steve Jobs and all of his Steve Jobbiness came out and went, "Oh, you're just holding it wrong." And everyone went, "We're holding it like a fucking phone, you fucking idiot." And then Apple had to fucking apologize and offer to give everyone who'd bought an iPhone 4 a free case. So there was this weird period where if you'd bought an iPhone 4, they had this special site where you'd go and you'd choose a case, and they would send you a free case. That's the only other. They had third-party ones and everything. It was this ridiculous scandal. But I got an Apple case, and at the time it was like I can't remember what it was called, but it was a very specific kind of case they built for the iPhone 4, which was just only protected. It was a bumper case, like it only protected the frame. It didn't have anything on the back or the front. That's the only other Apple case I got before. And every other Apple Silicon case I've never bought, because they're just normal cases, but expensive. And they had like this big cutout at the bottom, which I hated, but the new ones don't have a cutout at the bottom. Instead, they actually properly are molded, and they're MagSafe, and I wanted a MagSafe proper compatible one. And it's a really nice blue color. And the fucking stupidest, most Apple thing is when you put your phone into this fucking blue case, they've put an NFC chip in the fucking case, and it does this little animation when you put the case on of like, oh, you've just connected, and it like makes your screen turn blue briefly because you've just put a blue case on it, and it's like, look, you've put a blue case on your phone. I'm like, that's lovely. It's a lovely touch, but I feel like it's unnecessary that they've had to manufacture, program, and install an NFC chip into their cases that just shows me the case color for 2 seconds when I put it on my phone. Again, it's a lovely touch, but absolutely unnecessary. It's novel though. I wanted a good MagSafe case. And I bought Apple MagSafe chargers. I don't use a case most of the time. I have it naked, but I always like to have a case around, because sometimes if I'm going to do something specific, I'd rather just put a case on it for that moment. Rather than not. Like around my house, I'm just gonna have it naked, but like, you know, if I'm going to the woods for some reason or whatever, I don't know, I'm gonna put a case in it. So, you know, whenever I'm at Dan and Rebecca's, I have a phone on my case. A phone on my case, a case on my phone. And it's really good. I like them a lot. So I kind of splooged on Apple stuff, so I've got a big order. Interestingly, they sent me an order with my it was with my MagSafe charger, my MagSafe 3-in-1 charger, and what else? Something else, can't remember. But I'd also ordered another HomePod Mini because I had one. I was buying a second one for my bedroom, and the box just didn't have it in. And it was like, congratulations, your 3 orders have been delivered. And I'm like, I was missing the HomePod. And I contacted support, and I was like, yeah, hello, it didn't have the HomePod. And like, they said, but it's marked as delivered. And I went, yeah, the package was delivered. It just didn't have a HomePod in it. And they were like, oh. And I'm like, yeah. Didn't have it in the box. They were like, that's weird. I haven't heard of that happening before. And I'm like, uh-huh. Like, would you like a refund or replacement? I'm like, well, the replacement, obviously. I bought it. and it hasn't. Just send me one. Just send me the thing I bought. They're like, okay, they got a new one the next day. But I'm kind of half hoping in the back of my mind that like one day soon, I'm just like a box is gonna turn up. I'm like, oh, so it's really late. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I got to. Yeah, I got a lot of MagSafe shit. I really like MagSafe so much. I got a little MagSafe wallet. Not to use as a wallet, but purely because it's a little stand like the iPads. It's like so any of you know those iPad magnetic stands that clip on the back and they have like this little like rolly thing that kind of rolls around and you can use it like as a stand. It's like that for the iPhone. So I use it as a little stand and to hold my phone like horizontally and like facing forward when I watch little videos on it occasionally. It's kind of it's supposed to work when it's upright as well, but it clearly wasn't made for the Max because I think it would fit really well on the normal, but on the Max it can't. It just falls over on the Max if it's vertically, but horizontally it's really nice. I love MagSafe, man. It's really good. Opaque, the Intel Nux box play the Intel channel when you open the box. That's a fucking mess. I say I am very glad actually if I open my. I'm a big fan of how much smaller Apple's boxes are now because the iPhone 10 box obviously had brick in and everything. And the iPhone 10 box like 3 times thicker than the iPhone 13 box, which is pretty small. I appreciated the iPhone 13's box. They didn't really go with. They're not going with flashy anymore. Like they've got the screen protector in it is paper with because of plastic sticky backing. That's the only bit of plastic in it. They've got a cardboard insert with little SIM removal tool. And again, did you hear that? That is the sticker that came with the iPhone 13. But the backing on it's paper. The Apple sticker is paper. That's a really small thing that they've bothered to change, and I quite appreciate it. And that's it. And everything else is paper. The entire casing is paper. In the iPhone 10 box, it had an entire plastic surround, and then the internals of the box were plastic. Like, the internal structure is plastic, whereas the internal structure in the iPhone 13 box is paper, which is lovely. Again, really small thing, but something I really genuinely appreciate. I also found it slightly weird opening the iPhone 10 box versus the 13, because the iPhone 10 obviously came with a wall plug and a cable and headphones. Whereas the iPhone 13 it just comes with a cable and the phone, and that's it. Like, fuck all. Which is fine, whatever, but I find it funny. Justin, MagSafe is, effectively, they've just built in... Oh, there's my iPhone 10. It's in the box. Really so... God, it's so tiny. God, this iPhone 10 genuinely feels tiny now compared to this massive iPhone 13 Pro. It's just thin and tiny. I feel like I'm holding a baby phone. That's weird. It's weird having the rounded corners. I'm probably really used to the 13 and how chunky and big it is, but the iPhone 10 is lovely to hold. It's just such a nice little device. Now MagSafe, Justin, is it's literally it's just a Qi wireless charger. But Apple have built a ring of magnets around it with a little extra bit of magnet sticking out the bottom. And it just means that they can have magnetic wireless chargers that just pop to the back, but it's also loads of other accessories, so you can just magnetize things to the back of it, so you can put on magnetic cases as like a magnetic pop socket or whatever, and it just snaps on and snaps off. It's really fucking good. It's a really small thing, but Matt, you had the iPhone 10 for 4 years and kept the box. I keep the boxes to every single Apple product I've ever bought, because, as Obeka says, every Apple product I've ever bought, when I'm done with it, I sell it. Because they are worth a lot on the secondhand market, even years later. I keep the fucking boxes. And you should too. If you ever buy a fucking Apple product, keep the fucking boxes. Because you'll it's good for down the road when you eventually ever want to sell it. And you should sell them. I think you should always sell them. Or give them to someone. And the box is useful to have. I always like having the box for that reason. I think it's a bit less important now that there's no real accessories with them, but I always keep the boxes. Like, I had this slightly awkward thing of that. I've had to keep my iMac Pro box. And it's for two reasons. Because A, if I need to ship it, like, if I need to take my iMac Pro into the Apple store for whatever reason, if it needs a repair, I physically have to bring it there. It's not a laptop I can throw in a bag. It's a 27-inch massive iMac. So I need to put it back in its box, because the box has a carrying handle. And also, if I want to sell it, with a phone, I could wrap it in, even if I didn't have a box for the phone, I could wrap the phone in fucking bubble wrap, right? It's not an elegant solution, but it would work. But the iMac, however, I can't really do that. So I need to keep the box. But it's a box for a 27-inch iMac. I've just got this massive box floating around my fucking house, just in the way all the time. And I don't want to throw it away, because I kind of need it for whenever whatever I do with this computer, I need the box for it. So it's just annoyingly large and around the place. No, there's people who will sell boxes secondhand. Yeah, there are those. So I'm really into that life. I don't keep boxes for every Apple product. I mean, I say I do. I don't need to, but I keep products for like 90. I want to keep boxes for 90% of them in case I sell them. And there's some that I'm not gonna resell with the box, right? Like the box for a case for a phone, like this silicon MagSafe case. I don't need to keep the box for that. If I ever want to sell the case, it doesn't need the box. Like the phones do and the electronics do, but I just kind of keep the box anyway because I just have a stack of them. What's another fucking case? Also, I kind of love Apple's packaging. So. That's a small thing. I mean, I showed it on Twitter, but the AirTags, I bought a 4-pack of AirTags, which are like the tiles. You open the box, you pull it out, there's a little tab. You pull the tab out, it says AirTags on it, and then you fold it over to the left, and it becomes like a book, and you fold out the two halves of the book, and it just folds out like a book, and in them is the 4 AirPods, and they orientate the AirPods so they're on the back with the Apple logo facing you, and they've made sure to perfectly align the Apple logos in the box so they're all the right way up. And I don't mean just slightly the right way up, I mean they're all perfectly up, perfectly centered, and perfectly straight. Like they've used a fancy robot to specifically package these in a really, really accurate way. And there's like help on both sides of the box. It's very Apple. Yeah, it's just this very over-engineered box for like some tile things, basically. And it's, honest to God, one of the nicest things I've ever opened in my life. And it's just for such a mundane product, you know. And Apple are very good at that. Very good at that. Just for overbuilding things, for better or worse. At least it makes the devices seem very premium. It feels like they've put the attention to detail in, you know. Which I enjoy immensely. Oh God, I love the HomePods. The HomePods are a delight to unbox because they're entirely, the outside of them is fabric, and they use a fabric braided cable, and they're just a delight to unbox. And like every Apple product, when you ever open it, to set it up, you just hold your phone near it, and it goes, "Hello." You want to pair AirPods to your iPhone? You just open the AirPods case next to the phone, and it goes, "Okay." You want to set up an AirTag? You just put the AirTag next to the phone. Okay. You want to set up a HomePod? Put the HomePod next to the thing. Okay. You want to transfer from an iPhone to another iPhone? Put the iPhones next to each other, and they will figure it out. Which they did, which was weird. Because I'd never done that before, because this is a very new thing with their new chips. But when I got this new phone, it was like, oh, put this phone next to the phone you're transferring it from. And I was like, next to that, just put them next to each other. And I went, all right. And they just started transferring. I went, oh, okay. Which I thought was very fun. Signal also did that. I had to do that transfer signal messages. It's very cool. I love technology, and I love all the really cool integration-y stuff Apple does. And they're the kind of only company that can do it. It's not that I'm an Apple fanboy in any sense of the word. It's just they're the only company that can do that kind of integrational stuff. There's no other companies in that sort of same position. And because Apple have such a ridiculous attention to detail, they end up... Not only are they the only ones who can really do that integration, but they do it really over the top and a bit overbuilt, and they do it very elegantly, and I always really enjoy that. I think it's really nice. You know, whereas Microsoft, infamously... Here's a fun... Do you want to know a fun fact about Microsoft? Or a fun thing I learned today? So obviously Windows 11 launched, and Windows 11 has a feature in it that can dynamically change your display refresh rate. Not like the iPhone. The iPhone can ProMotion, like iPhones and stuff like that. They'll dynamically change the refresh rate, but like to lots of different things. It can go down to I think 10 hertz, but I think there's like I don't know 20 steps in between 10 and 120 to match whatever you're doing. Whereas apparently Windows 11 on some devices can dynamically change it from like 120 to like 60 or 30. You know, like between 3. Like if you're watching a 30 frames a second video. It's mainly for laptops for power efficiency, but like if you're watching a 30 frames a second movie or whatever, it doesn't need to be running 120 hit for FPS, so it'll lower the refresh rate to 30 Hz, for example. And Apple and Microsoft had just also announced the Surface Pro 8, the new Surface, which is supposed to be their big premium thing. It's got 120 Hz display, and it's really fancy and blah blah blah. So anyway, it doesn't support the refresh rate change technology in Windows 11. Their own laptop with a high refresh rate display does not support the refresh rate changing in Windows 11. How does their own product not even support it? It's their highest end computer that they sell as a Surface Pro 8. It's the highest end thing they sell. And it is absolutely what that feature was made for. It was made for ultralight laptops with 120 Hz displays. So their own laptop doesn't even support the feature. As the most fucking Microsoft fucking thing. It's like how do you release an operating system and then on the same day launch a new laptop to go with that operating system, yet the laptop doesn't support one of the headline features of the operating system? How does that work? Could you imagine if Apple announced a new version of macOS? And in the keynote, they were like, "Oh, it's got this really cool new feature. It does this thing." And then they announced the new MacBook later in the conference, and then it just didn't support the feature. That would never happen. It would never happen because that is ridiculous. Fucking Microsoft. Thing with Apple do a lot of annoying shit, but all the annoying shit that Apple do is very in character. Apple are very consistent with their annoying shit, right? Apple are very like handsy. You know, Apple are very handsy and pretentious, and they overbuild everything. And every complaint I've ever had about Apple, and most people have about Apple, fits in that framework. Microsoft don't. Microsoft just... It's like Microsoft, like, you're trying to guide them. And they're like, and you're like, okay, we're going over there. And Microsoft's like, okay. And then you're like, you teach them to cross the road safely, and they'll check the road, and you're like, okay. And then you walk across the road, and you say, come over the road. And then they just don't look, and then a car hits them. And I'm like, we just had this conversation. How have you... I just told you to check the road. And they're like, oh, I don't think there was any cars coming. Why? You didn't look. Oh, I don't know. You know, like, they just keep doing weird shit. Like, Microsoft never seem to know who they're making products for. Like, Windows 11, one of the biggest integrations with it is Microsoft Teams integration. But the key point about Microsoft Teams is the way they're marketing it, and all the features that are built into Windows 11 are for consumers, not businesses. Like, Microsoft Teams in the context of Windows 11 is Skype, effectively, but they're still calling it Microsoft Teams. And I guarantee you that you are not going to call your nan for a weekly chat using Microsoft Teams, because that sounds ridiculous. And everyone is going to have that same reaction going, oh, Microsoft Teams, that's clearly for businesses, and close it. So they're using a business thing, but they're talking, and they're saying, oh, we're trying to make Windows more simple, but we're also trying to cater to like all these power users. It's like, but you're not catering to the power users. You're leaving all this legacy shit to cater to the power users, but then all the new stuff you're adding aggressively, and I mean aggressively, doesn't let you change anything. You can't say you're open to power users, but you're pushing them away, and then like, oh, we're for artists. It's like, are you for artists? Oh no, we're for gamers. And like, what? I thought you were for enterprise. And like, no, we're for university students. And I'm like, oh my god, choose one. just choose. Either make something for everyone, or choose one category. Don't awkwardly try and cater to every group in a different way, because that just makes the operating system a fucking mess. It just makes the operating system a fucking mess of different ideas. Don't you need an enterprise server to run the Teams anyway? No, Teams in Windows 11 is Skype. Functionally, it's just Skype. It's this new version of Windows Teams for consumers. Microsoft Teams for consumers. But it's still called Microsoft Teams. They didn't think, oh, maybe we should come up with a different brand name for our consumer-focused version of Microsoft Teams. Maybe we should call it something else. Maybe we should just call it Skype. Maybe we should just call it, I don't know, Microsoft Chat. I don't know, something to distinguish it. But no, they didn't, because it's Microsoft. They should make 7 additional. This is the thing, Microsoft, though, they tried to make fucking Windows ARM, and it's shit, because no fucking developers support it. No developers fucking support Windows ARM. Nothing worked. Nothing worked on fucking that stupid little Surface Go, whatever the fuck it was called, running the one version of Windows ARM, because Windows ARM, they didn't allow OEMs to buy. You couldn't make your own computer with Windows ARM. It only worked with this one fucking random Surface laptop that no one fucking bought, because it was $3 fucking grand and ran a version of Windows which couldn't run any programs. You literally were buying could you imagine buying a £3,000 Windows laptop, and the biggest headline feature of it is that it can't run, it can only run like 5 Windows apps? Who the fuck would buy that? I cannot think of a person in the world who would fucking buy that product. It's got all the disadvantages of Windows with none of the advantages of Windows. And it's also twice the price of an iPad Pro for less features. Who the fuck would buy that? Like, who the fuck would buy that? So it's ridiculous. And Microsoft keep doing that. They had this problem with the Xbox, didn't they? They made the 360 and it was very generalized because they, you know, and then they came up with the Xbox One. They were like, it's a media center and it comes with a Kinect. And like they were trying to, like, the way all their marketing was like, oh look, it's your home entertainment hub for your massive American suburban living room. And everyone went, we're not using it as that. Why? I don't want that. And then it failed horribly because most people buying an Xbox, funnily enough, were buying it like video games on. And it wasn't meant as a family fucking home hub. You know? And they were like, oh, we dropped the Kinect. And they were like being like, oh, the Kinect's good for stuff. And I'm like, what's it good for? And like, stuff. And I'm like, what stuff? Oh, we got like 3 games. You can like wobble your face. You can wobble your body around and feel like you're surfing. I'm like, what? Who's it for? Who is that for? Who the fuck is that for? Like, they seem to target like abstract groups of people for their products. And I genuinely, it's so confusing. Because I feel like Samsung has a very clear business strategy. Apple has a very clear business strategy. Google has quite a clear business strategy. Amazon, quite a clear business strategy. Microsoft, however, they're just sort of... Microsoft throw just all the shit at the wall to see what sticks, but like... none of it's sticking. It's just smearing. Like, but they keep trying. They keep trying, but like, in the process, they're like throwing shit at their own users, and they're like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh, but it might be good shit this time. It's like, just stop throwing shit. Just stop. Just stop. Stop throwing shit at me and fix the platform. Screw that screw in down there instead of... Stop throwing shit. Stop. Come over here. Screw that fucking screw down. Get a fucking hammer. Nail that fucking nail down. See that nail that's fucking I keep stubbing my toe on? Just hammer it down. That's all I want. Don't cover the nail in shit and be like, look, we've made the nail smoother. No. Hammer the nail down. You don't need to make the nail's edges softer. Just hammer the fucking nail down. Yeah, the HoloLens. Like, Microsoft only really makes money off enterprise stuff now. Xbox doesn't really make much money. Windows doesn't make much money. Like, all these weird little projects, they make money. All their money mainly comes from enterprise stuff. Which is weird, because I feel like Microsoft are in this weird place in the big 5 tech world where they're just... No one seems to use them, but they still are there. And I'm like, what? I don't know, man. I just fucking hate it. And they keep doubling down on all the stupid shit as well, which is just infuriating. You know, I finally got Windows to a state where I was like, okay, I could deal with it now. And they're like, they got rid of all the things that let me customize it. And I'm like, but I thought that was the point of Windows, that I could customize. I'm like, no. I don't think you understand. No. We're this. And I'm like, but can I change anything about you? I'm like, no. fucking Microsoft is the pretentious chef who's like, we're not gonna put salt on the table. But then the food they're serving is like just unsalted fries, and you're like, what? Like unsalted fries with no dip, and I'm like, what? You know. Whereas Apple tend to give you pre-salted fries, for better or worse, but it's still like, The HoloLens, the HoloLens is it's mainly an enterprise thing, as Oliver mentions. We're in an army contract. Yeah, Microsoft do a lot of enterprisey, defensey stuff. It's mainly it's where they make all their money, because they don't make any money off Windows, really anymore. They don't really make any money off Xbox. They make all of their money doing enterprise shit. Is that why they show Minecraft and all the media releases tomorrow? This is the problem with Microsoft, though. They never seem to know who they're targeting. They're always trying to target their products at 60 different people at once, even if the product isn't made for them. You know. It's so confusing. So Microsoft do not... I feel like they don't know what they're doing. They just have this... They seem very directionless. Like Apple, I always feel like they're aggressively marching towards their goals, and they will just aggressively march towards their goals no matter who gets in the way, because they think it's the right way to do things. Which, yeah, people fucking, sometimes it's stupid shit, but you know what they're doing, and you know where they're going. Microsoft are like they're like a daddy long legs, just awkwardly flopping about. Just awkwardly bumbling about, not really knowing where it's going, just sort of vaguely, and like, what are you doing? And it's like, and like, oh my god. Yeah, and most of Amazon's money comes from AWS. But to be fair, Amazon also makes a huge amount of money off, selling shit. They don't report it as profit, but that's more of a taxation thing rather than that. They make so much money from it, but it is very much tax management of why they always say they're not making a profit. Yeah, Azure. Yeah, Microsoft Azure. Makes lots of fucking money. I find it really interesting because I feel like so Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and Apple are considered like the big five, right? But there's three distinctly separate things in that. Google and Amazon, well, Google are very much, Google and Amazon very much, their business is two things. Enterprise, with AWS and like all of back-end Google services, and advertising. Google's mainly advertising, Amazon's mainly back-end services, but they have a lot of overlap. Microsoft is just all back-end services. Facebook is all advertising. And there's like a spectrum there, right? Of like enterprise, then you got Microsoft doing enterprise, and you got Amazon doing enterprise and ads, and you got Google sort of doing mainly ads, but a bit of enterprise, and you've got Facebook just doing all entirely ads, right? Yeah, Apple does not fit into that lineup, does it? Like, Apple does not fit into that lineup at all. Like, they make consumer electronics, and they have the App Store, but all their money comes from selling hardware products or software, whereas the other four I've just described don't make really any money from those things. And it's always a bit weird when those five are lumped together, because I feel like Facebook and Apple are almost just completely opposite ends of the tech spectrum. And then grouping, like, it's like, you want to group fucking Google and Facebook, fine. Group fucking Amazon and Microsoft. And like, it's just, they put all of them together, and it's like, hang on a minute. They do such different things. It's almost worthless. It's almost worthless combining them together. Like, especially Apple. Like, all of Apple's problems on a legislative level, or like kind of antitrust stuff relating to either right to repair or App Store monopolization. Obviously, Google have a bit of that. So you can sort of put Google in that sort of camp with Apple, because Google also make consumer electronics a bit, and they make a mobile operating system. But it's just weird. They're just in a weird... Wow. Fucking Microsoft, man. Fucking Microsoft. Waste of life. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Now, time to throw it. I gave up sort of I spent like so many hours today just doing awkward fabrics, so I got absolutely no valuable work done today. But I spent 8 hours doing it. So that was my day. I've kind of wasted my day. You only have had a day where you just feel like you've done absolutely nothing, but you're very tired because you've done a lot of stuff. But you've accomplished nothing, but you've done a lot of stuff. I've been treading water all day. That's what I've been doing. I've been working very hard to fucking not drown. So... I'll go. So I'm gonna hopefully stream more soon. Oh my god, I got a text from Lego. I mean, an email from Lego. Oh shit. Oh, I got an email from my fucking... I'm a member of the Green Party. Very briefly. I joined the Humanist Society. I joined the Green Party. I joined something else. I joined the Electoral Reform Society. I almost applied to be a councillor of the Electoral Reform Society. To be one of the leading council members. I almost applied. Thought I'd be good at that. But I couldn't really think of what to write for the application. I didn't. I also don't think I have time at the point. I've got a vote. I can vote in the local... for which local candidate should be put up for the Green Party. That's fun. I actually, one of the main reasons I joined the Green Party was to vote for Tasman Omond for Green Party leader with Angela Womack. Tasman Omond was MB. And they were being really progressive. They came second in the vote behind like very normal Green Party people. Like they're fine, the people they got, but they don't inspire they don't really inspire much enthusiasm, you know. They're fine. They're fine. There's nothing bad about them. They're just fine. They're very standard Green Party. I thought Tasman Omond was actually felt very progressive and different and important and would actually help reshape the party and help reshape how people view the party and all that. And really make... Because the Green Party, I think, need to really focus themselves as, hey, we're actually the progressive left-wing party instead of the Labour Party, who are shit. They really... Because there's the problem with a lot of transphobia and TERFs in the Green Party, obviously. And I think it would have been a big deal if Tasman Omond won the party and was like, hey, look, fuck, no. And the new people are saying they're against it, which they are, but I don't know if they're going to be nearly as much against it in Tasman Omond. Which is a shame. But, you know, they're still my favourite party, even if they're not perfect. Because Labour is shit. Labour is shit. But don't worry, everyone. Keir Starmer's here to waffle about and not really do or say anything. And Nicola Sturgeon's there, also fucking complaining about fucking shouting about Scottish independence every fucking day. Because she's leader of the Scottish National Party. People keep forgetting that it's a fucking nationalist party. That's the whole... It's in the fucking name. They are a left-wing nationalist party. And I fucking hate nationalist parties. I don't care how fucking liberal and progressive they are. I don't like nationalism at all. And then what? You've got Sinn Féin, who, you know, very Irish, won't even work in Parliament, and are associated with the IRA, for better or worse. So, no, they're out. So at this point, all that's left for sort of progressive left-wing politics is the Green Party. So, vote Green. Also, join the Green Party. It's nice to contribute, you know. Because the Green Party leadership elections, only like 10,000 people voted in them. 10,000? I can get more fucking people to vote in a Twitter poll. Like, 10,000? Pathetic. You know, me and Rebecca are members of the Green Party, and both of us voted for Tasman Omond. Yeah, it's really 10,000 votes. It's a shame. Might get more people involved, because everyone wants to be politically involved, but then no one really votes in their own party. Hey, when you have Dems and Republicans over here in the US. Yeah, Tasman, you've got to talk about individual politicians in the US more than parties, don't you? Because, like, the Democratic Party can just have this wildly varied... Like, you can have someone like AOC, who is just very progressive and very liberal and young and forward-thinking and empathetic and communicative and lovely and amazing. And you've got people like fucking Chuck Schumer. You know, Or even Biden himself, who's just kind of shit. Better than the other guy. He's still shit. He's still an old fucking white fucking dude. You've got to understand, especially to say it as American. This is an important thing I always have to stress to Americans. America's left is all right. Boris Johnson, I would say, is in some ways more left-wing than Joe Biden. Which sounds ridiculous, but when you actually look at their policies, it's very true. Like, our government, this is probably one of the most right-wing conservative governments we've ever had. Maybe it's well, that's more populist, whereas Thatcher was just shit. But even then, it's still more left-wing than Joe Biden, which is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, they're publicizing the fucking railway again. Like, they're publicizing the railway, and they're fucking trying to republicize a lot of the NHS. And they're fucking... He's fucking Boris Johnson's blabbing onto everyone about, like, meeting climate targets, and he's partly getting really frustrated because fucking... Joe Biden isn't taking it seriously enough. And I'm like, how the fuck is Boris Johnson the hope of fucking persuading America to do more about climate change? How has that happened? How the fuck has that happened? Like... it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Sorry, I grabbed them all. I'm retired. I got up late today, but I'm retired, so I'm gonna eat and go to bed. It's nice chatting, everyone. Thanks for coming. Also, it's called Great British Railways. Of course, it's called Great British Railways. Everything's gonna be every fucking thing this government do has to have this weird patriotic air, doesn't it? Everything's got to have this weird, like, fucking... Like, oh, fucking... We're great, we're Britain vibe to it. That's stupid. Is there anyone to raid? My raid button doesn't work. I don't know if my raid button's broken or if it's just... Some things might have broken. A few things broken when it was 11 updating. I need to, like, kick them to make sure they're working again, but I don't know. Oh, there are some things live. Okay. Who's live? Oh. Let me check them. I'm going to send you over to Freckle Science. I'm glad I followed them. They're usually the only person awake at this time. They are... Wait. She's soldering something. Don't know what she's doing. I think she's soldering buttons onto speakers. I'm not sure. She's a good sciencey Twitch streamer. Who's very left-wing. Excellent. I'll send it to her. If you're still up. Alright, bye! I'm going to press the button. Bye, everyone. Thanks for all the fish. Etc.